Awakening Hall, Jiangxing Number 3 Advanced Awakening High School. The hall was stifling. No one in line was chatting. Every eye was fixed on the awakening crystal atop the platform. Today's ceremony would directly determine where each of us stood for the rest of our lives. Ferocious beasts roamed beyond the high walls, while a rigid hierarchy ruled within them. Only those who became awakened had the right to climb higher. Next, Lin Fan. The dean had barely finished speaking when Lin Fan strode onto the platform. He was the star of Jiangxing Number 3, handsome, prominent, and the son of a corporate tycoon. Before his hand even touched the crystal, hushed chatter had already spread through the crowd below. With Brother Fan up there, he's got to start at A rank, right? Obviously. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Even his genes are different. Man, if I awaken even a D-rank talent, my ancestors will be celebrating in their graves. Standing at the back of the line, I stared at the pitch-black crystal as sweat silently gathered in my palms. Genes. If genes really decided everything, what was the point of individual effort? Still, Lin Fan certainly knew how to make an entrance. All he needed was the theme from God of Gamblers playing in the background. He raised his chin and pressed his hand against the crystal. The crystal remained still for 1 second. Then a burst of purplish-black light erupted from it. The light shot toward the vaulted ceiling and condensed into a massive, writhing shadow serpent. A rank. It's the rare A-rank talent, shadow manipulation. The dean's voice trembled with excitement, every wrinkle on his face bunching together. The hall exploded into an uproar. Holy crap! A rank. Our school is producing a real dragon this year. Lin Fan is incredible. Admiration, jealousy, and fanaticism converged on Lin Fan. He clearly reveled in it, not even bothering to hide the smug curl of his lips. Before long, he found me in the crowd. The moment our eyes met, his smugness turned to contempt and open provocation. I stared back without expression. There it was. The classic villainous stare down. This guy had disliked me since our first day of school, and the reason was simple. On the entrance assessment, I, an utterly ordinary orphan, had beaten him. After Lin Fan came the young woman who was the true pride of heaven. Next, Xiaoning Xuan. The noisy hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone turned at once toward the tall figure at the front of the line. Xiaoning Xuan wore a simple white dress, her jet-black hair falling to her waist. Her face was flawlessly beautiful, yet an invisible wall of ice seemed to surround her. No one dared approach. She was the treasured daughter of Jiangxing's elite Xia family and the undisputed campus beauty. At least before the awakening began, no one doubted she would stand at the pinnacle of our class. Even I gave her a second look. What could I say? Who could resist admiring something beautiful? The girl was just a little too cold. She was like a walking air conditioner, automatically lowering the temperature within 10 feet of her. Xia Ningxuang stepped before the crystal and placed her hand against it. There was none of Lin Fan's dramatic commotion. Only a single point of pure, icy blue light appeared at the crystal's center. But in the next second, that blue light raced across the entire crystal. Crack! The crystal transformed completely into ice, and bone-chilling cold swept through the hall. Above us, a gigantic crystalline snow lotus burst into bloom. S rank. It's the S-rank talent, Icebound Princess. The dean's voice cracked from shouting. The entire hall went dead silent. An A rank was already a prodigy among prodigies, but S ranks existed only in legend. As long as she survived, she was all but guaranteed to become at least a national guardian one day. Cold and pressure descended together. The people around her could not even speak. They could only look up at Xiaoning Xuan. Her face remained expressionless. She simply withdrew her hand calmly, as though this result had always been inevitable. As she turned, she glanced at Lin Fan and furrowed her brow ever so slightly. Then her gaze swept over me without pausing in the least, as if she'd seen an ordinary stone by the roadside. Just as expected. In the world of these heaven-blessed prodigies, an orphan like me who struggled just to keep food on the table probably wasn't even qualified to serve as background scenery. All right. Everyone quiet down. The dean finally managed to suppress his excitement. The ceremony will continue. Next, Wang Hao. The chubby kid beside me shuddered and looked at me miserably. Brother Yang, my legs are going weak. Pathetic. I slapped him on the back. Go on. At least awaken a D rank. Then you can carry 2 more bricks than everyone else at a construction site. Oh, shut up. Wang Hao laughed and cursed, put on a do-or-die expression, then pressed his hand against the crystal. A dense, earthy yellow light flared to life. D rank, Earth Element Defensive Talent. Not bad. Wang Hao instantly perked up and scurried back, waggling his eyebrows at me. Brother Yang, I'll protect you from now on. My chest shall be your strongest bulwark. The corner of my mouth twitched. A bulwark, with that soft, flabby body? At best, he was a human shield. The remaining awakenings went much faster. F ranks and E ranks appeared one after another, while the occasional D rank drew envious looks from across the hall. At last, the dean looked at the final name on his list. Last one, Su Yang. Every gaze in the hall landed on me. There was no admiration or jealousy in their eyes, only gleeful anticipation of the joke to come. I had once ranked first in academics. Now I was the problem case, who could not awaken. They all wanted to see how badly I would fall when I reached the crossroads of fate. Ignoring their stares, I walked straight onto the platform, took a deep breath, and pressed my hand against the cold crystal. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A full minute passed. The pitch-black crystal showed no reaction at all. The hall was silent at first. Then someone snickered. Uffed. That laugh was like a switch, instantly setting off the entire crowd. Ha ha, I'm dying. Did the crystal fall asleep? So much for being top of the class. He can't even awaken an F-rank talent. What a useless piece of trash. See? A commoner is still a commoner. Inferiority is written into their genes. Laughter and chatter stabbed at me from every direction. Each contemptuous stare pinned me in place like a needle. The dean's smile had long since vanished, leaving only disappointment and disgust. He waved impatiently. Enough. Get down and stop wasting everyone's time. I did not let go. My fingers pressed harder against the crystal, my knuckles slowly turning white. I refused to believe it. For this day, I had studied and trained myself to exhaustion while working 3 jobs at once to pay my little sister's medical bills. I slept only 4 hours a night. No one needed power more than I did. So why? Su Yang, I've told you for a long time that you and I belong to different worlds. A familiar voice suddenly came from below the platform, cold enough to sting. Li Qian walked to the front. Dressed in designer clothes and wearing immaculate makeup, she had once been my girlfriend. Now, however, she was holding Lin Fan's arm and looking down at me from above. Do you understand now? Brother Fan is an eagle soaring through the heavens, while you're nothing but an ant crawling on the ground. A chasm has opened between us, one you could never cross in your entire life. Lin Fan came over with an arm around her waist and lowered his voice so that only I could hear. Trash, do you know why I waited until the very end for you? He leaned close to my ear, smiling cruelly. Because I love watching you fill with hope before reality stomps you straight into the mud. That sickly little sister of yours is still in the hospital waiting for the money that will save her life, isn't she? What a shame. Trash who can't awaken isn't even qualified to pick through garbage outside the city walls. You and your sister can rot together at the very bottom of society. Boom. That final sentence exploded inside my skull. My sister, Su Shui. She was my only family, the sole reason I kept living, and the only light in my world. Rage surged from the bottom of my heart and swept through my entire body. I raised my head, eyes bloodshot, and stared daggers at Lin Fan. But he only took my anger for the impotent fury of the weak. Lin Fan took a step back as though avoiding something filthy, then announced to everyone. From this day forward, anyone who gets close to that piece of trash Su Yang is making an enemy of me, Lin Fan. The crowd that had been laughing moments ago fell silent. Everyone instinctively backed away, swiftly forming an empty ring around me. Even Wang Hao, who had called me his brother only moments earlier, was shoved outside by the crowd and could do nothing but look anxiously in my direction. I stood alone on the platform. Humiliation, betrayal, and despair pressed down on me layer after layer, nearly suffocating me. At that moment, it felt as though fate itself had sentenced me to death. Just as darkness was about to swallow my consciousness, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed from the depths of my mind. Host's mental fluctuations have reached the critical threshold. Requirements for binding the absolute command system have been met. System loading, 1%. Host's mental fluctuations have reached the critical threshold. Requirements for binding the absolute command system have been met. System loading, 1%, 10%, 50%, 99%. The cold mechanical voice sounded like a lamp suddenly lighting in boundless darkness. I snapped back to my senses. A hallucination? Had the shock driven me insane? It made sense. Given how bad things had gotten, the fact that I hadn't lost my mind already was proof of remarkable willpower. My lips twisted in self-mockery. Just as I was about to remove my hand from the awakening crystal, the notification sounded again. Loading complete. Absolute command system officially activated. Boom. A stream of deep blue data invisible to everyone else surged through my arm and into my mind. Immediately afterward, a translucent interface so simple it was nearly crude unfolded before my eyes. Host, Suyong. Realm, unawakened, ordinary human. Mental power, 10 out of 10, critical threshold eruption, temporarily locked. Recorded skills, none. System core command, absolute. Command analysis. All skills recorded by this system will ignore cooldowns, energy costs, and casting delays. Holy crap. I stared fixedly at the final 3 lines. No cooldowns, no costs, no casting delays. Was this even an ability a human being could possess? This wasn't some ordinary cheat. It was the equivalent of having a game's GM privileges shoved directly into my hands. My heart felt as if someone had squeezed it hard, abruptly released it, and then set it pounding wildly. I forced down the emotions surging inside me, yet every breath still burned hot. All right, Eunuch Su, quit squatting on the toilet without taking a dump. Get the hell down already. The shrill mockery dragged me back to reality. Lin Fan stood with an arm around Li Qian, his face full of ridicule, as though he were enjoying a clown's final struggle. Laughter rose all around them. This time, however, those voices seemed to come through thick glass. They could no longer stab into my heart. All I could see was the system's overbearing description. I raised my head and glanced at Lin Fan and Li Qian. There was no anger, resentment, or hatred in my eyes. They no longer deserved even a scrap of my emotion. 2 roadside rocks were more worthy of a glance than these 2 breathing piles of organic garbage. My look made Lin Fan's expression stiffen. His earlier sense of superiority suddenly seemed to have nowhere to stand. "What are you looking at, trash?" he shouted, clearly trying to hide his unease with bluster. I ignored him, turned around, and walked down from the platform. There was no need to settle accounts with garbage like this right now. At the moment, all I wanted was to find out whether this system was real. The crowd ahead parted automatically as Xia Ningxuang left, surrounded by a group of people. As I descended the platform, our eyes happened to meet. Her ice blue eyes remained as cool as ever, lingering on my face for only a fraction longer. Perhaps my reaction had differed from what she expected. She seemed to be wondering whether despair had pushed me so far that I had gone completely numb. I met her gaze and walked past her. S-rank talent, Icebound Princess. It truly was absurdly powerful. Those long legs, that slim waist, those 36 DS. No, wait. I meant that icy demeanor. She really was the finest of the finest. But even the strongest talent had a cooldown and consumed energy, didn't it? Sorry, my cheat didn't play by the rules. Brother Yang, are you okay? Wang Hao squeezed through the crowd and grabbed my arm, concern and anger written across his face. I'm fine. I patted him on the shoulder. Those bastards, especially Lin Fan and Li Qian, that pair of snakes in the same pit, spit. Wang Hao's face reddened with anger. Brother Yang, don't take it to heart. Worst case, your buddy here will protect you from now on. Warmth had barely begun to rise in my heart when the old phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated violently. BZZZT, BZZZT. Only one name appeared on the screen, Dr. Zhang. My heart lurched, and I answered at once. Hello, Dr. Zhang. Suyang? Get to the hospital immediately. Your sister's condition has suddenly deteriorated. The urgency in his voice was terrifying. Her cold marrow syndrome has caused acute complications. Her organs are failing rapidly. She needs a life cycle stabilization procedure immediately, or she might not make it through tonight. A boom sounded in my head, and every noise around me vanished in an instant. All that remained was my heartbeat, each thud heavier than the last. How much will the operation cost? My throat was painfully dry, every word forced out through it. At least 300,000, and that will only stabilize her. The follow-up treatment will cost even more. 300,000. The number crashed down on me like a mountain. The blood that had been burning hot only moments earlier turned cold in an instant. I'll be right there. Even my hands were trembling when I ended the call. Brother Yang, what happened? Wang Hao asked urgently. Fatty, lend me some money. I grabbed his arm. Huh? Sure. I've still got 800 left from this month's allowance. It's not enough. Nowhere near enough. I released him, turned, and sprinted out of the awakening hall. Money. I had to get money. No matter the cost. Half an hour later, outside the intensive care unit at Jiangxing First People's Hospital, I sat on a cold bench, clutching several crumpled banknotes. I had sold everything in the house worth selling. Together with the money Wang Hao had lent me, I had 2,300 in total. Compared with 300,000, it wasn't even spare change. The ICU doors were tightly shut. I could only make out my sister's blurry figure through the glass. The system had only just kindled hope inside me, but reality had already doused it until nothing remained but smoke. A system? Absolute command. What good were they? Could they conjure money out of thin air? Ha ha ha. I covered my face as a beast-like growl forced its way from my throat. My shoulders shook uncontrollably, and tears of pain and unwillingness seeped through my fingers. Why? Why did it have to be her? Ding. System notification. This system cannot directly generate material objects, but it can assist the host in obtaining anything. Novice mission issued. Obtain your first skill. Mission reward. Unlock the skill acquisition module. The cold notification struck my chaotic mind like a shot of adrenaline. That's right. I still had the system. It was my only hope. I shot to my feet and quickly scanned the corridor. Obtain my first skill. How was I supposed to do that? Everyone coming and going around me was an ordinary person. I couldn't just pick someone at random and kill them, could I? I raced all the way back to my dilapidated rental in the old district and began searching the moment I stepped through the door. A skill? I need a skill. The place was practically bare. Forget ferocious beasts, there wasn't even a mouse. Wait, something moved in the corner. A glossy cockroach with extraordinarily tenacious vitality was waving its antennae in triumph. A living creature? I couldn't afford to be picky. I snatched up a slipper and lunged at it. Brother cockroach, forgive me. For my little sister's sake, I'll have to borrow your head. Smack. With a crisp sound, the cockroach splattered everywhere. It couldn't have been any more dead. At the same moment, a faint speck of white light floated from the corpse and merged into my body. Ding. Mutated ironclad cockroach, F rank, killed. Skill book dropped. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the F rank skill, Fireball. Skill automatically recorded. The recorded skills section of the system panel was finally no longer empty. An icon bearing a tiny flame rested there quietly. Fireball, F rank condenses fire elements into a weakly offensive ball of flame. It worked. Almost instinctively, I activated the skill toward the open space ahead. No incantation. No hand gesture. All it took was a thought. A fist-sized fireball appeared from thin air above my palm. The flame flickered unsteadily, its temperature so pitifully low that it probably couldn't even light a cigarette. It really was an F-rank skill. Disappointment had barely surfaced when I remembered the system's core command. Ignore cooldowns. Ignore costs. Did that mean? I willed it again. A second fireball appeared beside the first. Hum. 1, 2, 10, 100. In just a few seconds, more than 100 fireballs crowded the space before me like a swarm of docile fireflies, illuminating the dim room as brightly as day. My mental power had not dropped, and my body felt no discomfort whatsoever. As I stared at the densely packed fireballs, a grin slowly spread across my face. A single fireball really was weak. But what about 1,000 a second? 10,000? That wouldn't be an F-rank fireball. That would be the judgment of the apocalypse. A bold plan rapidly took shape in my mind. 300,000. Maybe it wouldn't be so difficult after all. More than 100 fireballs hovered before me inside the rental. My breathing grew heavier, not from fear, but excitement. At last, a ray of light had torn through the suffocating darkness of my 18 years of life. But I did not let myself revel in it for long. 300,000. My little sister was still waiting at the hospital. I forced myself to calm down as my mind began racing. I already had the sharpest spear imaginable. Now I needed to find a suitable target and turn this power into the money that would save her life. Beyond Jiangxing lay an immense wilderness. It was both a paradise for ferocious beasts and the hunting ground and graveyard of the awakened. By law, ordinary people who had not awakened were strictly forbidden from leaving the protective barrier. Anyone caught by a patrol would face a fine at best and imprisonment at worst. But I had no other choice. I took the 2,300 yuan I had left and spent 2,000 on a worn combat suit and a barely usable machete in the black market. I kept the final 300 for emergencies. After night fell, I used the shadows to avoid several surveillance cameras and reached an isolated section of the western city barrier. An abandoned drainage pipe ran through here. I had discovered it by chance while working a temporary job. The moment I lifted its cover, an awful stench struck me full in the face. Without so much as frowning, I crouched and crawled inside. For my sister, I would brave not just a sewer, but mountains of blades and seas of fire. 10 minutes later, I crawled out of the drainage outlet and set foot beyond the wall for the first time. Cold wind carried a bloody odor mixed with rust and decay straight into my face. The city behind me blazed with light, but only a waning crimson moon illuminated the wilderness. It stained the earth dark red, while terrifying roars echoed from the distance every now and then. So this was the world outside the wall. Half an hour ago, I wouldn't have survived 3 seconds here. Now, things were different. Like a player who had just obtained GM privileges, I only wanted to find a few monsters as quickly as possible and test the skill code I had modified. Come on out, little cuties. Who's going to be the first sacrifice to my absolute command system? I lowered my body and slipped into the brush ahead. According to the information I had found online, this area was mainly inhabited by F-rank ferocious beasts called wind wolves. A wind wolf was only a little larger than an adult husky, but its speed was astonishing. Its claws and fangs could easily tear open an ordinary person's throat. A newly awakened F-rank might not even defeat one alone. Once surrounded by a pack, escape was almost impossible. Danger also meant value. A wind wolf's pelt and claws could sell for roughly 3,000 yuan at the Hunter's Guild. 300,000 meant 100 wolves. I licked my dry lips and waited patiently in the grass. A few minutes later, a faint rustle came from the front left. Here it came. My heart sped up. I wasn't nervous. Business was finally about to begin. A pair of eerie green eyes lit up in the darkness. Then a blue-gray wind wolf slowly emerged from the underbrush. Its body was sleek and powerful. Its nostrils flared constantly, and a low growl rumbled in its throat. Only one. It was probably a scout. The perfect target. The wind wolf locked onto my position and kicked off hard with its hind legs. I neither drew my blade nor tried to defend myself. I simply rose from the grass and raised my right hand toward it. A trace of confusion flashed through its bestial eyes. A fist-sized fireball appeared over my palm. Its light was dim and its temperature pathetic. It looked utterly harmless. The wind wolf even bared its teeth as if mocking me. But that was only the first one. A second, a third, a 10th, a 100th. In less than a second, more than 100 fireballs spread out before me, forming an impenetrable curtain of orange-red ammunition. The contempt on the wind wolf's face froze. F-rank fireball. Whose F-rank fireball could launch more than 100 shots in 1 second? Goodbye, brother husky. I swung my right hand forward. Have a taste of this. Fire in the hole. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 100 fireballs shot out simultaneously and merged into a destructive torrent that ripped through the night. The air ignited by force, and the shriek of the barrage made my eardrums ache. No matter how fast the wind wolf was, it could not evade saturation fire from every angle. It did not even have time to scream before the flames swallowed it completely. Boom! The explosion illuminated everything within 100 yards and brutally plowed a charred trench nearly 30 feet long through the earth. When the smoke cleared, only a tuft of curled, scorched wolf fur remained. Ding! F-rank ferocious beast wind wolf killed. EXP plus 10. Skill book drop detected. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the F-rank skill, leap. Skill automatically recorded. A new icon appeared on the system panel, showing a tiny figure springing upward. Leap. F-rank consumes a very small amount of energy to propel the body a short distance upward or forward. Another seemingly worthless god-tier skill. Stacking limitless leaps would let me zigzag through the air until my enemies' scalps went numb from watching me toy with them. Not much damage, but maximum humiliation. I blew non-existent gun smoke from my fingertips, then looked at the charred trench. Now came the problem. The wind wolf had been blasted into scraps. How was I supposed to sell its pelt and claws? A miscalculation. I would have to control my output on the next one. A woo, a woo woo. Several wolf howls suddenly sounded in the distance, fury and killing intent woven through them. The explosion had alerted the entire pack. My eyes lit up. Buy one, get several free? Could I really be this lucky? Pair after pair of green eyes lit up within the dark forest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wind wolves in all. They closed in from different directions and sealed every escape route in the blink of an eye. The one in front was clearly larger, with darker fur and a more vicious gaze. An F-rank peak wind wolf alpha. It looked first at the scorch marks on the ground, then at me. Its wariness lasted only an instant before brutality replaced it. Good. You all came at once, so I won't have to find you one by one. I rolled my wrist, making my knuckles crack. Round 2. Begin. All 5 wind wolves lunged at once, turning into 5 streaks of blue-gray lightning that attacked from 5 vicious angles. I did not use the fireball Gatling gun again. There was no need to use a butcher's knife on chickens, and I certainly couldn't keep wasting valuable materials. I raised both hands. This time, only 5 fireballs appeared, each aimed at the trajectory of an attacking wind wolf. The alpha twisted sharply in midair and easily avoided the first. Just as it bared its claws, certain it would tear open my throat in the next second, a second fireball arrived at the exact spot where it was about to land. It dodged again. I added another shot. Hum, hum, hum. Fireballs came one after another like an endless volley of homing missiles. The alpha changed direction repeatedly, only to find every landing point blocked in advance. This was not the power of the skill. It was prediction, the combat instincts engraved into my bones. The other 4 wind wolves fell into the same predicament. They sprang and scrambled around like mice being toyed with by a cat, never once touching so much as the corner of my clothes. Game over. My gaze turned cold, and my rate of fire instantly doubled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense hail of fireballs sealed the last spaces available for evasion. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of burning fur rang out one after another. The 5 wind wolves crashed to the ground, howling, each bearing several charred wounds. They were still alive, but they had lost the ability to fight. I drew the machete and walked up to them one by one. My hand rose. The blade fell. F-rank ferocious beast, wind wolf, killed. EXP plus 10. F-rank ferocious beast, wind wolf, killed. EXP plus 10. F-rank peak ferocious beast, wind wolf, alpha, killed. EXP plus 20. Talent shard drop detected. Congratulations, host. You have obtained talent shard, speed of wind. A talent shard? I immediately opened the system panel. Talent shard, speed of wind. F-rank may be used to enhance an existing skill, causing it to develop a wind attribute mutation. Enhance a skill. My eyes fell on Fireball and Leap. I did not hesitate for even a moment. Fireball. Ding. Host has selected the skill Fireball for enhancement. Talent shard, speed of wind, F-rank, is fusing with skill, Fireball, F-rank. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. Your skill, Fireball, has mutated. A ring of pale cyan light now flowed around the tiny flame icon on the system interface. Windspeed Fireball. F-rank condenses fire and wind elements into a faster fireball with greater penetrating power. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. Had my Fireball Gatling gun just upgraded into a Windspeed Fireball Gatling gun? With both speed and penetration enhanced, its power would definitely amount to far more than 1+1. I closed the system panel, bundled up the 5 intact wind wolf corpses, and recovered one reasonably complete claw from the alpha I had blown to pieces. 300,000. Here I come. Jiangxing Hunters Guild. By early morning, the hall was already packed with awakened. Some were covered in blood, while others carried materials freshly removed from ferocious beasts. The metallic smell of blood filled the air. The moment I entered with a bulging burlap sack on my back, quite a few eyes turned toward me. I couldn't blame them. I was too young and too clean, completely out of place here. Well, look at this. What high school did this runaway come from? With skin that soft, he probably came looking for excitement and ended up wetting his pants. Several mercenaries cleaning their weapons burst out laughing. I couldn't be bothered with them and walked straight to the materials purchasing counter. The appraiser was a one-eyed middle-aged man. He lazily lifted his eyelid and jerked his chin toward the sack. What's in there? Wolves. I dropped the sack heavily on the counter and pulled it open. Rustle. 5 complete wind wolf corpses and 1 visibly thicker, sharper wolf claw tumbled out. The one-eyed man's remaining eye snapped wide open. The laughter behind me vanished in an instant. Everyone stared at the pile of corpses. 5 wind wolves, their pelts nearly undamaged. Aside from the final fatal blade wounds, only a few precise burn marks marred their bodies. That meant the hunter had maintained absolute control throughout the battle and had even accounted for the material's value in advance. Kid. The one-eyed man looked me over again. You did all this by yourself? Who else? The surrounding hall fell completely silent. I wore no awakened badge, nor did I exude the slightest aura of a powerhouse. Of course they wouldn't believe me easily. He must have gotten lucky and scavenged the leftovers from some expert. Yeah, that's probably it. Jealous whispers came from behind me. The one-eyed man gave me a long look, asked no more questions, and began inspecting the goods. 5 adult wind wolves. Pelts over 95% intact, claws undamaged. I'll pay the maximum price, 4,000 each. 1 claw from an F-rank peak alpha, 10,000. 30,000 in total. I frowned. The online purchasing price had clearly been only about 3,000 per wolf. The one-eyed man noticed my confusion and grinned, revealing yellow teeth. Kid, your goods were handled cleanly. You're a professional. The guild pays a 1.3 times premium for top-quality materials. If you get anything else this good, come find Uncle Long. Thank you, Uncle Long. The electronic transfer notification sounded moments later. The balance on my phone changed to 30,000.00. As I stared at that string of numbers, I finally released the breath I had held all night. My sister was saved. I put away my phone and turned to leave. Just as I stepped through the door, a luxurious ice blue hovercar glided silently to a stop outside. The door opened, and Xiaoning Shuang stepped out. She wasn't wearing her school uniform today. Her elegant, understated dress made her cool demeanor even more pronounced. My pace unconsciously slowed for a beat. I couldn't help it. This woman was devastating. One extra glance at her felt like forcibly raising my standards of beauty. Xiaoning Shuang had not noticed me at first, but just as we were about to pass each other, she suddenly turned her gaze my way. Her ice blue eyes did not linger on my face. Instead, they swept over my hands and clothes. Windwolf blood still stained them in places I had not cleaned properly. The faintest surprise flickered in her eyes. Yesterday, everyone had treated me as trash who failed to awaken. Yet this morning, I had appeared at the Hunters Guild wearing the blood of a beast from beyond the walls. The change had clearly exceeded her expectations. But she asked nothing. She merely withdrew her gaze and entered the guild. I rubbed my nose. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome man before. Of course, I said that only in my head. The senses granted by an S-rank talent truly were sharp. In the future, I would have to hide myself even more carefully around her. I did not linger and headed straight for Jiangxing First People's Hospital. When I paid the 300,000 yuan surgical fee at the cashier's window, both Dr. Zhang and the nurse stared at me in shock. Xiaoyang, where did you get so much money? I found it. I lied without blinking. The corner of Dr. Zhang's mouth twitched twice. In the end, he did not press me. He simply clapped me hard on the shoulder. Good kid. Don't worry. I'll personally operate on your sister and use the best medicine available. The red light above the operating room turned on. I leaned against the cold wall, and my body finally relaxed after an entire night of tension. I would earn more and more money, and I would cure my sister's illness. This was only the beginning. At that moment, a message from Wang Hao arrived. Brother Yang, Lin Fan sent Li Hu to investigate where you went last night. I just recorded this outside Class A. Be careful. A video was attached below the message. The footage had been taken through the back door of Elite Class A. The image shook a little, but the voices were perfectly clear. Li Hu stood beside Lin Fan's desk, disbelief plastered across his face. Brother Fan, I found out what happened. That kid really went to the Hunters Guild last night. He sold materials from 5 wind wolves and made 30,000. Smack. In the video, Lin Fan slammed a palm onto his desk. Impossible. How could trash who failed to awaken kill 5 wind wolves? He must have gotten lucky and found corpses somebody else left behind. That's what I think too. Li Hu hurriedly agreed. A piece of trash got lucky and made a little money, and now look how arrogant he's become. He even came to school with his back straight today. Lin Fan sneered and rose to his feet. Even if an ant occasionally crawls onto the table, it cannot change its fate of being crushed beneath a single finger. He tilted his head toward Li Hu. Come on, let's go meet this great Hunter Su. It's time he learned what fate really means. The video ended there. After watching it, I wasn't angry. Instead, I smiled. Fine. If they were in such a hurry to give me money, I would gladly take it. Once my sister's condition had stabilized after surgery, I returned to school, planning to research a few things in the library. I had just entered the tree-lined path beneath the academic building when a group blocked my way. Lin Fan stood at the front. Li Qian clung to his arm, her face still full of disdain. Well, if it isn't Su Yang. I hear you struck it rich. Lin Fan deliberately raised his voice, and passing students stopped to watch. I frowned slightly. Sure enough, trouble had arrived. What do you want? What do I want? He stepped in front of me and looked me up and down. I heard you got lucky, found a little money, and suddenly forgot who you are. Su Yang, I suggest you face reality. Li Qian folded her arms. Luck won't favor you forever. You and Brother Fan will always belong to 2 different worlds. The classic scene where the villains suddenly lost all intelligence. Couldn't they come up with something new? Are you finished? If so, I'm leaving. I'm busy. I moved around them, but Li Hu stepped sideways and blocked my path like a wall. Don't reject a toast just to drink a forfeit, kid. It's an honor when Brother Fan speaks to you. He rotated his wrist with a vicious grin. Brother Fan suspects that money came from somewhere shady. If you've got the guts, prove your strength. There it was. The dagger finally revealed after the map had been unrolled. I raised my eyelids. How do you want me to prove it? Li Hu thought I had taken the bait, and his grin became even more smug. Simple. The Academy's monthly combat assessment is next week. Do you dare make a wager with me? The stake is the 30,000 you earned yesterday. If you lose, the money belongs to Brother Fan. If you win, oh wait, you can't possibly win. An uproar rose from the surrounding crowd. Li Hu was an F-rank peak awakened with the talent, strength enhancement. He could kill a bull with one punch. And in their eyes, I had failed to awaken at all. This wasn't a wager. It was robbery and public humiliation. Lin Fan's smile grew increasingly cruel. He wanted to use the most direct method possible to trample the last shred of my dignity into the mud in front of the entire school. Well, trash, do you have the guts? Li Hu pressed another step closer. Everyone around us expected me to refuse, become furious, or even beg for mercy. I looked at them and suddenly smiled. Sure. I nodded, my tone calm. I accept. 1 week later, Jiangxing number 3's monthly combat assessment officially began. All senior students were gathered in the virtual combat training grounds. This would be our first major exam after awakening. Those who performed well would not only receive additional resources from the school, but might also be recruited early by a top academy. As for my wager with Li Hu, Lin Fan's deliberate publicity had already spread it across the entire grade. I stood in Class A's formation while gazes swept over me from every direction. Look, that's the loser Su Yang. I can't believe he actually showed up. He's risking his life against an F-rank peak like Li Hu for 30,000 yuan. Poverty must have driven him insane. 30,000? I heard it was 300,000. He put up the money that was supposed to save his sister. Holy crap. Seriously? Then he's as good as dead. Sympathy, pity, and delight at my misfortune were written across their faces. Lin Fan stood nearby, his smile growing more smug as he listened. He clearly wanted the entire school to watch me lose the money and have my dignity ground into the dirt along with it. Li Qian nestled against him, her eyes holding nothing but contempt and satisfaction when she looked at me. I couldn't be bothered with them. I kept my eyes closed and continued working through possible applications of leap in my mind. Brother Yang Yu. Wang Hao approached, his chubby face scrunched up like a bitter melon. I heard you bet the money meant to save your sister. Have you lost your mind? I opened my eyes and patted him on the shoulder. Relax. I know what I'm doing. You don't know shit. He stamped his foot anxiously. That's Li Hu. He's an F-rank peak with strength enhancement. He can punch through a steel plate. How are you supposed to fight him? I merely smiled. No matter how hard his fists were, they meant nothing if they couldn't hit me. The dean on the platform cleared his throat. The assessment begins. All candidates, enter your assigned teleportation zones. More than 100 pillars of light descended at once. My vision blurred, and I found myself standing in a mountainous forest with complicated terrain. Assessment scenario: Hunting Zone Number 7, Rocky Mountain Forest. Assessment objective: Hunt ferocious beasts and earn points within the allotted time. The 10 candidates with the highest point totals will be declared the winners. Notice, the zone contains 100 F-rank Ironhide boars, 10 F-rank peak tusked boars, and 1 C-rank elite berserk giant boar. I surveyed the terrain and pushed lightly off the ground. Leap. My body shot upward, landing atop a protruding boulder. With another thought, I sprang from the rock to a tree branch. I needed no running start, terrain did not matter, and there was no cooldown or cost. As long as I had enough footholds, I could keep jumping forever. Only when I watched the footage afterward did I learn that the giant screen outside the training grounds had been divided into more than 100 feeds, broadcasting every candidate's actions in real time. The principal, dean, and several senior instructors were also watching from the top-floor VIP monitoring room. The footage first showed Lin Fan and Xia Ningxuang actively hunting tusked boars. Then one instructor suddenly pointed to the corner of hunting zone number 7. Who is that student? Why is he bouncing around like a monkey? Every camera immediately focused on me. On screen, I raced through boulders and trees at high speed. Every landing hit a protruding rock or horizontal branch, and my body changed direction again and again in midair, almost leaving afterimages behind. The dean pulled up my profile. Name: Su Yang. Talent: none. Awakening failed. Uft. One instructor sprayed out his tea on the spot. Awakening failed? Old Zhang, are you sure that's right? Look at his movement technique, and you're telling me he's an ordinary person? From the recording, every instructor's expression was more colorful than the last. They obviously couldn't reconcile the high-speed figure on screen with the words "awakening failed" in my profile. At the time, I knew nothing about any of that. I was simply enjoying the thrill of leap. Woohoo! Liftoff. I completed a 720-degree Thomas flare in midair and landed steadily on a branch as thick as my arm. Its leaves shook only twice. Terrain meant nothing. Obstacles meant nothing. The entire forest had become my playground. Found one. Not far ahead, an ironhide boar was digging in the dirt with its head lowered. I did not use Fireball. The skill caused too much commotion and might not work well against a thick-skinned target. It would expose my position too early. Instead, I pulled a red brick from my backpack. 10 yuan each. I had bought 3 at a construction site. As an ordinary high school student who loved physics and architecture, it was perfectly reasonable for me to carry a few bricks around. I dropped silently from the tree. The ironhide boar sensed movement and whipped its head around. Smack! The brick traced a parabola through the air and struck its eye with perfect accuracy. The boar howled in pain. Taking advantage of that instant of rigidity, I leaped to the side and swept my machete across the relatively soft flesh of its neck. SHHK? Blood sprayed, and its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground. F-rank ferocious beast, ironhide boar killed. Points plus 10. Done. Job's over. I sheathed my blade and prepared to look for my next target. It was only later, when I watched the footage from multiple angles, that I discovered Xia Ningxuang had been standing in a huge tree not far away. She had only been passing through, but she happened to witness the entire process as I smashed the boar's eye with a brick and then slit its throat with my blade. The recording captured every change in her expression. For the first time, obvious emotion crossed that perpetually expressionless face. She stared at me, then lowered her eyes to the blood-stained brick as though verifying my identity all over again. Why did an ordinary person who failed to awaken possess a movement technique like that? And why was he so practiced that he carried bricks around with him? She never asked the questions aloud, but her eyes revealed every one of them. Suyang, you worthless trash. Get out here. A furious roar suddenly came from the other side of the forest. Li Hu charged through everything in his path. Bushes and loose stones went flying as the strength of an F-rank peak made him look like an out-of-control human tank. Xia Ningxuang frowned and seemed ready to leave this tedious farce behind. But in the next second, she stopped. Because not only did I remain where I was, I pulled a second brick from my backpack. I weighed it twice in my palm, searching for the most comfortable point from which to put force behind it. Li Hu charged toward me with murderous momentum. Yet the way I looked at him was hardly different from the way I had looked at the ironhide boar. The next pig destined to eat a brick had arrived. Trash. You're asking to die. Li Hu's eyes reddened as his foot slammed into the ground. Boom. His stomp left a shallow crater, and his entire body shot toward me like a cannonball. Strength enhancement was pushed to its limit. That fist could smash even an ironhide boar's skull. Voices from outside reached us through the training grounds broadcast system. Here it comes. Li Hu's savage bull charge. One hit from that, and the loser will be crippled even if he survives. The enormous fist filled my vision in an instant. I neither blocked nor retreated. Just as it was about to smash into the bridge of my nose, I lightly sprang upward. Leap. My body rose less than 2 feet off the ground. But those 2 feet were enough for Li Hu's fist to roar past beneath my soles. The wind from his punch fluttered my pant legs, and that was all. What? His fist struck nothing, and his momentum sent him stumbling forward. In the next instant, Li Hu twisted at the waist and spun into a sweeping roundhouse kick. The kick sealed off the direction in which I would normally have landed. Break! I was still in midair, yet my body suddenly sprang upward again. Leap! My second jump required nothing to push against, completely violating common sense. Yet I sailed neatly over his thick leg and floated to the ground on the other side. Li Hu's kick cut through empty air. The whole exchange looked exactly like a child playing leapfrog. The only difference was that Li Hu was the frog. The audience outside abruptly fell silent. In the video Wang Hao showed me later, the students' expressions changed from excitement to confusion, then from confusion to blank astonishment. In the VIP monitoring room, the instructor who had sprayed his tea earlier actually dropped his cup. That works. A double jump? No. There's no energy fluctuation around him whatsoever. This isn't a skill. Is that pure muscular explosiveness? A monster. The core strength in that kid's legs is monstrous. Xiaoning Shuang said nothing. She merely watched every one of my jumps, the confusion in her eyes growing steadily deeper. Clearly, she did not accept the explanation of pure muscular explosiveness. Li Hu, inside the battlefield, understood it even less. He watched me brush the dust from my pants. His face first flushed red, then twisted completely. Aff. Trash. I'll kill you. His fists, elbows, knees, and sweeping kicks all turned into afterimages that descended on me from every direction. Savage bull frenzy. Every blow carried a piercing sonic boom. Leap. 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 I zigzagged repeatedly through the gaps between his fists and feet. One step left, and a straight punch grazed my face. A spring to the right, and a sweeping kick passed beneath my feet. Forward, and his knee struck nothing. Back, and his elbow hit only air. Every one of Li Hu's attacks could have injured me severely, yet every single one missed by a few millimeters. He was like a boss who had emptied his entire skill bar and could only stand there raging. Meanwhile, I had activated an invincibility cheat and was taking a casual stroll through his attacks. Holy crap! Wang Hao's voice came from beyond the arena. Is that still the brother Yang I know? That's not a movement technique. That's freaking performance art. He shouted the final profanity with such force that the entire viewing area heard him. Before long, Li Hu was the first to give out. Gasp, gasp, gasp. He stopped attacking, braced his hands on his knees, and let sweat stream down his face. His stamina wasn't completely exhausted. His mind was simply on the verge of breaking. All his strength had gone into punching air, without even touching the corner of my clothes. Every additional swing drew more laughter from the audience. You jumping monkey. If you've got any guts, stop dodging. His voice was practically breaking into a sob. At last, I stopped and raised the brick in my hand. Actually, jumping isn't the only thing I can do. I can also hit people with bricks. Uffed. One person laughed first, and then the laughter everyone had suppressed for so long swept through the entire venue. Ha ha ha. A brick? Is he serious? Talk about rubbing salt in the wound. Li Hu's going to die of rage. This loser. No, what kind of expert is this guy? His style is way too outrageous. Through the transparent barriers surrounding the training area, I saw that Lin Fan's face had darkened to nearly black. He clenched his fists and shouted each word toward the arena. Li Hu. Cripple. Him. The final thread of Li Hu's reason snapped. Af. With a roar, his skin rapidly flushed blood red, and the muscles across his body swelled again. An aura far more violent than before erupted around him. Talent's secret art. Berserk, blood boil. By burning his life force, he could double his strength and speed for a short time. This was his desperate killing move. I want you dead. Li Hu became a blood-red blur and charged me again. This time, instead of throwing a punch, he spread his arms and closed them around me like a gigantic net. He staked all his remaining strength on this final embrace. There was no retreat and no intention of holding anything back. Unfortunately, he had bet on the wrong direction. Every normal evasion route had been sealed. He intended to use his absolute strength and speed to seize me, crush me, and squeeze the life from my body. The laughter in the viewing area stopped instantly. The blood-red shock wave struck my chest first, even sweeping loose stones from the ground. Li Hu's arms closed in from both sides, covering every possible route I could take by leaping forward, backward, or upward. In the footage I watched later, the principal shot to his feet, and Xiaoning Shuang's pupils contracted at that exact moment. Li Hu truly was astonishingly fast. But this was the opportunity one had been waiting for all along. By sealing every direction in which I could maneuver, he had also locked himself onto a straight line. I did not panic. Instead, I smiled. Finally, decided not to dodge. Good. I lowered the brick and raised my other hand. Then the game is over. Li Hu lunged at me on a bloody gust, his arms like a gigantic pair of pincers about to snap shut. Berserk Blood Boil had pushed his strength and speed to the peak of F rank. If he caught me, my bones would be crushed in an instant. Outside the arena, the principal had already rushed to the control console. I merely shook my head. That's it. Even after burning your life for speed, this is all you've got. The audio equipment broadcast my voice throughout the viewing area. Li Hu's face twisted completely, and his arms closed even faster. Just before his hands touched my clothes, I raised my empty hand. A fist-sized F-rank fireball appeared above my palm. Its light was dim, its temperature pitiful. Through the barrier, I could even see the ridicule on Lin Fan's face. In his eyes, the fireball could probably do no more than light Li Hu's cigarette. In the next second, that smile froze. Hum. It wasn't one fireball. It was 10, 100. Fireballs spawned densely from thin air. In less than half a second, they formed an orange-red wall of ammunition between Li Hu and me. Holy crap! Wang Hao's startled yelp voiced what everyone was thinking. Li Hu slammed to a halt. For the first time, fear appeared on his rage-consumed face. F-rank fireball. Whose fireball came by the wholesale lot. Game over. I pushed my arm forward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 100-plus fireballs did not merge into a torrent. Instead, they lined up and flew at Li Hu one after another. Thud. The first struck his chest. An F-rank fireball truly wasn't very powerful. Against Li Hu with his secret art active, it could not even break his skin. It merely burned a fist-sized hole in his expensive combat suit. Li Hu froze. That was it. Thud. The second struck his left shoulder, leaving another hole. Thud. The third hit his right shoulder. Thud, thud, thud. A fourth, fifth, sixth. The fireballs became welding torches with eyes, burning from his chest to his abdomen, then from his thighs to his calves. His expensive combat suit became riddled with holes in the blink of an eye, making it look like the exclusive uniform of a nine-bag elder from the beggar's sect. The entire venue was deathly silent. This didn't look like a fight at all. It looked more like a performance art piece staged specifically for Li Hu. Physical damage, practically zero. Psychological damage, maxed out. I'll kill you. Li Hu charged again through the fireballs. I simply increased the rate of fire by 1 level. Thud, 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 thud. A denser barrage plastered itself across his face and forced him backward. His hair was scorched, his face black as though he had just been blasted out of a coal mine, and his clothes hung in tatters. Ha ha! A girl in the stands finally lost control and laughed with a snorting squeal. Her laughter instantly ignited the whole audience. That's vicious. That move is way too vicious. Low damage, maximum humiliation. He's not just killing the man, he's destroying his spirit. Li Hu's cultivation heart is going to collapse. Lin Fan's face went from gloomy to livid, then finally deathly pale. Every fireball that struck Li Hu was like a slap landing on his face from across the arena. Even Li Qian took a step back, clearly wanting to distance herself from me. I stopped attacking, while the remaining fireballs continued hovering in midair. Do you concede? Li Hu opened his mouth, and a puff of green smoke drifted out. He looked at me, then heard the overwhelming laughter from the stands. His final psychological defense collapsed completely. Thump. His legs gave out, and he dropped directly to his knees. I concede. Ding. Negative emotion points from Li Hu plus 1,000. Ding. Negative emotion points from Lin Fan plus 1,000. A series of system notifications rang through my mind. It even had a function like this. It seemed I could stage a few more performance art pieces in the future. I dispersed the fireballs, walked up to Li Hu, and held out my hand. The wager. 300,000. Transfer it. Li Hu trembled all over, his face ashen. Wait. Lin Fan shoved through the crowd and approached the barrier, his expression terrifyingly dark. Suyang, do you dare claim you didn't use a prohibited drug or item? How could Trash who failed to awaken cast more than 100 fireballs in 1 second? He refused to accept his loss and even tried to turn the accusation against me. Everyone's gaze fell on me again. After all, what they had just witnessed truly defied common sense. Where's your evidence? I asked. The fact that trash like you can do this is all the evidence anyone needs, Lin Fan declared righteously. He even swept his gaze around deliberately, trying to pull the other students to his side. Oh, I looked at the proctor beside the arena. Sir, I request a physical examination. Also, I wish to report someone for openly gambling during the assessment, attempting to renege on the wager, and slandering another candidate. With a single sentence, I kicked the problem right back to Lin Fan. His expression changed on the spot. The proctor was just about to speak when a massive explosion suddenly sounded deep within the forest. Rumble. The entire virtual training ground shook violently. An aura of brutality far beyond F rank swept after it, crashing over everyone like a tsunami. Warning. Warning. Energy anomaly detected in hunting zone number 7. D rank ferocious beast, giant rock lizard detected. All candidates must evacuate immediately. Repeat. All candidates must evacuate immediately. The shrill alarm resounded throughout the arena. A D-rank, ferocious beast. Every student's expression changed instantly. It was not something people at our stage could fight. The crowd turned and fled. Lin Fan no longer had time to continue harassing me and rushed toward the exit with a pale face. Only Xia Ningxuang remained atop the canopy, staring toward the source of the aura. Giant rock lizards were famous for their defenses. Their entire bodies were covered in rocky armor that even an ordinary C-rank attack might not penetrate. She was clearly preparing to act, and by time for the other students to evacuate. I walked against the fleeing crowd and headed deeper into the forest. A D-rank ferocious beast. High defense. Plenty of health. Wasn't this the perfect target for testing unlimited skills? Moreover, the higher the rank, the more valuable the skill books it dropped. Fear? None. But I genuinely could not suppress my anticipation. Xiaoning Shuang looked back and saw me. Her entire body visibly froze for a moment. Judging by her expression, She probably had only one question left. Had this guy lost his mind? Rumble. The ground shook violently, as though an earthquake had struck the training grounds. The aura of a D-rank beast bore down on us, and the students who had been watching the show moments earlier dissolved into chaos. Run! Hurry! D-rank! Why is something like that here? Help! I don't want to die. Everyone rushed toward the sole exit. Screams, sobs, and the noise of people shoving one another mixed together as survival instinct completely overwhelmed reason. Lin Fan pushed through the crowd and ran faster than anyone. Li Qian even lost a shoe, yet still did not dare stop to retrieve it. I alone walked against the current. Lunatic! That loser has gone insane. Someone ran past me, screaming so loudly his voice nearly cracked. I did not explain. I merely stared at the rapidly approaching aura ahead. High above, Xiaoning Shuang's white dress fluttered, and her expression was more solemn than I had ever seen it. The training grounds had provided information on the beasts. Giant rock lizard, D-rank intermediate, renowned for its absolute defense. Its rocky shell could withstand a full power strike from an ordinary C-rank awakened, while its strength was enough to trample this simulated forest to pieces. Even if Xia Ningxuang used her S-rank talent, she could probably freeze it only briefly, not truly kill it. She had already been preparing to organize the evacuation, but paused for an instant when she saw me. Boom! The final wall of rock shattered. A massive beast more than 16 feet tall entered our view. Heavy stone armor covered its entire body, making it resemble a moving hill from a distance. Roar! Its roar whipped up a foul gale. Several students who had been slow to flee bled from the ears and nose before collapsing unconscious. Its murky eyes, each as large as a lantern, swept across the field and quickly locked onto the only speck that had not fled. Me. Not bad. Big enough, and it looks like it can take a beating. I tilted my head back to assess it, already calculating the possible profit. If a D-rank beast dropped a skill book, this trip would truly make me rich. The giant rock lizard clearly could not tolerate an ant standing at its feet and provoking it. With a hiss, it lifted an enormous foot and stomped down viciously. Its shadow instantly blotted out everything overhead. I raised my hand. A wind speed fireball appeared from thin air, became a streak of light, and struck the sole of the giant rock lizard's foot with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! Flames burst outward. Only a tiny scorched patch remained on its sole. Damage, approximately 0. Its defense really is decent. I nodded and lightly sprang backward before the huge foot came down. Leap! My body retreated 10 feet like a weightless feather. Boom! The massive foot struck the earth, sending cracks exploding outward. Its first attack missed, and the giant rock lizard furiously lashed its tail. The thick appendage, covered in bone spikes, swept toward me with an astonishing attack range. Leap! I sprang upward, flipped over the giant tail, and landed steadily on top of it. High above, Xiao Ningxuang visibly froze. What happened next was even more outrageous. Leap! 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 Starting from its tail, I jumped all the way up its back, then from its back to its shoulder blade. With one final 720-degree spin, I landed firmly on top of the giant rock lizard's head. The whole process had flowed without the slightest pause and looked as effortless as a walk through my own backyard. The giant rock lizard thrashed its head and tail wildly and even slapped its own body with its claws, yet it never managed to touch me. Holy crap! Wang Hao's voice came from far away. He had clearly escaped to a safe distance, yet had turned back to watch. His mouth hung open wide enough to fit a light bulb. Is Brother Yang walking the dog? Judging by the video I watched later, Xiao Ningxuang was also completely dumbfounded. She understood combat better than an ordinary student, so she knew even more clearly how unreasonable this scene was. I ignored inertia and needed nothing to push against. Every jump was so precise it seemed calculated in advance, yet no energy fluctuation could be detected. This wasn't a normal movement technique. It was the most absurd possible humiliation of the laws of combat. Roar! After I bounced back and forth atop its head, the giant rock lizard's fury finally reached its limit. It suddenly stopped moving, and all the rocky armor across its body lit with earthy yellow light. An aura as heavy as a mountain erupted. Innate skill. Earth-shaking tremor. Oh no! Xiao Ningxuang blurted. Rumble! With the giant rock lizard at the center, the ground undulated like waves. Cracks spread madly outward, and even the simulated dome groaned under the violent shaking. Broken stones and metal components poured down like a rainstorm. The students who had not yet escaped the training grounds were thrust into immediate danger. A piece of the dome the size of a truck fell toward a group of girls frozen in terror. Xiaoning Shuang did not hesitate. Her figure flashed in front of them. A blast of cold surged into the sky. Ice wall, a gigantic wall of ice, several yards thick, rose from the ground and met the falling boulder head-on. Crack! The ice wall held for less than a second before web-like fractures spread across its surface. Bang! The entire wall exploded. The tremendous force sent Xia Ningxuang flying, and blood splattered across her white dress. She had shielded the students from the first impact, but suffered severe injuries herself. The boulder had only been slowed slightly and was still falling toward them. I triggered leap repeatedly beneath my feet and shot from the giant rock lizard's head into the air. Hey, are you done playing? My voice passed through the chaos and reached Xia Ningxuang's ears clearly. If this keeps up, my precious EXP pinata is going to get smashed. Hey, are you done playing? My voice cut through the earth-shaking roar. Xia Ningxuang had fallen to the ground, blood at the corner of her lips. She looked up at the giant rock lizard and saw me still standing steadily atop its enormous head. If this keeps up, my precious EXP pinata is going to get smashed. She froze for a moment, then pointed at herself, disbelief filling her eyes. I nodded. Yes, I meant her. Xia Ningxuang bit her lip. For the first time, clear embarrassment and anger appeared on her face. But the falling dome fragment gave her no time to act on it. The thing was as large as a truck and plummeting toward the girls below. I raised my right hand. Hum 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 hum. Hundreds of fireballs appeared from thin air, then converged and compressed under my mental control. In the blink of an eye, they fused into a crimson sphere more than 10 feet in diameter. Magma seemed to flow within it, and the heat distorted the surrounding air. Go! I flicked a finger. The gigantic fireball rose against the sky with a long trail of flame and struck the dome fragment with perfect accuracy. There was no violent explosion. The alloy fragment began melting at the point of contact, then vaporized. In one short second, the massive object capable of crushing several people disappeared from the air without leaving so much as a scrap. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The students who had narrowly escaped death all stared upward. Even Wang Hao's mouth hung open for a long time. Xia Ningxuang was stunned as well. The ice wall created by her S-rank talent had stopped the boulder for only 1 second. I had merely flicked a finger. Naturally, this was no ordinary F-rank fireball. Roar! The giant rock lizard erupted in absolute rage when I released such powerful energy from atop its head. Earthy yellow light circulated across its rocky armor as all its strength gathered in its thick tail. In the next instant, that tail swept across the top of its head. I did not dodge. Instead, I leaped forward and met it head-on. Xia Ningxuang's pupils contracted. She probably thought I had gone insane. SHHK? An instant before the collision, cold light flashed along the machete in my hand as it sliced precisely across the giant rock lizard's lantern-sized eye. But the blade did not cut its eyeball. It struck an inconspicuous demon fly perched on the lizard's eyelid. F-rank peak ferocious beast, one-eyed demon fly killed. Points plus 20. Ding. Special energy entity detected. C-rank skill book healing dropped. That was my true target. There it is. The skill book radiated gentle white light. I snatched it from the air as I fell and immediately issued a command. Learn. Ding. The skill healing is C rank, exceeding the system's current recording limit, FD rank. Warning. Forced recording will place an unknown load on the system. Continue. Continue. Boom. A warm current surged through my body, and all knowledge of healing and its applications was instantly branded into my consciousness. At that exact moment, the giant rock lizard's tail struck me directly. Bang! Like a baseball sent flying by a home run swing, I hurtled dozens of yards sideways and smashed heavily into an alloy wall before rolling to the ground. Suyong! Xia Ningxuang cried out despite herself. My chest was deformed, countless bones were broken, and my internal organs had ruptured. No ordinary person could have survived that blow. But the skill I had just obtained happened to be healing. As the smoke cleared, I braced myself against the wall and stood. Hiss! That actually hurt. A sphere of sacred white light appeared over my chest. Healing. My bones snapped back into place, and my damaged organs mended. In under 3 seconds, my deformed chest returned to normal and my breathing steadied. Xia Ningxuang went completely rigid. Wang Hao's eyes bulged round. I rolled my shoulders and looked at the equally dumbfounded giant rock lizard. All right, the warm-up is over. Now let's play a more exciting game. It's called Come Hit Me. A second, third, 10th, and 100th sphere of white light ignited in rapid succession. Layers of holy light stacked across my body until they seemed nearly solid. Infinite healing. Come on, hit me harder. Did you skip breakfast? I abandoned all evasion and defense and walked straight toward the giant rock lizard. Roar. It could not understand my words, but it could feel the provocation. Its massive feet stomped, its giant tail swept, and its sharp claws tore. Boom, boom, boom. Again and again, I was sent flying, crushed flat, and ripped open. Again and again, endless holy light restored me, and I stood as though nothing had happened. At the same time, hundreds of fireballs remained trained on its injured eye and bombarded it without pause. A single fireball inflicted limited damage, but infinite fireballs never stopped. An utterly absurd battle unfolded inside the training grounds. A D-rank beast frantically attacked a punching bag that simply would not die. While endlessly recovering its health, that punching bag slowly ground away the beast's life with the lowest ranked skill imaginable. Every time the giant rock lizard brought down a claw, it left another crater in the alloy floor. The moment one of my bones broke, white light rejoined the fracture. The instant its tail smashed me into the wall, the next round of healing had already descended. The more violently it attacked, the more steadily I advanced toward its injured eye. I could see the shock on Xiaoning Shuang's face. She had probably never imagined that someone could fight in such a shameless way. At last, the giant rock lizard's movements grew slower and slower. It released one final, unwilling wail before its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground. I had not defeated it with a single strike. I had exhausted it to death. D-rank ferocious beast, giant rock lizard killed. Points plus 1,000. I dispersed the holy light and fireballs, then let out a long breath. The system eliminated the skill's energy costs, but not the mental strain of controlling hundreds of skill units. I was just about to inspect the drops when a cold voice suddenly came from behind me. That was truly eye-opening, Su Yang. I turned around. At some point, Lin Fan had crept back and hidden in the shadows. He stared fixedly at the giant rock lizard's corpse and at me. Hand over whatever that beast dropped, and every secret you're hiding. Then you can die. As he spoke, I clearly saw the shadow behind him stretch and split into several razor-sharp tendrils. A-rank talent, shadow manipulation. Die trash. The shadow blade stabbed out simultaneously, sealing every route of escape from all directions. In the distance, Xiaoning Shuang saw the ambush and her expression changed at once. Don't. Shadow blades stabbed from different directions with astonishing speed. A savage, triumphant grin had already spread across Lin Fan's face. He thought the battle with the giant rock lizard had left me mentally exhausted and my aura weak, making this the perfect opportunity to strike. But that weakness had been an act for his benefit from the start. Finally, pretending to be tired while waiting for him to attack had taken more effort than fighting the beast. When the shadows were only an inch from my body, I raised my eyes. Sacred white light erupted violently from within me. One sphere, 10, 100, 1,000. Countless healings stacked in a single instant and condensed into an almost solid barrier of light. Sizzle. The shadow blades struck the holy light like black iron falling into concentrated acid. There wasn't even an explosion. They were purified and vaporized, leaving nothing behind. Lin Fan's vicious grin froze on his face. In the distance, Xiaoning Shuang's alarmed cry also stopped abruptly. I straightened and let the holy light wash over my entire body. The injuries I had deliberately preserved healed in the blink of an eye, returning me to peak condition. I forgot to tell you something. I rolled my neck and smiled at Lin Fan. It seems my healing doesn't have a cooldown either. Every trace of color drained from Lin Fan's face. Of course, he knew how much mental power a C-rank healing consumed. A normal healer needed to rest after using it 3 times in succession, yet I had illuminated more than 1,000 spheres of holy light simultaneously. To someone who judged victory through attrition, this was more terrifying than any attack. A-rank talent, shadow stealth. He did not issue another threat. His body immediately transformed into an insubstantial black shadow and dove toward the darkness on the ground. Only thinking of running now. Leap. My figure flashed from its original position. I landed in front of the shadow he was about to merge into and stomped down. Bang! Lin Fan rebounded from stealth as though he had struck a wall and stumbled backward. It's time to end the game. I raised my hand. This time, neither fireballs nor holy light appeared. Instead, I produced the most basic F-rank, water ball. Hundreds upon thousands of clear water spheres hovered in the air, refracting cold light. Lin Fan froze for a moment, then looked as though he had suffered and even greater humiliation. Waterball. Suyong, are you humiliating me? No, I shook my head. I'm showing you what despair feels like. The moment I finished speaking, every water sphere froze simultaneously. Freeze. The water spheres transformed into sharp icicles in the blink of an eye. This was neither Waterball alone nor Freeze alone. It was the infinite stacking of two different skills. More than 1,000 icicles turned to face him at once. Go! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The icicles became a storm of death. Shadow Shield. Lin Fan fearfully summoned a shield formed from highly concentrated shadows. One icicle wasn't powerful. Even 10 or 100 might not break the shield immediately. But my attack would never stop. Crack. In less than half a second, fractures spread across the shadow shield. Bang. The shield exploded. Aya. The storm of icicles swallowed Lin Fan instantly. Their sharp tips pierced his limbs and pinned him spread-eagled against the wall. More icicles swept close to his body and shredded his expensive combat suit into strips. I controlled the damage perfectly. It hurt, but it would not kill him immediately. I dispersed the icicles, walked up to him, and pulled the familiar red brick from my backpack. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply, and his voice began to tremble. You can't kill me. My father is Lin Tianhao. He's a Jiangxing councilman. Oh, I nodded and swung the brick. Smack. The sound was crisp and melodious. Lin Fan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. This time, he did not even have a chance to scream. His entire face went blank. Ding. Extreme resentment and fear from Lin Fan. Negative emotion points plus 9,999. I weighed the brick in my palm with satisfaction. See? You should have cooperated from the start. Kill you? Don't flatter yourself. The little EXP you're worth doesn't even interest me. Not far away, Xiaoning Shuang had watched everything from beginning to end. Her expression had changed from shock to numbness. Infinite healing. A fusion of water ball and freeze that became a storm of 10,000 swords. And finally, a brick to deliver the finishing blow. I knew this combination did not make me look particularly normal. Urgent footsteps soon approached from the distance. Nobody move. We're the academy guard. More than a dozen instructors and guards in black uniforms charged into the training grounds, then stopped as one. A D-rank giant rock lizard lay dead on the ground. The A-rank prodigy Lin Fan was pinned to a wall, covered in blood, and I stood in front of him with a blood-stained brick still in my hand. It was admittedly easy to misunderstand. The leading instructor immediately barked, Suyong, drop your weapon. You are under arrest on suspicion of maliciously inflicting serious injury on a fellow student and conspiring with the god-devouring cult to summon a ferocious beast. He did neither. A cool voice came from behind me. Dragging her injured body, Xiaoning Shuang walked step by step until she stood beside me. Her white dress was covered in blood and dirt, yet her back remained perfectly straight. I saw everything with my own eyes. Student Su Yang single-handedly killed the berserk D-rank beast and saved every student present. She looked at the unconscious Lin Fan, and her gaze turned cold. As for Lin Fan, he attacked student Su Yang from behind after Su Yang had exhausted his strength, intending to murder him and steal his treasure. I, Xiaoning Shuang, swear upon my honor as an S-rank talent holder that every word I have spoken is true. The guards looked at one another, and an uproar erupted around us. The moment Xia Ningxuang finished her oath, the scene fell completely silent. Everyone looked at the two of us. One was the loser who had just exhausted a D-rank beast to death in the most absurd way imaginable before pinning an A-rank prodigy to a wall. The other was an S-rank talent holder and the eldest daughter of the Xia family. Now, she stood in front of me while I held a brick, staking her own honor to testify on my behalf. The leading instructor's expression changed several times in succession. He looked at Lin Fan on the wall, then at Xia Ningxuang, clearly afraid to make the decision lightly. One was an A-rank prodigy and a councilman's son. The other was an S-rank prodigy and the daughter of a corporate dynasty. This conflict was already beyond his authority to handle casually. Student Xia, this is a serious matter. Student Lin Fan has suffered severe injuries, and we must. A serious matter? Xia Ningxuang stepped forward, cold spreading around her. Do you find my word untrustworthy? Or, in your eyes, does a treacherous scumbag who ambushed a fellow student deserve your protection more than the hero who saved every candidate here? Cold sweat appeared on the leading instructor's forehead. No, of course not. He stopped arguing and immediately waved to the guards behind him. Take Lin Fan away for treatment. I will report everything that happened here truthfully to the school committee and let them decide. After speaking, he looked at me again. Student Su Yang, we may need your cooperation with the subsequent investigation. I shrugged. Investigate all they wanted. Ideally, they would broadcast it live, so I could perform a hand-cast forbidden spell for the entire nation while they were at it. The guards pried Lin Fan off the wall and carried him away. Only after they disappeared did the oppressive atmosphere slowly dissipate. The students who had survived the disaster looked at me again, and their gazes had changed completely. Awe, fear, curiosity, and barely concealed fervor. Trash? If I counted as trash, what did that make them? Brother Yang. Wang Hao half ran, half stumbled over, and wrapped both arms around my leg. I thought you were dead for sure, Brother Yang. Boo-hoo. You're my god. Black lines filled my forehead as I kicked him away. Get away from me. You wiped snot all over my pants. After brushing the dust from my pant leg, I turned towards Xiaoning Shuang. Her face remained pale, and the bloodstains across her white dress were painfully conspicuous. Thanks. If she had not stepped forward, I would have faced a heap of trouble afterward. Xiaoning Shuang shook her head. She looked at me, her lips moving several times. She clearly had many questions she wanted to ask. Why did my F-rank skills have no cooldown? How had I used healing to withstand a D-rank beast? Who exactly was I? Every question was written in her eyes, but in the end, she asked none of them. Instead, she took a jade vial from her spatial bracelet. Your injuries. These are third-grade Qi restoration pills. They help with internal injuries. Her movement as she offered me the medicine was a little stiff, and the faintest blush colored the tips of her ears. I looked at the jade vial, then at her. This woman was rather interesting. She was clearly injured more badly than I was, yet she worried about me first. Instead of accepting the pills, I stretched in front of her. Crack. My bones released a series of crisp pops. Holy healing light ignited over my chest and rapidly traveled throughout my body. The last bruises and internal injuries vanished instantly, and my aura returned to its peak. Xiaoning Shuang's hand froze in midair, another fracture appearing in her icy expression. I grinned. I won't need the pills. It'd be a waste. But thank you anyway, Madam Class President. I turned and crooked a finger at Wang Hao. Fatty, let's go home. Judging by the way the air behind me suddenly grew colder, Xiaoning Shuang had probably realized I was being at least somewhat deliberate. When I returned to the rental, I immediately entered my sister Su Shue's room. She remained peacefully asleep, her breathing steady. After confirming that my sister was all right, I transferred the first 300,000 I had earned in the assessment to the hospital account to cover additional fees. Then I sat cross-legged on the bed and began taking inventory of my gains. Absolute command system. Host me. Realm, awakened F rank, peak. Recorded skills. Fireball, F rank. Leap, F rank. Healing, C rank, recorded under overload. Waterball, F rank. Freeze, D rank. A constantly changing number also occupied the corner of the panel. Negative emotion points, 11,999. More than 11,000? Most of it came from Lin Fan and Li Hu. It seemed performance art could not only hurt my enemies, but also provide me with resources. The true highlight, however, was the reward I received for killing the giant rock lizard. Ding. Host has independently killed a D-rank life form for the first time. Milestone reward triggered. Reward 1. Minor increase to all attributes. Reward 2. System privileges unlocked. New function activated. Reward 3. Special item D-rank talent shard. Solid rock obtained. I immediately focused on the second reward. Boom. The system interface shook violently. Countless data streams flashed past before condensing into an ancient bronze furnace. Skill furnace. Function description. Place any 2 or more recorded skills inside and consume a certain amount of energy to fuse them. The fusion result is unknown. It may raise a skill's rank, mutate it, or even create an entirely new skill. Notice 1. Fusion has a chance of failure. If it fails, the skills placed inside will disappear. Notice 2. The higher the rank and rarity of the skills, the more energy the fusion will require and the lower its success rate, but the greater the potential reward. Notice 3. Adding special materials such as talent shards can greatly increase the success rate, with an extremely small chance that the fused skill will carry an embryonic trace of law. According to the outline, that was something one needed to comprehend to advance beyond S rank and enter the throne realm. As long as I had enough resources, the skill furnace could potentially open a direct road to the divine realm for me. Calm down. A meal had to be eaten one bite at a time, just as a road had to be walked one step at a time. First, I would complete my first fusion. Activate the skill furnace. Ding. Activating the skill furnace for the first time requires an energy source. D-rank talent shard, solid rock, detected within host possession. It may be used as the core energy source for activation. Use it. Use it. The talent shard transformed into an earthy yellow stream of light and merged directly into the bronze furnace. Ancient patterns across the furnace lit one by one. Ding. Skill furnace activated. Please insert the skills to be fused. Healing was C rank and could not be touched for now. Waterball and freeze already worked well together. That left only fireball and leap. One was an attack and the other was a movement skill. What could two completely unrelated skills possibly create? To hell with it. Fortune favors the bold. System. Fuse fireball and leap. Ding. Fusion skills selected. F rank, fireball, F rank, leap. This fusion is estimated to consume 1,000 energy points. Success rate, 75%. Begin fusion, 1,000 energy points. I looked at the energy bar. It held only 100 out of 100. Ding. Insufficient energy. External resources may be converted. Convert them. I took out all the crystals and potions I had received as the assessment's first place reward. Ding. F rank energy crystals X10 detected. May be converted into 500 energy points. Ding. F rank vitality potions X5 detected. May be converted into 250 energy points. Even after adding together everything I owned, I still had only a little over 800 points and was more than 100 short. Gritting my teeth, I also selected the 300,000 in cash that Lihu had paid me as a conversion target. Ding. Blue star currency detected. May be converted into 150 energy points. Ding. Energy sufficient. Begin fusion. Begin. Fuse them. Rumble. The bronze furnace began operating. The crimson orb representing fireball and the cyan orb representing leap were cast into the furnace simultaneously. Flames blazed inside it, and the system interface flickered as though it might collapse at any moment. This was everything I owned. If it failed, I would truly be back where I started overnight. Time passed little by little. At last, the furnace stopped shaking and a dazzling beam of light erupted from within. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the brand new D-rank mutated skill. Explosive Flame Sparrow. A D-rank mutated skill. Explosive Flame Sparrow. The moment the skill took shape, two completely different energy pathways appeared within my body. One belonged to fireball, scorching, and explosive. The other came from leap, light, and agile. They intertwined in my energy center and ultimately condensed into a crimson rune that seemed almost alive. I opened my eyes and raised my right hand. Orange-red flames appeared from thin air, but instead of forming a sphere, they rapidly stretched and took shape above my palm. A moment later, a palm-sized bird of flame hovered over my hand. The texture of every feather was clear, its lines naturally streamlined, and even a glimmer of intelligence danced within its tiny eyes. This was Explosive Flame Sparrow. Holy crap! I evolved straight from rolling meatballs to becoming a master sculptor? Its improved appearance was not the important part. I could sense that the energy contained within this firebird was at least 10 times that of a fireball of the same size. With the slightest thought, the firebird spread its wings, took flight, and circled my body. Acceleration, sudden stops, zigzag reversals. Every change of direction carried the trajectory of leap, and it obeyed my control completely. Isn't this basically a flying sword from an immortal cultivation novel or a sci-fi funnel cannon? It could automatically seek enemies and change course repeatedly in flight. The tactical value of this skill went far beyond increasing explosive power. I had the flame sparrow stop on the windowsill, circle a table corner, and return through the crack in the door. Not once did I lose control. Fireball provided the explosion, while leap supplied more than simple movement. It supplied the logic for secondary course changes that could be written directly into the flames. As long as my mental power kept up, it could even correct its trajectory repeatedly before impact. I had to test it immediately. I left a note for my sister and headed straight for the school's advanced training grounds. This facility was not open to ordinary freshmen. It contained military-grade high-strength alloy targets. An attack needed to reach at least C rank to leave a mark on one. As I entered, a muscular upperclassman had just thrown a punch. Boom. The alloy target released a tremendous noise, and the number rapidly locked into place. Combat Power Evaluation, C rank, early stage. Holy crap. Senior Zhao Gang has gotten stronger again. That punch must have carried 10,000 kilograms of force. No wonder he's the powerhouse ranked 98th on the combat power ranking. His D-rank talent, Stone Skin, is practically a bug. He can stand still and let a D-rank beast attack without breaking his defense. Zhao Gang withdrew his fist and basked in the praise surrounding him. Only when I entered the training area did every gaze turn toward me. Huh? Isn't that the loser who failed to awaken? What's he doing here? Did he take a wrong turn? I heard something major happen during yesterday's freshman assessment. A D-rank beast appeared, and Lin Fan was badly injured. Seriously? Why him? Zhao Gang frowned as well, his disgust unconcealed. I ignored the discussion and walked straight to an unoccupied C-rank testing target. It was time for the official product launch. I raised my hand. The exquisite little firebird appeared above my palm once more. What is that? Fire element. The shaping is decent, but the energy fluctuation is F-rank peak at most. He wants to attack a C-rank alloy target with that thing? Is he going to polish it? Zhao Gang folded his arms and scoffed. Go! Whoosh! The explosive flame sparrow became a streak of crimson light and shot forward. Instead of traveling in a straight line, it traced an S-shaped path through the air, circled virtual obstacles, and finally struck the bullseye with perfect accuracy. Boom! An explosion more violent than Zhao Gang's earlier punch erupted. A fireball more than 10 feet wide expanded over the bullseye, and the heat wave became a visible shock wave. The students standing nearby were forced several steps back, their hair curling in the intense heat. The training grounds fell silent. The test reading climbed wildly. F-rank, D-rank, D-rank peak. Combat power evaluation, C-rank early stage. One flame sparrow rivaled the full power strike of a C-rank awakened, and it was only the first completed specimen I had created. Using the same structure, I could replicate a second or 100 at any time. Quantity had never been a problem. This is impossible. The arrogance on Zhao Gang's face froze completely. I did not look at him. I simply stared at my palm while reviewing the trajectory I had just used. Its power was decent, but its path wasn't flexible enough. Next time I could try a flame sparrow drift or a boomerang sparrow. Kid, Zhao Gang stomped forward, earthy yellow light rising from his body. What kind of sorcery was that? Don't think a few opportunistic tricks give you the right to look down on everyone. Before genuine power, those gaudy little gimmicks of yours are worthless. I raised my eyelids. Oh, is that so? That calm question only enraged him further. I challenge you. Zhao Gang pointed at me, his voice resounding throughout the training grounds. We'll wager all our cultivation resources for this month. Do you dare accept? An uproar rose around us. The man ranked 98th on the combat power ranking was actively challenging a freshman. It was blatant bullying, but that suited me perfectly. Someone was volunteering to deliver resources. Refusing them would be an insult to my system. The wager's too small. I'm not interested. I shook my head. Zhao Gang thought I was afraid and immediately grinned viciously. If you're scared, kneel, kowtow to me, and admit you're trash. What I mean is, I raised 3 fingers. Let's make it more interesting. If I win, you'll avoid me whenever you see me in the training grounds. And you'll bark like a dog 3 times in front of everyone. The entire venue erupted. Zhao Gang's face instantly flushed red, veins bulging across his forehead. Fine, fine, fine. I want to see how an ant like you plans to shake this wall. I accept. If you lose, you'll break both your arms and get out of Jiangsheng number 1. I nodded and walked directly into the combat area. At some point, Xiaoning Shuang had appeared beside a window in the second-floor observation room. She told me later that she had been watching from the moment I entered the training grounds until I released the explosive flame sparrow. She had initially determined that Zhao Gang's stone skin improved both physical and elemental resistance, while earth countered fire. In her judgment, this would be a difficult battle for me to win. At the time, I only saw her hand resting on the windowsill, her gaze never leaving the arena. Zhao Gang activated his talent, and heavy stone armor rapidly covered his entire body. Come on, loser. He crooked a finger at me. Let's see whether that little bird of yours can even tickle me. As you wish. I raised my hand. Hum 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 hum. 10 explosive flame sparrows took shape simultaneously, forming a magnificent array of fire before me. Go. The 10 flame sparrows shot toward Zhao Gang from 10 different angles. Bring it on. He crossed his arms and stomped heavily. C-rank combat art, immovable as a mountain. Boom. An earthy yellow shield formed instantly. Bang 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 bang. All 10 flame sparrows struck the shield at once, and violent flames completely swallowed Zhao Gang. When the fire dispersed, he remained completely uninjured. Not even a single crack marked the heavy shield. That's it. Zhao Gang lowered his arms, his eyes once more filled with contempt. Gaudy tricks are utterly useless before my absolute defense. Now it's my turn. The flames dispersed completely. Zhao Gang remained in his original position. The earthy yellow shield had dimmed only slightly. That's it. Gaudy tricks are utterly useless before my absolute defense. Now it's my turn. The spectators immediately began to talk. See? F rank is still F rank. No matter how many tricks he pulls, he can't touch the power of a C rank expert. Senior Zhao Gang's stone skin, combined with immovable as a mountain, can't even be broken by a D rank peak beast. What could that kid possibly use against him? Looks like his mouth finally got him into trouble. Making Senior bark like a dog? Let's see how he gets out of this. I cleaned out my ear with one finger. Zhao Gang's turtle shell really was tough, more durable than yesterday's giant rock lizard. But 10 not being enough did not mean 100 wouldn't be. It seems I incorrectly estimated the defenses of a C-rank expert. I nodded with complete seriousness. I apologize. Zhao Gang froze, then roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. You finally realize your mistake? Too late. Prepare to lose both arms. Trash. No, I shook my head. I'm apologizing for treating you so casually just now. Flames appeared above my palm again. A second sphere, a third, a 10th. 10 explosive flame sparrows swiftly took shape. Zhao Gang was about to mock me, but my movements did not stop. The fire element throughout the training grounds went completely berserk. 20, 50, 100. Explosive flame sparrows appeared one after another and wheeled densely around me. The temperature rose sharply, and heat constantly distorted the air. Every student who had been mocking me closed their mouth. What the hell is that? Does he have infinite energy inside him? The smile also vanished from Zhao Gang's face. The heat radiating from over 100 firebirds already made him instinctively sense danger. 100 should be about right, shouldn't it? This was my first time creating a spectacle on such a scale, so I genuinely lacked experience. I controlled each flame sparrow individually. They separated into 10 layers in the air, their angles staggered front to back. The first layer would wear down the shield from the front, the second would strike the same point, and the remaining 8 would pour through once a fracture appeared. This was not 100 attacks thrown down at random. I had assembled them into a continuously exploding drill. What if I used too much firepower and made my senior cry? I gave him a friendly smile. Senior, is your turtle shell hard enough? Go. I pressed my palm downward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 100 explosive flame sparrows dove simultaneously. Crimson streaks sealed every angle, from all directions, above and below. No. Zhao Gang finally panicked. Immovable as a mountain. Hold, damn you. He poured all his energy into the shield. One flame sparrow could make its surface ripple. 10 could make it shake. But when 100 attacks comparable to C-rank early-stage strikes hit the same point within 1 second, the result was completely different. Boom. The first flame sparrow struck the shield. Boom, 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 boom. The remaining 99 followed immediately. The explosions merged into a continuous roar, and flames swallowed the center of the training grounds. Shock waves swept outward like a hurricane. I had not allowed the 100 flame sparrows to explode simultaneously without order. Every layer detonated within the opening created by the previous shock against the shield. The moment Zhao Gang tried to stabilize, immovable as a mountain, the next wave of firepower scattered the converging earth element once more. He wasn't enduring one C-rank attack. He was taking 100 precise bombardments without a breath between them. Every vibration across the shield disrupted his defensive rhythm a little more. Fall back. Defend. Put up your defenses. The watching students scrambled backward and summoned shields one after another, barely preventing the aftermath from blowing them away. In the second-floor observation room, Xia Ningxuang gripped the windowsill tightly, her ice-blue eyes filled with the sea of fire. The final flame sparrow went out, and the scene inside the arena became visible again. A scorched crater more than 30 feet across had appeared where Zhao Gang stood. He knelt on one knee at its bottom, his body blackened, his clothes in tatters, and his lungs heaving for breath. His arms remained raised in a defensive posture, but the recoil had already split his skin. Broken earth elements continuously fell between his fingers and turned into dull gravel upon hitting the ground. The earthy yellow shield known as an absolute defense had been blasted apart by brute force. Not a single sound remained in the entire venue. I dispersed the flames, and a faint dizziness washed through my mind. The system eliminated energy costs, but it did not take over the precise control of more than 100 individual skill units. Mental power truly was my greatest weakness at the moment. I walked up to Zhao Gang. Senior, can you honor our wager now? Will you bark 3 times first, or crawl a lap around the training grounds first? Zhao Gang suddenly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. I haven't lost. He forced the words through clenched teeth. I haven't lost yet. F. Violent, yet sinister, earthy yellow energy erupted from inside him. Black patterns crawled across his skin as his muscles rapidly swelled and tore, then healed under the stimulation of that energy. In only 1 second, his aura skyrocketed from C-rank early stage to C-rank peak. That's a blood-burning secret art. He's lost his mind, an upperclassman cried in alarm. He was burning his blood essence and life force for temporary power. At best, his realm would fall. At worst, he would die on the spot. I want you dead. Zhao Gang lost all reason, became a blur, and drove a fist toward my head. Too fast. Controlling the flame sparrows had consumed a great deal of mental power, and my reaction was half a beat slow. The fist filled my vision in an instant. Clang. The sound of shattering ice crystals suddenly rang out. A wall of ice erupted from the floor and appeared before me with pinpoint timing. Boom. The fist struck the ice wall, and cracks instantly spread across its entire surface, but it also neutralized every bit of the deadly force. Everyone looked up simultaneously. The floor-to-ceiling window of the second-floor observation room had opened. Xia Ningxuang stood before it, her white dress and long hair lifted by the evening breeze. She had intervened. The ice wall stood before me, covered in cracks, but it had stopped Zhao Gang's desperate punch. The entire training ground was silent. Everyone looked up at the second floor. Before the floor-to-ceiling window, Xia Ningxuang's white dress fluttered and the evening breeze lifted her long hair. Simply by standing there, she commanded everyone's attention. The Xia family's eldest daughter, holder of an S-rank talent, had personally intervened in an upperclassman duel for my sake, the publicly recognized loser. The message could not have been clearer. Zhao Gang stared fixedly at her, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred, but ultimately did not dare attack again. Besides, he had no opportunity left. The backlash from his blood-burning secret art began. His swollen muscles rapidly withered, and his C-rank peak aura plummeted. His body swayed twice before he dropped to one knee and vomited black blood mixed with fragments of his organs. The academy guards soon arrived. This time, they showed no contempt when they looked at me. The leading instructor even gave me a courteous nod before ordering his team to carry the unconscious Zhao Gang away. Thus ended a duel worthy of a place in the school's history. I rubbed my throbbing temples. My mental power was still too weak. 100 flame sparrows were enough to make me dizzy. I needed to find a skill that could refresh my mind in the future. Otherwise, my infinite skills might burn out my brain before killing the enemy. By the time I looked up again, the second-floor window was empty. I was preparing to leave when a cool, clean fragrance suddenly reached me from behind. I turned and found Xia Ningxuang standing only 3 steps away. She still wore her usual cool expression, but her ice-blue eyes remained fixed on me. Shock, curiosity, scrutiny, and a faint, barely visible trace of admiration all hid within her gaze. The surrounding students craned their necks, hardly daring to breathe. I smiled first. Madam Class President, even your entrance comes with different background music from everyone else's. Thanks for that save just now. Her lashes fluttered slightly. She clearly hadn't expected me to say that first. After a brief silence, Xia Ningxuang got straight to the point. 3 days from now is the registration deadline for teams entering the academy tournament. I nodded and waited for her to continue. I'm entering. My team still needs a damage dealer. She raised her eyes, her expression completely serious. Student Suyong, would you join my team? Boom. The people around us erupted on the spot. Xia Ningxuang, who had rejected every admirer in the school and couldn't even be bothered to look twice at elite geniuses from other academies, had personally invited an F-rank freshman onto her team. Countless looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred instantly stabbed toward me. Even I was a little surprised. I won a fight and immediately got a wife. No, wait. A teammate? The protagonist treatment was getting a little obvious. Why me? That was the question everyone around us wanted to ask. Because you're strong, she answered simply and directly. Your combat style is unique. I need a teammate like that. I like dealing with intelligent people. She had not looked down on me because the records called me F-rank. She believed the battle she had witnessed with her own eyes. All right. I nodded. I'll join. The school's open-air cafe. Xia Ningxuang and I sat across from each other while at least half the school secretly watched from nearby. An F-rank loser sitting with an S-rank prodigy truly looked like a hallucination from every angle. Why don't your skills have cooldowns? The moment we sat down, Xia Ningxuang asked the most important question. She stared fixedly at my face, clearly unwilling to miss the smallest change in expression. I lifted my coffee and took a sip. The classic interrogation scene. At a time like this, the answer needed to be half true and half false, enough to explain what she had seen without genuinely revealing the system. You can think of my awakened talent as something rather unusual. It has no combat power of its own. Its sole function is optimization. Optimization? She frowned, clearly hearing the concept for the first time. Exactly. I snapped my fingers. When an ordinary person casts Fireball, they must gather energy, construct the model, and finally launch it. My talent can optimize that process to its limit and eliminate every unnecessary step. So from the outside, it looks as though there's no cooldown. The explanation actually sounded somewhat reasonable. Xia Ningxuang began thinking seriously. As a member of an elite corporate family, she knew the world contained many support talents with strange functions. Once she accepted the concept of optimization, she could fill in the remaining anomalies on her own. I nearly laughed aloud. Top students really were easy to fool. Give them one technical term, and they would construct the entire theory themselves. Next time, I could tell her about multithreading and asynchronous calls. Ningxuang, I've been looking everywhere for you. So this is where you were. A slightly arrogant voice interrupted our conversation. The newcomer wore a top-of-the-line custom combat suit. He was handsome and held a bouquet of gorgeous, ice crystal roses. People nearby immediately began whispering. Qin Feng, the eldest young master of the Qin family. He ranks 7th on the combat power ranking and has the A-rank talent, Nobleman of the Wind. He's been pursuing campus beauty Xia forever, but she's never once treated him warmly. Qin Feng had eyes only for Xia Ningxuang. Only after reaching our table did he frown as though he had just noticed me. Who are you? An F-rank? Ningxuang, why would you sit with trash like this? Aren't you afraid of dirtying your eyes? Xia Ningxuang's expression turned cold instantly. Qin Feng, show some respect. Student Su Yang is now my teammate. Teammate? Qin Feng laughed theatrically. You're taking an F-rank into the academy tournament? Ningxuang, do you want to be eliminated early? He walked in front of me and looked down from above. Kid, I don't care what sweet lies you use to deceive Ningxuang. Disappear from her sight immediately. Otherwise, I can't promise you'll still be able to walk out of the school gates tomorrow. A naked threat. Before I could speak, Xia Ningxuang had already risen. Bone-chilling cold spread from her body as though the surrounding air might freeze. Qin Feng, I'll say this one more time. He is my teammate. My affairs are not yours to control, and certainly not the Qin family's. Qin Feng's face turned ugly. The tension was stretched to its limit, yet I suddenly laughed. I stood and patted Qin Feng twice on the shoulder. Senior, that's not how you pursue a girl. Look at you. Your face is perfectly presentable, so how did your brain fail to meet the system requirements? If you want to impress her, threats alone won't accomplish anything. You need to offer something real. Qin Feng froze at my words. What do you mean, something real? I pointed at the ice crystal roses in his hands, then at Xia Ningxuang. The class president has an S-rank ice talent. Giving her a bouquet of ice is like giving bottled water to an Olympic swimmer. What's the difference? There's no originality at all. This is how you should do it. I raised my right hand. Orange-red flames rose from my palm and rapidly took shape under my control, ultimately becoming a lifelike rose. Explosive flame sparrow, shaping modification. See that? A song of ice and fire, the appeal of contrast. That's romance. I waved the flame rose in front of Qin Feng, then turned and offered it to Xia Ningxuang. Madam Class President, I look forward to working with you. The entire cafe fell silent again. Qin Feng's face had turned the color of raw liver. Xia Ningxuang looked at the dancing flame, then at me. Her normally calm gaze clearly wavered for an instant. Finally, she extended her hand and accepted the rose. The flame brought only warmth, not the slightest burn. It wasn't just a trick. It proved that my energy control had already reached an astonishing level of precision. All right, she answered softly, but a blush colored the tips of her ears. I turned back and smiled at Qin Feng. Learn anything, senior? Without waiting for his answer, I invited Xia Ningxuang to leave so we could continue discussing the tournament. Qin Feng remained where he was with his expensive ice crystal roses, looking exactly like a clown abandoned by the entire world. Ding! Extreme resentment and jealousy from Qin Feng. Negative emotion points plus 10,000. After we had walked some distance, Xiao Ningxuang lowered her eyes to the flame rose in her hand. You aren't afraid of offending the Qin family? Of course I am. I shrugged. That's why I'm clinging tightly to your thigh, Madam Class President. Her steps halted, and the temperature in her cheeks clearly rose again. Xiao Ningxuang took a breath and forced her tone back to its usual coolness. Our objective in this academy tournament must be the championship, because the final reward is extraordinary. She stopped, her expression more serious than ever. It's a leaf that fell from the world tree. According to legend, it can cause a skill below D rank to undergo a trace of law mutation, a leaf from the world tree. The moment I heard those words, my heartbeat quickened by half a beat. Law was the power one had to touch in order to advance beyond S rank and into the throne realm. An ordinary genius might spend an entire lifetime without ever reaching its threshold. Now, an opportunity for a skill below D rank to undergo direct law mutation sat right before me. This was no ordinary reward. It was plainly a ticket to a higher level of existence. Xiao Ningxuang was equally determined to obtain that leaf. Don't worry, Madam Class President. I quickly suppressed my excitement and thumped my chest. For the championship and the world tree, I won't shirk my duty. As she watched my righteous performance, a rare trace of amusement surfaced in her eyes. 3 days later, Jiangxing No. 1's annual academy tournament officially began. The central martial arena roared with noise as tens of thousands of students filled the stands. Dozens of gigantic light screens hovered overhead, broadcasting the battlefield from every angle. Look, Senior Qin Feng. He's 7th on the combat power ranking, with the A-rank talent, Nobleman of the Wind. He's so handsome. Over there is Senior Li Mo, the second-year chief. His blade technique has reached perfection. And campus beauty Xia. My God, she's gorgeous today too. Cheers and screams rose in wave after wave. Xiao Ningxuang, Wang Hao, and I stood in a corner of the competitors' area. Wang Hao looked at the imposing upperclassmen around us, his palms sweating from nerves. Yang, my legs are going a little weak. Fatty swallowed. 1 F rank, 1 D rank, and 1 S rank goddess. Are you sure our team isn't here as comic relief? His D rank Earth defense was decent in an ordinary class, but here, he really did look as though he had been added just to fill out the numbers. What are you afraid of? I patted him. Did you forget our team name? Wang Hao lowered his eyes to the badge on his chest. Special Ops Carry Squad. His chubby face immediately collapsed. Judging by his resentful gaze, he strongly suspected I had recruited him solely to execute him publicly. On the main platform, the dean began announcing the groups. Group A, Captain, Qin Feng. Members. Group B, Captain, Li Mo. Members. One powerful team after another was introduced, and the atmosphere grew steadily tenser. Group D, Captain, Xiao Ningxuang. Members. Wang Hao and Su Yang. The venue fell silent for 1 second, then erupted into discussion. Campus beauty Xiao really brought 2 deadweights. Who's Wang Hao? D rank? That's not bad. Wait, Su Yang? That F rank loser. An S rank taking an F rank into the school-wide tournament? What kind of performance art is this? The light screens displayed our profiles. My talent rank, F, was enlarged until everyone could see it clearly, and ridicule and boos immediately poured down from the stands. This is hilarious. I thought he must have used something impressive to beat Zhao Gang, but his file still says F rank. Not far away, Qin Feng laughed without restraint. Ningxuang, do you see now? That's the wonderful teammate you chose. With trash like that, I doubt you'll survive the first round. Wang Hao's face reddened with fury. Xiao Ningxuang's expression turned cold as frost silently gathered around her. I felt nothing in particular. I even adjusted my hair while facing the light screen. The aggro meter was already maxed out. The tournament organizers truly understood showmanship. All participating teams, prepare for teleportation. At the dean's command, the teleportation array in the center of the arena abruptly lit. 100 teams and 300 competitors entered the light in succession. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, my feet touched the ground again. We had arrived in a primeval jungle. Ancient trees blocked the sky, and the air smelled of damp soil and rotting vegetation. Ferocious beasts roared in the distance every now and then. The first elimination round venue, the simulated secret realm, forest of 10,000 beasts. The rules were simple. Killing monsters in the secret realm earned points. Defeating other competitors allowed you to seize the points in their bracelets. Once someone's points fell to 0, they would automatically be teleported out. Yang, what do we do? Wang Hao immediately raised an earthy yellow shield, and scanned the surroundings warily. Xia Ningxuang also frowned slightly, clearly sensing the danger hidden around us. I placed a hand on each of them, made a quieting gesture, and closed my eyes to summon the system. I had not been idle over the past 3 days. Using the resources I won by challenging Zhao Gang, together with energy earned from several minor missions at the Hunters Guild, I had fused 2 new skills. Smoke Bomb. F rank creates smoke that obstructs vision and perception. Slide Step. F rank quickly slides a short distance in any direction, ignoring terrain. Individually, they were the elite fighter jets of garbage skills. But in my hands, the effect was completely different. All 3 of our point bracelets suddenly flashed red. A mechanical electronic voice immediately echoed throughout the Secret Realm. Secret Realm-wide announcement. The location of Group D, Special Ops Carry Squad, has been locked. Coordinates, 754,881. Hunting Alliance, bounty activated. Any team that defeats this group may divide all its initial points and receive an additional bounty of 5,000 points. The announcement played 3 times in succession. Wang Hao's face instantly turned pale. What the hell? They're broadcasting our location and offering a bounty. That's cheating. This whole thing is rigged. Xia Ningxuang's face also darkened. There was no need to guess. Lin Fan or Qin Feng was behind this. They had bribed the tournament's technical staff and never intended to let us compete normally from the very beginning. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The announcement had barely ended when dense footsteps and energy fluctuations came from the surrounding jungle. Found them. They're here. Those 5,000 points are ours. Go. Don't let them escape. More than a dozen teams emerged from the shadows in succession, nearly 50 people in total. They closed in from different directions and trapped us in a clearing in the blink of an eye. Less than 3 minutes after the beginning, the entire Secret Realm had come to hunt us. Let's fight them. Wang Hao roared and pushed his shield to its maximum. Ice crystals rapidly condensed around Xia Ningxuang as she prepared to use her true trump card. I placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't rush. The approaching students treated us as prey, greed written across every face. But as I looked at them, I smiled. Let's play a game first. A game called Hunter and Prey. Nearly 50 upperclassmen closed in from every direction. Wang Hao pushed his D-rank earth talent to its limit, raising a thick earthen wall from the ground. He shouted about fighting to the death, but could not stop his hands from trembling. Xia Ningxuang was more direct. 3 sharp icicles had already condensed between her fingers, and the pressure of her S-rank talent caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. She was clearly prepared to pay a price and tear an opening by force. I placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't rush. I know this kind of high-level lobby, targeted by the whole map from the start. Both of them looked at me as though asking, "You're joking at a time like this? Follow my instructions." I swept my gaze across the tightening encirclement. Fatty, lower the earth wall. Use your most basic shield and stand still. Madam Class President, dismiss your skills too. Save your strength. You'll have plenty to do later. Confusion covered Wang Hao's face. Without the wall, won't we become sitting ducks? Xia Ningxuang said nothing, but every question was visible in her eyes. Trust me, only 2 words. She gave me a long look, then actually dispersed the icicles. Wang Hao could only grit his teeth and remove the earth wall, leaving a thin earthen shield around the 3 of us. The people surrounding us immediately burst into laughter. That loser is scared stupid. He actually lowered his own defenses. He saved us the trouble. Get them, everyone. Take them down, and we'll split the 5,000 points. The entire encirclement charged, and dozens of glowing skills flew at us from different directions. At last, I raised my hand and snapped my fingers. Snap. Pop. Gray-white smoke exploded beneath our feet and rapidly swallowed all 3 of us. F-rank skill, Smoke Bomb. Ha. Does he plan to choke us to death with a smoke bomb? That's his trump card? I'm laughing so hard I'm about to cry. A lightning element student charging at the front doubled over laughing, but still fired a bolt of lightning mercilessly into the smoke. In the next instant, pop, 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 pop. 1, 10, 50, over 100 smoke bombs appeared simultaneously and exploded at the exact same moment. Within a second, impenetrably thick gray smoke covered nearly 1,000 yards around us. The students charging in saw their vision turn white. Then they could see nothing at all. This was not ordinary smoke. After more than 100 skill effects stacked, sight, hearing, and even mental perception were suppressed to their limits. What's going on? I can't see anything. Damn it. This fog can block perception. The people who had regarded themselves as hunters moments earlier instantly became headless flies. Shouts rose one after another. and everyone began guarding against the empty air beside them. Wang Hao and Xiaoning Shuang were equally blind, but they did not need to see. The game begins. My voice reached both of their ears clearly. Madam Class President, warm up first. Straight ahead, at your 7 o'clock, 43 feet away. A wind user is preparing a wind blade. Interrupt him with an icicle. Xiaoning Shuang asked no questions. She raised her hand and launched an icicle. Whoosh. The icicle cut through the dense fog. Ag. A brief scream came from the target's direction. Ding. Group D has defeated one member of Group C, 17 points plus 50. The bracelet's notification clearly startled Xiaoning Shuang. It had truly hit. Inside smoke that even S-rank perception could not penetrate, I had accurately reported the enemy's direction, distance, and action. Fatty, there's an Earth user 10 feet behind and to your right. Don't worry about him. He can't break your defense. Bang. Sure enough, Wang Hao's shield shook once, but he remained completely unharmed. Holy crap. Yang, are you some kind of immortal? No, I laughed. Just a player who's rather good at the game. Whoosh. Faint light appeared beneath my feet, and I silently slid several yards sideways, vanishing into the deeper smoke in the blink of an eye. F-rank skill, slide step. A movement skill universally considered useless changed completely once it had neither cooldown nor cost. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. I activated slide step repeatedly, racing through the smoke in directions and rhythms that followed no pattern. The people trapped inside could not see me. They heard only the whoosh of displaced air coming from all around, sometimes distant and sometimes close. Who's there? One student shouted fiercely to conceal his fear. I silently slid behind him and lightly patted the back of his neck. Pat. He spun around in terror, but I had already vanished again. Madam Class President, 9 o'clock. The one I just frightened. Freeze his feet. Cold raced swiftly across the ground. Ag. My feet. Nicely done. I immediately switched targets. Fatty, 16 feet straight ahead. Ram him with your strongest headbutt. You got it. Wang Hao had already bottled up a stomach full of anger. He lowered his head and charged. Bang. A woo. Ding. Group D has defeated one member of Group A, 09 points plus 80. After that, I separated, harassed, and marked the enemies one by one. Xiaoning Shuang handled the precision strikes, while Wang Hao rammed people head-on. They did not need to locate targets or judge the battle. They only had to trust the coordinates I gave them. The trapped students faced the exact opposite situation. They could not touch the corner of my clothes and could only endure ambush after ambush within the dense fog. As their points were emptied, white lights ignited one after another and teleported them out. This was not an evenly matched battle. It was an all-you-can-eat point harvest. And I was the only one who could see the buffet table. I was also the only one who could decide who came next. Only when I watched the tournament footage later did I learn that the world outside the secret realm had fallen equally silent. The audience could see only dozens of light points surrounding Group D. Then a gigantic gray region erupted across the map. Within that gray area, the light points of other teams went out one after another. Group D's points skyrocketed. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000. In only a few minutes, we surged from our initial 1,000 points to more than 50,000 and charged directly into the top 10. Am I seeing things? What happened? Did the system bug out? In the recording, the dean's mouth hung open, while Qin Feng's vicious smile slowly transformed into horror. Inside the battlefield, the final enemy also became white light. I was about to disperse the smoke when the sky suddenly darkened. Black droplets began to fall in a steady drizzle. The moment the rain touched my skin, the fire element in the air became sluggish and inert. I tried forming a flame rose over my fingertip, but the fire flickered weakly as if it might go out at any moment. This is... Xiaoning Shuang's expression also changed. Annihilation Rain. It can massively suppress all elemental energy. Both my fire and her ice had been weakened by at least 70%. The greatest advantage we had just established was forcibly neutralized by this rain. Black rain fell from the gloomy sky. It did not feel wet like ordinary rain. It was more like invisible shackles. The droplets seeped into my body and made even my cells feel heavy. It's annihilation rain. Xiaoning Shuang tried to condense an ice crystal over her fingertip. The cold that normally appeared at a thought now moved as slowly as a mobility scooter stuck in traffic. It took ages to form even a tiny crystal, and its power had dropped severely. This is a special natural disaster that suppresses elemental energy over a wide area. Even though it's only a simulation, it will weaken elemental skills by at least 70%. She looked at me, her concern obvious. In her judgment, nearly all my power came from those absurd fire skills. With fire suppressed, we had lost our greatest source of strength. My shield's turning into wet paper too. Wang Hao's earthy yellow shield grew dimmer in the rain, ripples constantly spreading across its surface. Some hunters, who had not been eliminated, remained nearby. They quickly realized that elemental skills had been restricted, and their fear rapidly turned to delight. Ha! The heavens are helping us. His fireballs are gone. Now he's just a tiger without teeth. Elements may be useless, but we still have our fists. Take them down. They tightened their grips on their weapons and closed in from every direction. Each wanted to return the humiliation they had suffered 100-fold. Yang! Wang Hao's forehead was drenched in anxious sweat. Xia Ningxuang clenched her hands, also preparing for close combat. I caught several drops of black rain and carefully sensed the suppressive force within them. A version update that directly banned mages? The game's designers certainly knew how to manufacture entertainment. Madam Class President, Fatty, don't be nervous. I rolled my neck, making my bones crack. Who says a mage can't play a physical build? Faint gray light appeared across my skin. F-rank skill, Harden. It could only improve physical defense by a small amount, and was so weak that most awakened couldn't be bothered to look twice. Harden. The muscular man leading the charge nearly laughed himself to tears as a fist the size of a clay pot flew straight at my face with a roar of wind. But the skill continued. HUM. 1 layer, 10, 100, 1,000. Tens of thousands of hardened stacks piled up rapidly. My skin changed from its normal color to stone gray, then black iron, and finally developed a crystalline luster like diamond. Simply standing where I was, my body exuded an indestructible weight. This was my first time stacking armor on myself, so I lacked experience. I would try 10,000 layers first. Die! The muscular man's fist arrived. Clang! A deafening sound like colliding metal exploded through the forest. A woo! Immediately afterward came a scream so loud it nearly tore his throat apart. The bones in the muscular man's fist had twisted completely, and his entire arm dangled limply. Not even a strand of my hair had moved. I raised a diamondized finger and flicked the cheek he had struck. Ding! The sound was crisp and bright. That's it. Senior, did you skip breakfast? That little strength isn't even enough for a proper massage. Every approaching footstep stopped. Everyone stared at me as though they had seen a ghost. Using my face to shatter the knuckles of a C-rank expert had admittedly exceeded their understanding. Xia Ningxuang's eyes widened as well, her lips parting slightly. Was this the third or fourth time I had forcibly reformatted her understanding of combat? I had lost count. All right, warm-up's over. I sensed my current defensive strength, then charged toward the densest part of the crowd. No movement technique and no elements. At that moment, I was a human-heavy tank with no brakes. Dinner is served. Boom. The first student in my path had no time to react before I struck him head-on and sent him flying. He spat blood in midair, his points fell to 0, and he vanished in white light. Stop him. Stop him now. Don't let him reach us. 7 or 8 people attacked simultaneously. Physical strikes, restriction skills, and weapons all hammered into my body. It was useless. Beneath 10,000 layers of harden, their attacks could not even make me pause. Bang, 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 bang. I crashed into the crowd. Every collision and casual swing of my fist broke another student's bones and tendons, sending them screaming out of the match in flashes of light. This could no longer be called a battle. It was a one-sided traffic accident. Stay back. You're a monster. The survivors finally broke. They dropped their weapons and turned to flee. I stopped amid the wreckage and brushed non-existent dust from my body. Being a mage was more fun after all. Physical builds consumed too much stamina. In the future, I could research infinite, strength blessing, and stack my offenses well. I was about to turn around and claim some praise when someone suddenly walked from the jungle's shadows. Black clothes, a handsome face, and a cold smile at the corner of his lips. Lin Fan. 4 teammates followed behind him, each possessing an aura far stronger than an ordinary student. Su Yang, I must admit, you always manage to surprise me. Lin Fan surveyed the surrounding wreckage, his gaze finally settling on my diamondized body. After a brief flash of surprise, he returned to his usual triumphant arrogance. Unfortunately, a physical turtle shell means nothing before me. As he finished speaking, his 4 teammates split up and occupied 4 different directions. Cold, viscous power poured from their bodies and traced enormous black runes across the ground. Shadow prison. Clatter. The surrounding shadows came alive and became dozens of pitch-black chains that shot into the sky. In an instant, they formed a spherical prison with me trapped at its center. I tried slamming into the chains. Clang. The seemingly insubstantial chains were abnormally tough. A strange force circulated across their surfaces, absorbing and dispersing the full power of my charge. Pure physical attacks had been neutralized. Lin Fan stood outside the prison, watching me like a trapped beast in a cage. Suyang, you won't escape this time, not even with wings. I'll make you die screaming through endless torture. Suyang, it feels strange, doesn't it? Lin Fan stood outside the prison, his smile cruel and composed. Your strength, your defense, and everything you're so proud of are meaningless within this domain of rules. The so-called power you built by stacking 10,000 F-rank skills is nothing but a joke before a true A-rank talent. His 4 teammates guarded different directions and continuously fed power into the shadow prison. Their gazes held no caution when they looked at me, only pity for a man about to die. I punched the chain before me. Clang. A force capable of shattering a C-rank expert's bone struck it, yet the chain did not even shake. All the kinetic energy seemed to fall into a bottomless abyss, absorbed and dispersed by a strange power. It's useless. Lin Fan shook his head as though watching an ignorant child. The essence of Shadow Prison is banishment. Every form of energy impact will be banished into subspace. Forget you. Even a genuine C-rank peak expert trapped inside could do nothing but wait to die. Outside the prison, Xiaoning Shuang stared at the shadow chains, her expression growing colder. Her tense expression made it clear that Lin Fan wasn't exaggerating. Those chains were more than energy constructs. They contained an embryonic trace of law, a domain that only rare talents of A rank or above could possibly touch. Yang. Wang Hao started charging over behind his earth shield, but Xiaoning Shuang grabbed him. Don't go near it. You'll be devoured with him. While the two of them panicked outside, I grew calm. Energy absorption and spatial banishment. It certainly sounded advanced. But ultimately, wasn't it just a layer of magic immunity? Magic immunity did not equal physical immunity. I extended a finger, knocked twice on a chain, and carefully listened to the dull sound that returned. Then I raised my head and looked at Lin Fan. Student Lin Fan, how good is the soundproofing on this cage? He frowned. Rambling before your death? No, no, no. I wagged a finger. I'm just afraid your screams will be so loud in a moment that they'll frighten the flowers and plants outside. As soon as I finished speaking, I bent my knees, lowered my body, and assumed a charging stance. One of Lin Fan's teammates laughed aloud. He plans to ram the prison open with charge? Did a donkey kick him in the head? His strongest punch was useless. What could one D-rank movement skill possibly change? Lin Fan smiled again as well. You've run out of tricks. Suyang, is this your limit? Even confusion surfaced in Xiaoning Shuang's eyes. I did not explain. First form. D-rank skill. Charge. My body surged forward, and my shoulder struck the chain head-on. Bang. I rebounded exactly as I had come, while the prison remained completely still. Laughter came from outside. I rolled my shoulder and lowered my center of gravity again. Second form. Another charge, and another rebound. Third form. Fourth form. 100th form. The skill had no cooldown and consumed no energy. My body began charging repeatedly at a frequency beyond the limits of sight, striking the exact same point on the chain every time. Afterimages soon filled the area. This was not simple repetition. It was accumulation. If the kinetic energy from one charge wasn't enough, I would use 10. If 10 weren't enough, I would use 100 or 1,000. What is he doing? He's insane. That guy has completely lost his mind. Lin Fan's smile gradually vanished. He didn't understand what he was seeing, but instinct already warned him of danger. Increase the power output. Crush him. His 4 teammates exerted their strength simultaneously, and the chains became even darker. But it was already too late. The 1,000th charge was completed. Clang. This time, the prison failed to swallow the kinetic energy silently. Instead, it released a crisp wail. An almost invisible fracture appeared at the point I had struck repeatedly. Xiaoning Shuang's eyes suddenly widened. She clearly understood. I was not using an element, nor was I using energy to clash directly against the rules. I was using the most primitive form of physical inertia. The prison could banish one charge. It could banish 100 or 1,000 as well. But when the momentum from 10,000 charges was stacked onto a single atom-sized point within an extremely short time, the prison's banishment throughput would be forcibly overloaded. It was like a network cable that could theoretically download any file. But I was shoving a full terabyte through it in a single instant. There could be only one outcome. The cable burned out, and the server exploded. No, impossible. At last, terror appeared on Lin Fan's face. Nothing is impossible. I continued accelerating, my eyes shining like burning stars. Before absolute mass, even the fanciest laws are only paper tigers. Student Lin Fan, listen carefully. This move is called the Sacred Sword of Physics. Break. The 10,000th charge was complete. Boom. Time seemed to stop for an instant. The shadow prison began cracking at the point of impact, and black fractures spread across the entire sphere in the blink of an eye. Crack. Crash. The chains containing law shattered inch by inch and became countless black motes of light. I did not stop. My body carried all the kinetic energy accumulated by 10,000 charges. I became a streak of light that pierced the battlefield and shot directly at Lin Fan. Too fast. He had no time to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as my diamondized fist enlarged before his eyes. No. Just before my fist struck his face, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Snap. The black jade pendant engraved with the image of a demon god on Lin Fan's chest shattered on its own. Boom. Cold, brutal power erupted like a volcano, far beyond A rank and beyond the understanding of every student present. The black shockwave struck my body head-on. Ugh. My diamond body, forged from 10,000 layers of hardened, actually erupted with tearing agony. As if struck head-on by a meteor, I was sent flying backward. Boom. The black shock wave swallowed my body head-on. Agony that seemed ready to rip apart my soul swept throughout my body in an instant. My diamond skin, reinforced with more than 10,000 layers of hardened, released sounds of unbearable strain as countless fine cracks spread across its surface. I flew more than 100 yards and crashed heavily into the ground, plowing a deep trench along the way. Ugh. I spat a mouthful of golden blood with a diamond sheen. Cheating. That bastard Lin Fan was absolutely cheating. This was supposed to be the academy tournament, yet he had secretly pulled out a nuclear bomb to use against me. The man had no shame at all. The battlefield fell completely silent. Xiaoning Shuang and Wang Hao froze where they stood. Even Lin Fan's 4 teammates stopped moving. That power was far beyond our level, and everyone instinctively felt fear. Black mist continuously poured from the shattered pendant. It converged and twisted in midair, ultimately forming a blurry figure more than 30 feet tall. The phantom did not deliberately release its power, yet the entire forest of 10,000 beasts was already shaking violently. The black rain stopped. The wind stopped as well. Space seemed frozen into a block of amber. I tried to climb from the trench, but it felt as though a mountain pressed against my body. I could barely move even a finger. Only when I later watched the tournament footage did I learn that, at the same moment, the dean outside the secret realm had shot to his feet and cried out the level of that power. Throne rank pressure. The central martial arena instantly descended into panic. One instructor even recognized the symbol that flashed across the phantom's chest, the emblem of the god-devouring cult. Inside the secret realm, Lin Fan had recovered from the brink of death. He sensed the protection surrounding him. First he froze, then a sick, fanatical smile spread across his face. Suyang, do you see it? This is the chasm between us, one you can never cross. After speaking, he dropped to one knee before the phantom. We welcome the cult master. The phantom Lin Fan, called Cult Master, lowered its head. 2 eerie lights appeared on its blurred face. It ignored the kneeling Lin Fan and looked across the entire battlefield, locking directly onto me as I struggled to rise. An ancient, grand voice sounded within everyone's heart simultaneously. The anomaly must be erased. A finger slowly rose. Dark power condensed high in the sky, forming a gigantic finger that blocked the light and slowly pressed down toward my head. Space shattered wherever it passed, and even the rules of the secret realm withdrew before it. Once that finger fell, both I and 1,000 yards of land around me would be completely erased. No. Wang Hao's eyes reddened as he frantically activated his earth talent and tried to rush toward me. But the pressure of a throne pinned him in place. Forget charging. He couldn't even stand straight. All he could do was roar in despair. No one believed I could still survive. At that moment, Xiaoning Shuang moved. Her slender figure trembled violently beneath the pressure, yet little by little, she straightened. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and the skin beneath her combat suit split inch by inch under the force. But she did not retreat. S-rank talent. Ice Emperor bloodline burn. Indescribable cold erupted with her at its center. Her black hair became crystalline silver white in an instant as the power in the deepest reaches of her bloodline ignited completely. Xia Ningxuang forcibly broke free of the pressure, became a streak of blue light, and placed herself in front of me. She spread her arms and faced the gigantic finger of darkness capable of destroying everything with her own body. Absolute zero, eternal ice coffin. Crack, crash, absolute cold swept across heaven and earth. A gigantic ice coffin glittering with the radiance of law condensed from thin air and met the descending finger. This was her strongest trump card and the final attack of her burning ice emperor bloodline. I barely managed to lift my head. All I could see was her back. Her silver hair flew as blood covered her entire body. Yet with the frieliest-looking spine in the world, she held up a sky for me that would last only 1 second. Why? I could not understand. Why would this proud, distant class president, who always kept everyone at arm's length, go this far for me? Xia Ningxuang suddenly looked back. Amid ice shards filling the sky, she gave me a faint smile. At that moment, I understood what she meant. No one could touch a teammate she had acknowledged. An ant's will is meaningless. The cult master's phantom spoke again. The gigantic finger of darkness lightly touched the ice coffin. Boom! There was no earth-shaking explosion. The ice coffin containing the full power of an S-rank talent silently disintegrated into crystalline powder like a fragile piece of glass. The aftermath swept across Xia Ningxuang. Ugh! The smile froze on her face, and a spray of blood blossomed in the air. Like a butterfly with broken wings, her body fell helplessly backward. I used all my strength to raise my arms and caught her against my chest. Her blood was hot, soaking through my chest in an instant. Yet her body was rapidly growing cold, and her life force was draining away at a terrifying speed. Cough, cough. Xia Ningxuang struggled to open her eyes. For the first time, vulnerability and apology appeared in those normally cool eyes. I'm sorry. I think this is as far as I can help you. Her head fell to one side, and she lost consciousness completely. The world suddenly went silent. Wang Hao's cries, Lin Fan's wild laughter, the roar of the collapsing secret realm, all sound receded from me. I could feel only the warmth in my arms disappearing and see only the glaring red stain across my chest. The finger of judgment descended a second time and had already reached the space above my head. Death was within reach, yet I slowly raised my head. There was no fear and no despair. Only one kind of calm remained inside me. An insane calm capable of burning the entire world. System, aren't you called absolute command? Now I order you. Take fireball, harden, charge, smoke bomb, slide step. Take every skill I possess. F rank, D rank, C rank. Leave nothing behind. Fuse them all. Every one of my senses narrowed onto the body in my arms as it gradually grew cold. Blood soaked my clothes, its heat branding itself into my soul like a hot iron. Xia Ningxuang's life force was dissipating rapidly. The face normally cold as frost held no color whatsoever. Those eyes always filled with distance and pride were tightly shut, and specks of ice still clung to her lashes. Like a snow lotus about to wither. Why? She was the daughter of the Xia family, an S-rank talent holder, a heaven-blessed prodigy admired by everyone. I was only an orphan who had crawled from the mud. Why had she taken that attack for me? The young woman's smile as she looked back through the ice-filled sky surfaced in my mind once more. Because we were teammates? Boom. Rage erupted from the deepest part of my heart, like a volcano dormant for billions of years. Games, high-level lobbies, tactical deception. To hell with all of it. Now, there was only one thing I wanted to do. Kill that pretentious thing in the sky. The finger of judgment had already crushed space and reached the top of my head. I raised my eyes, and my voice exploded across the sea of my consciousness. System, listen carefully. I'll say this only once. Aren't you called absolute command? Now, as your host, I issue the first and only absolute command. Take fireball, harden, charge, smoke bomb, slide step from the panel. Take every skill, F rank, D rank, C rank. Every last one. Fuse them all. Ding. Host's intents will detect it. Command authority confirmed. Absolute command activated. Skill fusion module initiated. Warning. This operation will consume all of host's mental power and is irreversible. Continue. Enough talk. Fuse them. Rumble. The system panel exploded before my eyes. Every skill icon that had fought beside me all the way to this point shattered. Fireball, harden, charge, healing, slide step, smoke bomb. They became streams of the most primal runes, and were cast simultaneously into an invisible furnace. Crimson, gray-white, pitch-black, deep blue. Runes of different forms spun, collided, and annihilated one another madly, then recombined within those collisions. A fluctuation that seemed capable of splitting heaven from earth swept outward from my body. The gigantic finger of darkness paused for an instant. For the first time, the cult master's phantom in the sky reacted. Those two cold lights turned toward me, and clear shock and doubt appeared on its blurred face. It sensed a threat. No. Impossible. What are you doing? Lin Fan's wild laughter vanished, leaving only horror. He could see my aura climbing rapidly. It wasn't an increase in energy. It was a more complete leap in the level of my life itself. Fusion progress. 30%, 70%, 99%. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have created a brand new unique skill. Chaotic light gathered at the top of the shattered panel and formed an icon that had never appeared before. Forbidden spell, Doomsday Judgment. I stood while holding Xiaoning Shuang, then turned and gently placed her beside Wang Hao. I had to move carefully, as if setting down the most precious and fragile thing in the world. Fatty, watch over her. Why? Wang Hao was already crying too hard to form a complete sentence. When he met my bloodshot eyes, he shuddered violently. I looked away from him and turned alone to face the sky. The colossal finger of darkness blotted out heaven and earth. The throned phantom towered with the majesty of a god. The cracks across my diamond-dyed skin were healing rapidly, its luster becoming purer than before. Is this how forbidden spells are supposed to work? I looked up at the phantom. Chant for 3 days and nights? Prepare a ritual and sacrifices? Too much trouble. Mine is simpler. There was no chant, no incantation, and no warning of power gathering. An unimaginably enormous chaos magic array silently unfolded behind me. Hundreds of millions of runes interlocked, as though the universe's most fundamental rules had all been fitted into a single ring. The moment the magic array appeared, the entire secret realm became still. Wind ceased to flow, fragments of space froze in midair, and all things were suppressed by a higher will. At last, fear appeared on the cult master's phantom. No, this is the origin. It failed to finish. I snapped my fingers. Snap. A pillar of chaotic light piercing heaven and earth descended from the center of the magic array. There was no deafening roar and no heat that burned all creation. It simply existed. Everything in the pillar's path was erased. Not destroyed. Not disintegrated. Instead, the target was made never to have existed at the levels of concept and causality. The moment the gigantic finger of darkness touched the pillar, it silently melted like snow beneath sunlight. Then the pillar fell upon the cult master's phantom. Its body, formed from the laws of a throne, failed to endure even 1 second before dissolving into nothingness from the feet upward. The phantom seemed to want to resist and to say something. It was meaningless. Within the light of Doomsday Judgment, it was erased completely along with every law, every trace of power, and every ounce of pressure it carried. Clarity returned to heaven and earth. Later, I saw the reaction outside the secret realm in the tournament's live recording. Tens of thousands of teachers and students stared motionlessly at the light screens. The thermos fell from the dean's hand, spilling goji berry tea across the floor, but he did not even notice. Qin Feng's horror had also become vacant shock. A freshman had destroyed a throne projection in a single strike. Everyone's understanding of reality shattered at that moment. At the time, however, I felt only irresistible exhaustion. The magic array behind me slowly dispersed, and my vision began going black in waves. Damn, I overdid it. My mana bar. No, even my health bar is empty. My body lost all strength and fell backward. Before my vision went completely dark, I saw a strange shadow split open beneath Lin Fan's feet. A mysterious power wrapped around him, and he vanished in an instant. Then I collapsed onto the grass stained red with Xia Ningxuang's blood. The point bracelet on my wrist lit at the final moment. On the light screen, the Special Ops Carry Squad's total points jumped wildly before finally locking into place. First place. First by an overwhelming margin. My consciousness rose slowly from darkness like a stone lifting from the bottom of the sea. I had no idea how much time passed before my eyelids finally moved. My sense of smell returned first. A faint, sweet fragrance mixed with the smell of disinfectant filled the air. It smelled expensive, nothing like the 3 yuan a bottle kind I bought for my sister. Next came touch. The mattress beneath me was soft as a cloud, 10,000 times more comfortable than the hard wooden bed at home where I had slept for a decade. Was I dead? Were the VIP wards in the underworld this competitive? This treatment was good enough to make me die all over again. I forced my eyes open. First, I saw a pure white ceiling, then a female nurse with her back to me as she changed in for back. The moment she heard movement, she turned. "You're awake, Mr. Soo-young." Her voice was sweet, and her professional smile was flawless. I blinked. "Mister?" That was an interesting way to address me. I had just tried to sit up when weakness swept through my entire body, leaving me without the slightest strength. "Don't move." The nurse hurried over and gently pressed me back down. "Your mental power was severely overdrawn, and your body is still very weak. You need rest." Her touch was light, but the moment her fingertips touched my skin, they visibly trembled and a faint blush colored her cheeks. That gaze looked less like she was seeing a patient and more like she was meeting her idol. This script wasn't right. Wasn't I supposed to begin as a useless loser? How had I awakened and immediately switched to the return of an almighty king? The door suddenly opened. A line of people entered in succession. The dean came first, his balding head still shining beneath the lights. I had seen the man beside him only on the news. The president of Jiangxing Academy, the chairman of the Jiangxing branch of the Martial Artists Alliance, and Jiangxing's highest-ranking official, the man who often spoke on television and whose receding hairline inspired heartfelt sympathy. These powerful figures, each capable of shaking all Jiangxing with one stomp, now looked at me with pleasant expressions, as though gazing at a national treasure divine beast that laid golden eggs. The dean rushed to the bedside in 3 quick steps. "Student Soo-young, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Does anything hurt? Quickly, summon the Federation's finest team of medical specialists and give student Soo-young another full-body examination." Compared with his attitude at the awakening ceremony, he seemed like a completely different person. I licked my dry lips. With an occasion this grand, either they were awarding me a banner of honor or asking me to pay for all the plants and trees I had destroyed inside the secret realm. Judging by their broad smiles, the latter somehow seemed even more likely. How long was I unconscious? Not long at all. Only 3 days and 3 nights. The academy president answered personally, his voice booming. "Student Soo-young, you're now the hero of all Jiangxing. No, the entire Federation." A hero? My memories rushed back instantly. The gigantic finger of darkness that blotted out the sky, the young woman covered in blood who stood before me, and the rage that had burned away my reason in the final battle. My heart clenched violently. I seized the academy president's hand and stared into his eyes. "Xiaoning Shuang, what happened to her?" The hospital room fell silent. Every smile vanished. The academy president patted the back of my hand heavily. "Don't worry. She's still alive. Your final attack not only erased the throne projection, the residual energy also purified the dark law left inside her body. Together with the finest resources the Xia family could provide, she is now out of mortal danger. However, she overdrawn her bloodline too severely and remains in a deep coma. Her family has already taken her home for treatment." My nerves, wound to their limit, finally relaxed. I fell heavily back onto the bed, gulping air. As long as she was alive. Alive, that was all that mattered. Jiangxing's chief official personally poured a glass of water and held it to my lips. "Student Soo-young, we know you're tired, but there are certain matters we must tell you as soon as possible." I took a sip and nodded for him to continue. "First, your performance in the tournament was broadcast live throughout the Federation. You erased a throne projection alone and saved every competing student. You have now become the idol of countless young awakened. The Federation's Supreme Council has listed you as a Federation first-class protected prodigy. This room meets the medical standards reserved for national pillars." My eyelids twitched as I listened. A national pillar? All because I could cast skills without cooldowns? Were this world's standards for talent a little too simple? The official's expression quickly turned solemn. "There are advantages and disadvantages. The God-devouring cult has raised your threat level above that of a holy sun and issued its highest execution order against you. From the moment you awakened, you will face constant assassination attempts. The Federation itself is not united either. Some conservatives are deeply wary of an anomaly like you who cannot be explained through common sense. They fear you will break the existing balance." I listened quietly and felt no surprise. If a player could destroy the server with one punch, someone among the game administrators and pay-to-win whales would inevitably want the account banned. What about Lin Fan? At the mention of that name, the powerful figure's expressions turned uglier. The academy president sighed. "He escaped. After you lost consciousness, a spatial power took him away. We later discovered that the Lin family also intervened behind the scenes. They used a vast network of connections to classify Lin Fan's actions as involuntary behavior caused by the god-devouring cult's bewitchment. And you erased the most important piece of evidence, the throne projection, without leaving a trace. Therefore, the Federation cannot publicly punish him for now and can only allow the Lin family to hide and protect him. In other words, Lin Fan was still alive and could return at any time. The atmosphere inside the room grew oppressive, but I smiled. It's fine. He had better pray that he can stay hidden forever. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I'll show him what true despair means. The others met my gaze, and all their expressions tightened. The Academy president quickly smiled and changed the subject, taking a warm jade box from his coat. This belongs to you. It's one of the prizes for winning the Academy tournament. The lid opened, revealing a crystalline green leaf lying quietly within, as though condensed from the purest life energy. Merely looking at it provided a trace of nourishment to my dried-up sea of consciousness. World Tree Leaf. A legendary treasure said to revive the dead and regrow flesh on bones. Of course I could not sell this. If Xia Ningxuang needed it, it would be the best possible life-saving trump card. I carefully put away the jade box. The Academy president nodded in satisfaction and presented the second reward. 3 days from now, once your body has recovered somewhat, you may enter Jiangxing Academy's legendary S-rank treasury. It contains every treasure the Academy has collected over the past century. You may choose any 3 items. Jiangxing First Convalescent Hospital, National Pillar VIP Ward. When I was discharged, the Academy president and city lord offered to send a team of S-rank bodyguards to escort me home. I refused on the spot. I already felt like a spotlight followed me everywhere. If a group of muscular men surrounded me as well, it wouldn't be a trip home. It would be an armored transport operation. Besides, if 800 tough guys blocked my front door, wouldn't old Wong next door assume I owed some loan shark a fortune? I changed into ordinary casual clothes and left the convalescent hospital beneath everyone's complicated gaze. The familiar streets, the familiar crowd, yet everything was obviously different. An old man playing chess by the road saw me and dropped his piece onto the board. A group of women doing plaza dancing stopped their music outright and gathered to point and whisper. The vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes at the corner became so excited that he gave me 2 extra. Look, it's him, the high schooler who one-shot a god on the live stream. He's even more handsome in person than on television. I heard he's a national treasure now. A dedicated attendant hands him a tissue whenever he sneezes. One-shot a god. That was certainly one way to put it. If being a national treasure entitled me only to free tissues, I would rather cash out the benefit. I quickened my pace, passed through several alleys, and returned to the aging residential district at the city's edge. But when I reached my front door, I froze. The little house from my memories, with peeling walls and drafty windows, was gone. Before me stood a freshly painted 2-story home. The dirt road at the entrance had been paved with flagstones, and flower beds had even appeared on both sides. A brand new notice had been posted on the door. Jiangxing Municipal Government. As National Pillar Su Yang's former residence had fallen into disrepair, it has been renovated free of charge to ensure the safety of the National Pillar's family. Construction team. I stared at the words former residence for a long time without speaking. I was only 18. How had I already become a late historical figure? The construction team's copywriter had probably been taught Chinese by a gym teacher. The moment I pushed open the door, the aroma of food rushed toward me. In the kitchen, a slender figure wearing an apron stood on tiptoe, trying to reach the soy sauce on top of a cabinet. A simple white t-shirt and denim shorts. As she moved, the hem rose slightly and revealed a slim waist. Beneath the shorts was a pair of straight, perfectly proportioned long legs. No longer pale and no longer frail. Sunlight fell over her, making her look healthy and full of life. My steps stopped. At that moment, every battle, every risk, and every moment of madness had an answer. The girl heard the door and turned around. Her face resembled mine in 7 parts, but hers was finer and softer. After a brief moment of confusion, joy instantly filled her eyes. Brother. Su Shui dropped the bottle of soy sauce and leaped straight into my arms like a young deer released from its cage. Brother, you're home. You're finally home. This embrace was no longer light and frail like those of the past. It was filled with real strength. I smiled and ruffled her hair. I'm home, Xiao Shui. Su Shui raised her face. Her eyes were red, but her smile was exceptionally bright. Brother, look. I'm completely cured. The doctor said it was thanks to the money you transferred and the special medicine the Martial Artists Alliance sent later. I'm as strong as an ox now, so you'll never have to worry about me again. She jumped twice on the spot, earnestly demonstrating how healthy she was. Yes, yes, you're the strongest. I wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. All that remained inside me was lingering fear and gratitude. Thank God, we had made it in time. Dinner's almost ready. Go wash your hands. I made your favorite braised ribs. Su Shui pulled me to the dining table, then ran back and forth from the kitchen carrying dishes. As I watched her bustle around, the heart hardened by battle inside me softened completely. This was everything I needed to protect. During dinner, I skipped over every bloody battle. I merely said I had gotten lucky, picked up some kills in the tournament, and finally won the championship. Su Shui chattered about the funny story of our house being forcibly renovated, and the neighbor's complete reversal in attitude. Then she picked up a rib and suddenly wrinkled her nose. Oh, right, brother. I felt strange these past few days. My chopsticks did not pause. What happened? It feels as though someone's been secretly watching our house. She tilted her head, recalling it. Especially when I'm home alone. The feeling is strongest then. But every time I run to the window, no one's outside. Maybe I'm imagining it. She continued eating her rib after speaking, clearly not taking it seriously. My smile remained unchanged as I continued placing food in her bowl and telling jokes. But I had already sensed something wrong from the moment I entered the neighborhood. An extremely faint trace of cold, viscous power lingered in the air. I could not mistake it. It came from exactly the same source as the power that erupted from Lin Fan's pendant. The god-devouring cult. They had already extended a hand here, toward the one person I would never allow anyone to touch. The instant anger surfaced, I forcibly suppressed it. I could not panic, and I certainly could not let my sister notice anything unusual. Since those rats had voluntarily come to my door, I could follow them back to their nest. Did they want to take Su Shui hostage, or use her to threaten me? Whatever their goal, they had already booked themselves permanent sightseeing passes through the underworld. After dinner, I volunteered to wash the dishes. Xiao Shui, you've only just recovered. You should get out for some fresh air. How about I take you to the biggest mall downtown tomorrow and buy you some new clothes? Really? That's wonderful. Su Shui jumped from the sofa, her smile pure and delighted. I smiled as well, but my smile contained a layer of cold she could not see. After putting away the clean plates, I looked through the kitchen window toward a distant rooftop. It felt as though a pair of eyes watched every movement inside our home from there. Come on, little rats. Tomorrow, I'll prepare a grand welcoming ceremony for you. The next day, at Jiangxing's largest commercial complex, Grand Myriad Mall, Su Shui wore the pale yellow dress that she could only admire in her wardrobe while she was ill. Now that the disease was gone, she could finally display the vitality someone her age should possess beneath the sunlight. Holding my hand, she shopped from the cosmetics counters on the first floor all the way to the women's clothing stores on the third, like a lark newly freed from its cage. Brother, does this bag look good? This bubble tea place just opened. Let's try it. Wow, that celebrity looks so handsome on his poster. I patiently agreed to every request and kept smiling, but my mental power had already spread throughout the mall. 90 feet ahead, and to the left, a flat-topped man pretended to look at his phone. His breathing rate was 1.5 times that of an ordinary person, and his gaze swept toward us every 3 seconds. F-rank peak. Cannon fodder number 1. The ice cream shop behind and to the right. A couple, in line coordinated seamlessly. The man watched me, while the woman observed Su Shui. Both were D-rank, cannon fodder numbers 2 and 3. Near the window of the 5th-floor cafe, a deeply concealed C-rank aura remained. Its mental power was locked onto us from a distance, so this was probably the operations commander. Barely enough to count as a small fry. From the first second I entered the mall, the net they had arranged lay completely exposed before my eyes. They were cautious and had sent only minor players to observe and probe me. They probably wanted to confirm whether I truly could erase a thrown projection with one strike, as the livestream had shown. The god-devouring cult's intelligence division must have operated with its feet. They issued the highest execution order, then sent this rotten fish and shrimp to deliver their heads. I continued strolling hand in hand with my sister, pretending to notice nothing. Now I only needed to wait for the right opportunity. One that would let me catch every rat without frightening Su Shui. Brother, I want to try on that dress. Su Shui pointed at a clothing store decorated like a princess's castle. A white gauze dress hung at the center of the display window. The store was large, and the fitting rooms at the very back were well soundproofed. The opportunity had arrived. Go ahead. I ruffled her hair and handed her my bank card. Buy it if you like it. The pin is your birthday. I'll get some bubble tea and wait by the entrance. Brother, you're the best. Su Shui accepted the card and ran happily into the store. Once she disappeared, the warmth slowly left my face. I turned away from the bubble tea shop and entered an isolated corridor leading to an emergency stairwell. The bait had been cast. Now the fish should bite. Sure enough, the moment I entered the corridor, several auras locked onto me and followed without hesitation. A restroom stood at the corridor's end. Pretending I suddenly needed it, I walked straight into the men's room. The flat-topped man and the two D-rank partners exchanged looks and immediately followed. They thought this was the perfect place to attack. They did not know that beyond the door lay a one-way road to hell. The restroom was empty. The three spread out and blocked the only exit. "Where is he?" the flat-topped man whispered. "Careful. There's something strange about that kid." The D-rank man drew a dagger glowing with eerie green light. "Looking for me?" My voice fell from above. All three looked up simultaneously. With all four limbs braced against the ceiling, I looked down at them from above. "You?" The flat-topped man managed only one word. "Infinite slide step." After images of my body filled the cramped space. "SHHK?" I swept past him, and my index finger had already pierced the center of his brow. Terror froze across his face as his corpse fell stiffly to the floor. Instant kill. Attack. The remaining two reacted extremely quickly. The man stabbed a poison blade toward my heart from behind, while the woman formed hand seals and sent black energy ropes coiling toward my limbs. One killed while the other restrained, and their coordination did not falter in the slightest. An ordinary awakened below C rank would indeed struggle to survive an ambush like this. But they were facing me. Too slow. I did not even turn around. Clang. The poison blade struck my back without cutting even my clothes. Its point hit what seemed like 10,000-year profound iron and shattered on the spot. Infinite, hardened. The ferocity on the man's face instantly became fear. That fear lasted only a fraction of a second. My diamondized fist had already landed against his chest. Bang. His upper body exploded into bloody mist like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer. "Ah!" The female assassin screamed and tried to retreat. A flame so tiny that one breath could seemingly extinguish it had already landed on her forehead. The most basic F-rank, fireball. Boom. Flames swallowed her entire body and left not even ashes behind. Less than 5 seconds passed between my first move and the deaths of all three. I dusted off my hands. The appetizer was finished. Time to find the biggest fish. I walked from the restroom as though nothing had happened and went directly to the 5th-floor cafe. Only during the later interrogation did I learn that, while I went upstairs, the C-rank commander had been leisurely drinking coffee and listening to the restroom through a miniature earpiece. After the first scream, the earpiece went completely silent. He immediately stood and prepared to withdraw through the rear entrance. But the moment he turned, he walked straight into my chest. The commander looked up sharply, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. "You? When did?" He had not sensed how I approached at all. "Don't leave in such a hurry." I smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. The force was like a mountain, leaving him unable to move. "I have questions to ask." The commander's face went deathly pale. Resolve soon flashed through his eyes. The energy inside him became violent instantly. He intended to self-destruct. "Trying to blow yourself up? Did you ask me first?" C-rank, healing, activated. Pure life energy poured madly into his body. His energy core, which had been spiraling out of control, was forcibly healed to full, then stabilized once more beneath the tremendous wash of vitality. Ugh! The commander spat blood, unable to comprehend his despair. His self-destruction had been cured by healing. He had clearly never dreamed of such a move. I lifted him with one hand and dragged him like a dead dog into the adjacent storage room. A few minutes later, I came out alone with a strangely shaped black communicator in my hand. Only a pile of human-shaped ashes remained in the storage room. My mental power entered the communicator, and a detailed operational plan immediately appeared in my mind. It contained not only my and my sister's full itinerary for today, the time, route, and location of my entry into the Academy's S-rank treasury. 3 days from now were also marked with perfect clarity. There was a mole among the Academy's leadership, and that mole held a high position. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator suddenly sounded an alarm, and its surface rapidly heated. Its self-destruct sequence had begun. I did not stop it. I merely watched it melt into a puddle of iron in my palm. Was the S-rank treasury a trap? Did they think that would frighten me away? How naive. They had better prepare plenty of good things, or there wouldn't be enough for me to kill. After disposing of the molten residue, I returned to the clothing store. Su Shui happened to emerge from the fitting room in the white gauze dress. Like an ethereal spirit untouched by the mortal world, she turned shyly before me. "Brother, does it look good?" The coldness on my face instantly melted. Beautiful. The most beautiful in the world. 3 days later, deep within Jiangxing Academy's forbidden grounds, I changed into a special academy uniform and followed the dean through layer after layer of security before finally reaching a gigantic metal door. Beside the door sat an old man with white hair and beard. He wore a coarse linen robe, and his aura had merged completely with his surroundings. Without looking carefully, one might mistake him for a lifeless stone statue. Elder Lu. The dean bowed respectfully. The old man opened his eyes. They were cloudy yet profound. With a single glance at me, he seemed to illuminate everything inside and outside my body. He was the Academy's stabilizing pillar, Elder Lu Xian, who had guarded the S-rank treasury for many years. You're Su Yang. Student Su Yang greets Elder Lu. I responded calmly, neither servile nor arrogant. The old man's gaze penetrated better than a hospital x-ray. Thank goodness I had worn underwear today, or I might genuinely have risked exposing myself. Lu Xian nodded, a trace of approval flashing through his eyes. I watched the tournament recording. He stood. His withered body actually radiated an imposing aura as heavy as a mountain. Very good. That final move already touched the edge of law. The old man asked no further questions and merely placed a hand against the metal door. The dean should have explained the rules. Once inside, choose any 3 items. Once an item leaves your hand, the choice cannot be changed. If you have any real talent, don't take something flashy but useless and embarrass the academy. Rumble. The massive metal door, heavy beyond measure, slowly opened. Beyond it lay not a treasury hall, but a brilliant starry sky. Countless orbs of light floated like stars, each containing a treasure. Divine weapons, cultivation arts, pills, and rare natural treasures. Powerful auras intertwined with one another. The moment I stepped inside, a nearly solid torrent of energy surrounded me. This scene was far more exciting than an online shopping cart on Singles Day. Any one of these items could probably be exchanged for a villa in Jiangxing. The crimson spear on the left is called Flame Dragon Fang. It's an S-rank weapon containing the soul of a flame dragon and can amplify fire skills by 30%. Lu Xian explained as he walked. The golden ancient text ahead is the A-rank Pinnacle Cultivation Art, 9 Revolutions Golden Body. Once mastered, it makes the physical body comparable to a throne. That blue pearl is called the Heart of the Sea. It keeps its wearer perpetually clear-minded and doubles their cultivation speed. He clearly thought highly of me and hoped I would select the strongest objects to build a solid foundation for my future. But these treasures meant little to me. Flame Dragon Fang provided only a 30% amplification. My Fireball Gatling gun fired 1,000 rounds a second. An extra 30% hardly counted as spare change. If I truly needed a weapon, I could use Infinite, Harden, to fashion one on the spot, and it might not be any worse. 9 Revolutions Golden Body sounded impressive, but under infinite armor stacking, a diamond body was merely the starting point. The Heart of the Sea was even less suitable. The system upgraded through breakthroughs into major realms, so ordinary cultivation speed had little relevance. I passed directly through the dazzling S-rank and A-rank treasures and reached the deepest corner. Several dim orbs of light huddled together in isolation like a pile of trash discarded by the times. Lu Xian frowned. I reached into the first orb and removed a thick book with yellowed pages and damaged corners. 6 large characters were written across the cover. Detailed guide to basic skills. The corner of Lu Xian's I twitched violently. This was a textbook given to every freshman upon enrollment. Although the copy in the treasury was the earliest edition and contained more complete records, it remained little more than an instruction manual for basic F through D-rank skills. A man who had erased a throne projection had entered the S-rank treasury and chosen a beginner's textbook as his first item. Nonsense, he finally snapped. Pretending I had not heard, I tucked the book inside my clothes and walked to the second orb. It contained a dull gray stone. Tranquility Stone. Effect: slowly restores mental power while carried. The veins at Lu Xian's temples jumped twice. The object was indeed rare, but its recovery speed was despairingly slow. A high-ranking awakened could restore more through 10 minutes of meditation than by carrying it all day. Normally, only ordinary people born with impaired mental power used it to calm their minds and aid sleep. I put away the Tranquility Stone with satisfaction and approached the final orb. Lu Xian took a deep breath. Judging by his expression, he was clearly consoling himself. He would regard the first 2 choices as childish whimsy, but surely I would select something respectable with my final opportunity. I removed a huge scroll made from beast hide. When unrolled, it displayed countless ferocious beasts, each labeled with habits, weaknesses, and the location of its vital points. Encyclopedia of 10,000 Beasts, Beginner Edition. Lu Xian's vision darkened, and his hand went to his chest. Suyong, do you have any idea what you're doing? The Academy sent you here to choose divine weapons and cultivation arts that could propel you to the heavens, not to collect garbage. A beginner's textbook, a sleeping stone, and a hunter's field guide. These are your choices. The old man trembled with anger, even the finger pointing at me shaking. Only after carefully rolling up the encyclopedia did I turn and ask him a question. Elder Lu, what do you believe is my greatest strength? He froze. The final forbidden spell had come at an enormous cost, and clearly could not be used as a conventional skill. Lu Xian thought for a moment before answering gravely. Your combat style. It completely violates common sense and refuses to follow convention. Exactly. I raised detailed guide to basic skills. S-rank divine weapons and A-rank cultivation arts are shortcuts for others, but for me, they're only techniques. With enough mental power, I can use infinite fireballs to simulate stellar descent, or infinite harden to construct the strongest possible armor around myself. I am already a mobile arsenal. What I truly lack is an understanding of the lowest level logic and variables behind basic skills. I patted the old book in my hand. This can provide that understanding. This is principle. Then I took out the Tranquility Stone. My combat style consumes enormous mental power. This restores it slowly, but it can restore it continuously. As long as a battle lasts long enough, this is equivalent to a mana bar that never runs completely dry. This is a source. Finally, I pointed to the Encyclopedia of 10,000 Beasts. Even the strongest attack must strike the right place. This chart tells me how to produce the most efficient damage with the least power. This is method. Principle, source, method. I looked at the stunned old man. Elder, do you still believe I selected garbage? The treasury fell completely silent. The way Lu Xian looked at me slowly changed. From anger to astonishment, and finally to shock he could not conceal. At last, he understood that my true strength had never been that one forbidden spell. It was my ability to break down my advantages to their limits, then recombine them with the most fundamental things. After a long time, Lu Xian exhaled and bowed to me solemnly. This old man failed to see clearly. Suyong, from this day forward, every academy library normally closed to outsiders will be open to you without condition. After leaving the treasury, I politely declined the dean's offer of a car and walked alone along a tree-lined path. There had been no attack. The god-devouring cult's mole was more patient than I expected, or perhaps they had never intended to act inside the treasury. I did not care. Detailed guide to basic skills had completely captured my attention. The original textbook recorded many lost casting techniques. For example, slightly adjusting a fireball's energy structure could add tracking and explosive effects, turning it into a budget Sidewinder missile. When I reached the book's middle, my fingertips suddenly felt a small ridge hidden between the pages. I stopped and carefully tore open the glued layer. There was no writing inside, only a transparent sheet as thin as a cicada's wing. Silver lines traced an immense star map across the sheet. At its center, one coordinate point glimmered faintly. Beside it, 2 words had been written in ancient Federation script. Godfall. Back in the National Pillar residence, specially prepared for me. I closed the door and shut out every sound from the outside world. I did not immediately study the Godfall star map. My instincts told me the secret behind it far exceeded my current level of strength. With a name like Godfall, it was most likely connected to the tomb of some major figure. Exploring it now would not be treasure hunting. It would be volunteering to fertilize the grass on someone else's grave. I would leave it alone for now. I had something more important to handle. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, I took out the warm jade box. The Academy Tournament Championship Reward, World Tree Leaf. The moment the lid opened, an immense aura of life rushed over me. A single breath swept away all weariness from my sea of consciousness. My body felt immersed in a hot spring, every cell cheering. Its effect was truly absurdly powerful. It refreshed the mind and even came with special effects. If I brewed it in water and drank it, I might genuinely ascend on the spot. Following the instructions that entered my mind, I pressed the crystalline green leaf against my forehead. The instant it touched my skin, the leaf transformed into green light and poured directly into my sea of consciousness. It felt as though someone had dropped a nuclear bomb into my brain. But this time, it brought no destruction, only creation. My sea of consciousness, once no larger than a small lake, rapidly expanded. The lake became a great river. The river surged outward in every direction and finally became a boundless ocean. The system, silent for so long, finally sent a notification. High-purity primal energy infusion detected. System core module charging. 10%, 50%, 100%. Charging complete. Version iteration beginning. Absolute Command System 1.0 upgrading to version 2.0. Optimizing system's underlying logic. Enhancing core function module. Skill furnace. Host's mental power strength has reached the standard. Unlocking brand new function module. Notifications appeared one after another. My consciousness seemed to be pulled into a tunnel formed from countless streams of data, beginning an unprecedented transformation. I had no idea how much time passed before the data torrent finally dispersed. When I opened my eyes, my perception was clearly far sharper than before. My total mental power had more than doubled. I eagerly summoned the system. Absolute Command System 2.0. Host, Suyong. Realm, Peak Awakened. Mental Power, 5,888/5,888. Unit, Standard Hertz. Core Function 1. Absolute Command. All recorded skills ignore cooldowns, costs, and casting delays. Core Function 2. Skill Furnace. May fuse skills and talent shards of the same source or with similar logic. Fusion may cause mutation or rank advancement. Success rate depends on host's mental power strength and depth of understanding of the skills. Core Function 3. Skill Programming. Locked, unlocked. Skill Programming. Would I have to write a block of C++ before every fight from now on? I opened the function description. Skill Programming. Host may act as the programmer and use mastered skills as code. By defining instructions such as trigger conditions, execution sequences, and logical judgments, if / then / else, host may create brand new macro skills. Note 1. Once successfully defined, a macro skill can be cast instantly with a single command. Note 2. Programming complexity is directly proportional to mental power consumption. As I stared at those lines, my breathing gradually quickened. Absolute Command had made me a cheating player with infinite firepower. But skill programming pushed my authority one level higher. I was no longer merely a player. I was a game developer who could write my own combat logic. In the past, although I could cast skills infinitely, I still had to operate each skill manually. Now I could program an entire combo in advance and execute it during combat with a single command. I immediately opened the editing interface and wrote my first macro instruction with my thoughts. Macro skill name. Cicada sheds its shell 1.0. Trigger condition. The instant an external force breaks the effect of host's hardened skill. Execution sequence 1. Parallel immediately cast, leap, 10 consecutive times in random directions. Execution sequence 2. Parallel at the instant, leap, activates, simultaneously cast, smoke bomb, at host's original position. Logical definition complete. Generate. Intense dizziness suddenly struck my brain. It felt as though a black hole had bitten a huge chunk from my mental power. A simple defensive macro formed from only 3 low-rank skills consumed nearly 1/10 of it. Although my face grew somewhat pale, I was too excited to stop. This function truly guzzled fuel, but it was worth it. When an enemy exhausted every method to break, harden, and thought victory had finally arrived, the macro skill would activate automatically. My real body would leap repeatedly and leave the area in an instant, while smoke remained behind to mislead the opponent. That scene would deal little damage, but the humiliation would be incredible. This was not improvisation. It was predicting the enemy's prediction and writing the response into my DNA in advance. More combinations rapidly surfaced in my mind. An automatic counterattack, macro. Whenever any attack touched my body, 100 fireballs would instantly blast the attacker's face. An infinite Tsukuyomi, macro. Combine illumination, mental shock, and illusion to drag the enemy into a mental world and loop. 2 tigers love to dance endlessly. How was this a combat system? It was clearly an automated script generator for screwing people over. Any enemy who fought me from now on would not face one person. They would face a combat program personally written by me and equipped with top-tier AI. As I continued designing new macros, a line of pale golden text slowly appeared beneath the function description. System notification. The ultimate form of skill programming is law programming. When host's understanding of the world's origin reaches a sufficient level, host may attempt to use laws directly as code to write, modify, or even create the physical rules of reality. The smile froze on my face. Law programming. Modifying the physical rules of reality. I had always thought the absolute command system was merely a cheat that allowed me to cast skills infinitely. Only at this moment did I finally glimpse the tip of its true nature. It was not a cheat. It was the creator's editor. At night, I sat beside the Academy's artificial lake, nudging a pebble back and forth with the tip of my shoe. 3 days had passed since I returned from the S-rank treasury. For the past 2 days, I had barely left the training room, constantly experimenting with the newly unlocked skill programming. Automatic blocks and counterattacks, homing fireballs that locked onto heads, one-button equipment swaps and escapes. I tried every absurd combination I could imagine. The results were powerful, but the price was direct. Macro skills were consumables. Each one I wrote drained a large amount of mental power. Otherwise, I would have programmed an automatic monster farming script. I was still lamenting when footsteps came from behind me. I turned and saw Xia Ningxuang standing in the moonlight. She wore neither a uniform nor combat gear, only a long white dress. Her silver hair fell behind her shoulders, and much of her usual unapproachable coldness had faded. I froze for half a second before remembering why I had come here tonight. Her message had contained only one sentence: "Meet me by the lake. I have something to tell you." With this time, this location, and that outfit, it was difficult not to imagine more. I stood and brushed off my pants. "Class President Xia, you wanted to see me?" "Yes." She approached, but did not speak immediately. The lakeside became so quiet that only the wind remained. I waited several seconds and was about to start a conversation when she removed a red brocade pouch from the small bag she carried. "This is for you. A gift." I accepted the pouch. Inside was a safety talisman carved from warm jade. Fine protective runes covered its surface, and it still felt faintly warm to the touch. System notification: high energy protective barrier detected. Grade: A rank. Effect: can withstand 3 fatal attacks below throne rank. My fingers paused. This was no ordinary gift. On the black market, it could be exchanged for a home in Jiangqing's most expensive district. "You're simply giving me something this valuable?" "It's for protection." Xia Ningxuang looked toward the lake, speaking slightly faster than usual. "I brought it from home. You're about to go somewhere more dangerous. You may need it." I caught the important part. Somewhere more dangerous? Only then did she turn back to me. "There's a second reason I asked you here tonight. Through special channels, the Xia family obtained a place for you." She paused, then solemnly spoke 2 words. "War Academy." The smile immediately vanished from my face. The Federation's foremost institution, War Academy. It was not an ordinary academy for the awakened, but the greatest military fortress in the entire human federation. Everyone admitted there was a true prodigy from some region. Most national guardians throughout history had also graduated from there. Guaranteed admission? I confirmed. Yes. This meant more than merely waiving an entrance examination. An unrestricted place meant I could freely choose my division, instructor, and future direction without signing an early service agreement with a military faction. Even for the Xia family, it was no ordinary favor they could obtain with a few phone calls. Xia Ningxuang looked at me, the faintest curve appearing at the corner of her lips. "We'll meet there again very soon." I lowered my eyes to the A-rank talisman in my hand. The military had also invited me, but its channel came with many restrictions. What the Xia family had given me was an unrestricted ticket of entry. "You knew the military had approached me?" "Yes." "So that's why you fought for this place." "The military's terms aren't suitable for you," she answered decisively. "This is better." I did not respond immediately. During the academy tournament, she had asked me to join her team. Later, she stood on my side again and again. Now, she had placed an A-rank protective talisman and a place at War Academy into my hands. This favor had grown far too weighty to explain with the word classmate. "Xia Ningxuang." I looked directly into her eyes. "Why are you helping me?" She avoided my gaze. The evening breeze lifted a few strands of silver hair. She tucked them behind her ear, whose tip had already reddened. I did not rush her. After a while, she finally spoke quietly. "Because I want to see with my own eyes just how far you can go." She looked at me again after speaking. There was no joke and no test in those ice blue eyes. "Perhaps you truly can change this world." My heart skipped a beat. Moonlight entered her eyes. I could see my own reflection and see that she still had not looked away after those words. It did not feel like courtesy. It felt as though she had solemnly placed a certain hope into my hands. After she had said this much, pretending not to understand would have been too false. But I genuinely couldn't bring myself to respond with some sickly sweet line right now. "Well, Bus." A howl crashed toward us from the distance. The atmosphere that had only just arisen shattered completely. Like an out-of-control armored vehicle, Wang Hao ran and gasped his way to the lakeside. He braced both hands on his knees and could not speak a complete sentence for a long time. My temple twitched as I looked at him. The sky had better truly be falling. This is worse than the sky falling. Wang Hao sucked in a breath. Lin Fan is back. My gaze turned cold. He's at the academy's main entrance right now, issuing you a life or death challenge in front of the entire school. He scheduled it before you leave for War Academy tomorrow. He also said that if you don't accept, he'll take your sister. Wang Hao did not finish. The pebble beside my foot had silently cracked into powder. Xiaoning Shuang immediately grabbed my arm. Don't act impulsively. The Lin family excels at patience and calculation. If Lin Fan dares return like this, he isn't seeking simple revenge. I slowly unclenched my fist, and my killing intent sank into my chest. If Lin Fan came only for me, I could have played with him slowly. But he should never have crossed that line. Conspiracy or trap, it makes no difference. I put away the talisman and turned toward the academy gate. Since he's delivered his coffin to my door, I'll go see whether it's the right size. By the time I reached the academy's main gate from the lakeside, the plaza was packed beyond capacity. Students, instructors, enforcement officers, and media alerted by the news all surrounded a temporary arena. Livestream cameras had been set up across nearly the entire plaza. Someone was clearly trying to make the incident as public as possible. Lin Fan stood at the arena's center. In only a few days, he had changed completely. A black combat suit wrapped around a body more upright than before, but his skin held a sickly gray pallor. None of the pride of a noble young master remained in his eyes, only viscous resentment. The pressure of a C-rank peak spread openly in every direction, and the faces of nearby D-rank students had already begun to pale. He wasn't this strong before. There's something wrong with that aura. It feels like the god-devouring cult's dark arts. Discussion had barely begun when Lin Fan suddenly opened his palm. A broken protective talisman stained with dried blood lay there. You all remember Zhao Gang, don't you? His voice was hoarse, and his tone filled with pride. After the tournament, I found him and broke his bones with my own hands. That's what he deserved for being Su Yang's friend. The crowd erupted. I had not known Zhao Gang long, but during the academy assessment, he had indeed blocked an attack for me. I had also seen that protective talisman hanging from his waist. Lin Fan had deliberately brought it back, not only to confess to murder, but to show me that anyone who stood with me would become a target of his revenge. Zhao Gang had fought beside me. Lin Fan had killed him and even dared confess it before the livestream cameras. He's insane. He truly joined the god-devouring cult. What is the enforcement team waiting for? Lin Fan threw back his head and laughed madly. That's right. I belong to the god-devouring cult. You forced me into this. Talent and bloodline couldn't earn me respect, so I'll use fear to make everyone remember me. Several senior academy officials entered the plaza with the enforcement team. The dean barked, Lin Fan, you have murdered a fellow student and conspired with an evil cult. Surrender immediately. Surrender? Lin Fan took out a gold stamp challenge letter and raised it high. As heir to the Lin family, I issue Su Yang a life or death challenge. Only one of us will leave alive. This is the oldest rule among the awakened. If he dares accept, none of you has the authority to stop us. The dean's face turned livid. Private fights are strictly forbidden within the academy, and we certainly will not permit a life or death arena. The moment he finished speaking, several powerful auras pressed down over the plaza. A middle-aged man in a traditional Tang-style jacket approached with several heads of prominent families. Judging by the crowd's reaction, I immediately recognized him, the Lin family patriarch and Lin Fan's father. Dean Liu, calm yourself. The Lin patriarch spoke calmly, yet every word carried pressure. Lin Fan strayed onto the wrong path because the Lin family failed to raise him properly. Today's battle will both settle their grievances and allow the Lin family to clean house. The Lin family approves this life or death arena. The other family heads voiced their agreement one after another. They appeared to be advising the academy to follow the old rules, but in reality, they sealed every avenue of retreat available to the dean. Clean house. Anyone could hear that it was an excuse. The Lin family had pushed Lin Fan onto the arena and summoned so many families and media outlets because they intended to use a public duel to crush me, the man they could not control, once and for all. I accept. The crowd parted down the middle as I spoke. The dean turned, saw me, and immediately lowered his voice. Don't go up there. Lin Fan's condition has clearly been strengthened by an evil art. The academy can detain him first on charges of cult affiliation. Can you detain him with all these people the Lin family brought? I asked. The dean fell silent. Several family heads had already spread out around the enforcement team. They neither attacked nor allowed anyone to truly approach the arena. If I did not end this publicly tonight, they would simply use another method to keep pursuing my family. Countless cameras turned toward me instantly. Xiaoning Shuang and Wang Hao followed behind. I stopped before the arena, looked first at the talisman in Lin Fan's palm, then raised my eyes to meet his. Suyong. Lin Fan reacted as though someone had stabbed an open wound. The muscles across his face twitched. You finally came out. I thought you were going to hide forever. I was choosing shoes. It took a while. After responding casually, I looked away from him. This contempt was more effective than cursing him. Lin Fan's face turned green. He was about to erupt, but I had already turned toward the Lin Patriarch. I can enter the life or death arena, but on one condition. You are in no position to negotiate. Of course I am. I raised one finger. Today, only one of us will leave alive. No matter who dies, the grievances between both sides end here. From now on, whether it's the Lin family or any of those standing beside it, if anyone dares touch a single hair on my sister's head. I paused and let my killing intent press down on the arena. The closest cameras shook simultaneously. I'll make their entire family accompany Lin Fan in death. Everyone watching this live stream can bear witness. The plaza fell silent. The Lin Patriarch stared at me for a long time before forcing one word through his teeth. Agreed. The agreement was established. The referee had just stepped onto the arena when a shrill alarm tore through the night. Woo woo woo. Everyone's communicator lit red at the same moment. Highest level alert. Jiangqing's eastern defensive node is under large-scale attack. Risk of beast tide entering the city, extremely high. In the distance, flames surged into the sky from the city's east. A moment later, a chorus of beast roars rolled across the districts toward us. The eastern wall has fallen. The god-devouring cult attacked the defensive node. The crowd dissolved into chaos. I stared at the alert while Lin Fan's laughter came from the arena. Surprised, Suyong? He spread his arms as though presenting his masterpiece to every camera. I prepared this citywide feast especially for you. Now, what will you choose? Stay here and complete our life or death duel, or turn around and save people who have nothing to do with you. Stay, and they'll die because of you. Leave, and you'll be deserting the field. Besides, he tilted his head, his smile twisting further. Your sister is still inside the city. At that moment, I understood his entire arrangement. According to the alert, beasts had not breached the eastern node from outside. Its internal control systems had failed simultaneously. Anyone capable of that must have infiltrated the city's defense network in advance. Lin Fan scheduled his challenge for tonight to pin both me and the academy leadership in this plaza. Use the beast tide to hold me down, force me to choose on livestream, then attack my sister amid the chaos. Whether I left or stayed, he believed he had won. Lin Fan looked down at me, smiling on the edge of madness. Suyong, you don't get to choose. The alarm continued, and flames from the eastern city had already stained half the night sky red. The crowd desperately pushed toward the exits. Some lived in the eastern district. Others called their families on the spot. Sobs, urgent shouts, and beast roars mixed together as the plaza completely lost control. Lin Fan stood on the arena, smiling more smugly by the moment. Why aren't you saying anything? To save the entire city, you must abandon the life or death arena. If you remain, your sister and all those people in the eastern district may die. Suyong, this is what I prepared for you. I turned around. Before he could finish speaking, I had already given him my back. Suyong. Lin Fan's enraged roar came from behind me. I did not look back. I merely watched the flames in the eastern district draw ever closer. He probably thought this choice would drive me into an impasse. But for me, resolving the beast tide and crushing him had never been mutually exclusive. Xiaoning Shuang grabbed my sleeve. The eastern defensive line has already fallen. Reaching it from here will take at least. There's no need to go. I lifted a foot and planted it against the ground. My mental power poured outward according to logic I had programmed long ago. Rumble. The plaza shook violently, and a series of muffled booms came from beneath the earth. An earthy yellow line of light shot from beneath my foot and raced east along the main road. The earth surged wherever it passed, and a city wall rose from the ground. 30 feet, 150 feet, 300 feet. The wall continued growing upward while expanding madly along the eastern defensive line in both directions. The skill repeatedly compressed and hardened the soil, and its surface soon developed a metallic sheen. Every additional yard of height added thousands upon thousands of control branches to my mental power. I had to maintain the wall's thickness, load-bearing structure, and distance from the city's buildings simultaneously, Or I might save the city from the beast tide only to crush the eastern district beneath it first. Skill programming locked these instructions into a single macro. I only needed to provide the objective. The remaining structure would expand forward automatically. In only a few breaths, a gigantic wall spanning the entire eastern district stood before the beast tide. Macro skill, Great Wall 1.0. Execution logic, generated through the stacking of infinite, earth wall plus infinite, hardened knot. The noisy plaza abruptly fell silent. Everyone looked up at the gigantic wall. Even the fleeing crowd stopped. Wang Hao's lips trembled for a long time before he raised a hand and slapped himself. That hurt. It's not a hallucination. Boss really built an entire wall. Xiaoning Shuang said nothing. She released my sleeve and stared over my shoulder toward the eastern district. Restoring the defensive line was not enough. The booms of the beast tide striking the gigantic wall had already arrived. I continued maintaining the skill, and the second stage of the program activated immediately afterward. Woo! The air released a piercing shriek. Beyond the Great Wall, countless transparent wind blades interwove into a net. They raced at high speed along predefined coordinates, leaving no gap through which a living creature could pass. The moment the first beasts reached the wall, the wind blades sliced their bodies apart. Real-time footage from the city's defense cameras appeared simultaneously on the plaza's giant screens. A giant horned rhinoceros charged into the array, and its thick skull first split into neat cubes. Several winged beasts tried flying over the wall, but the upper wind blades crossed and cut them down the moment they rose. There was no struggle and no repeated impact. C-rank beasts, B-rank beasts, even gigantic creatures famed for their defenses, all met the same in once they entered the wind blade array. Bloody mist rose along the wall's outer face and was immediately swept away by the gale. Macro skill, Inescapable Net 1.0. Execution logic, Infinite. Wind blades form a three-dimensional coordinate-based execution array. One wall, one net. The beast tide that had just breached Jiangxing's defenses was forcibly stopped outside the city. The red alert continued flashing across every communicator, but the marker representing the beast tide's advance had stopped. The livestream cameras turned from me to the Great Wall, then hurriedly swung back. Everyone who had waited to see how I would choose had now lost their voice. Impossible. Behind me, Lin Fan finally spoke. His voice trembled at first, then abruptly rose into a scream. Impossible. I still did not turn. He had wagered an entire city to construct this death trap, and I had erased it with 2 macro skills. To him, that was probably harder to accept than death. Why? Darkness suddenly erupted behind me. In the reflection of a camera lens, I saw Lin Fan's body rapidly wither. He burned his flesh, life, and talent into powder and condensed a pitch-black blade in his hand. Xiao Ningxuang's expression changed. Suyang, watch out. Lin Fan vanished from where he stood. Boom. His stomp shattered the arena. In the next instant, he had crossed 100 yards and stabbed toward my heart from behind. The ice walls and earth shields rising in his path were pierced one after another. The speed and attack he obtained by burning away his entire life truly surpassed C-rank peak. But I still did not turn around. He wasn't qualified to make me interrupt the skill currently running. When the blade point entered 2 feet of my back, white light activated automatically. A 6-winged angel formed from particles of light spread its arms and enveloped me. Macro skill, Absolute Defense, Seraph's Embrace 1.0. Trigger condition, a fatal physical or energy attack enters within 0.5 meters of host. Execution logic, instantly cast, healing 100,000 times and reconstruct it into a conceptual protective barrier. I had already completed this skill's automatic trigger during training. As long as a fatal attack entered the half-meter range, I did not need to sense it, much less turn around at the last moment. The black blade struck the white light. There was no explosion, and it failed to produce even a ripple. The evil power silently melted like snow falling into a furnace. No. Lin Fan froze behind me and forced 2 words from his throat. Impossible. He had long since burned away his life and sustained this final strike solely through resentment. Now that the attack had been completely purified, that obsession collapsed with it. Thump! The sound of his fall was faint. Immediately afterward, his withered body became dust and scattered into the night wind. From the beast tide's appearance until Lin Fan's death, I stared toward the eastern district. Not once did I look back. After Lin Fan turned to ash, the plaza became terrifyingly silent. The windblade array outside the eastern district had stopped, but bloody mist still hung in the night. The gigantic wall dividing the city remained standing, blocking everyone's view and the beast tide that had plunged the entire city into despair moments earlier. I turned around. The Lin patriarch stood at the front of the crowd, his face deathly pale. The other family heads who had spoken for the Lin family instinctively took half a step back. I glanced at the ash beside my feet, then looked at him. The talents, bloodlines, and schemes you take such pride in are worthless before me. The Lin patriarch swayed and spat a mouthful of blood on the spot. Lin Fan had been the Lin family's most valued heir. This life-or-death arena was also a killing trap into which they had dragged the media, prominent families, and the academy. Now the trap had failed to hold me. Instead, the entire city had watched Lin Fan conspire with the god-devouring cult on livestream, and then witnessed his death without so much as a corpse remaining. The Lin family's face and future had vanished together. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Host has killed special target, god-devouring cult Holy Sun, false. Obscure divine power detected dissipating. Authorization determination, meets absorption standard. Absorbing. Absorption complete. My heart stirred. An extremely small gray-golden point of light had appeared deep inside the system interface, but no purpose was displayed. It resembled neither an ordinary skill nor anything with a callable name. When my consciousness approached, I sensed only an ancient, cold rejection. Divinity? Wasn't the god of the god-devouring cult something they fabricated to deceive their followers? I temporarily suppressed the question and snapped my fingers toward the eastern district. Snap! The 100-yard-tall wall disintegrated and sank simultaneously. Its alloy-hard structure became earth once more. Several breaths later, the ground was flat again, as though nothing had ever appeared. Creating it had been difficult, but casually withdrawing it made people even more wary. I could feel the gazes landing on me grow heavier. Dozens of streaks tearing through the air soon came from the city's center. Hovering warships bearing the Federation's sword emblem stopped above the plaza. Their hatches opened, and teams of black-clad officers landed, rapidly sealing every entrance and exit. The middle-aged officer in front wore general stars on his shoulders. He walked directly to the Lin Patriarch and opened an electronic arrest warrant. Lin Xiaodian, you are under arrest on suspicion of conspiring with an evil cult, planning a terrorist attack, and endangering Federation security. All Lin family members connected to the case will be detained, and the family's assets are hereby frozen. Several officers activated suppression fields simultaneously. The moment the Lin guards tried to move, dense red targeting lines appeared beneath the hover warships. The family heads who had spoken for the Lin family immediately withdrew. None wished to be tied to an evil cult case in front of the livestream cameras. Lin Xiaoyan's lips moved, but in the end, he did not resist. The evidence had already been broadcast to tens of millions across the entire city. Acting now would be equivalent to confirming the Lin family's rebellion on the spot. Another team of officers approached the academy leadership and stopped before Elder Lu Xian. Lu Xian, you are also under arrest. The dean and the others visibly froze. Lu Xian had always overseen part of the academy's defensive facilities. If the enforcement team had not named him on the spot, no one would have connected him to the simultaneous failure of the Eastern Node. He had clearly played a role in allowing tonight's beast tide into Jiangqing. Lu Xian showed no surprise. He allowed the officers to fasten an energy suppressor around him, his eyes fixed on me from beginning to end. Suyong, you truly are powerful. But do you believe this is over? He suddenly smiled, fanaticism covering his face. The Holy Sun's fall will only awaken a greater existence. Just wait. The whole world will become my God's pasture, and every one of you will become a sacrifice offered to the divine. Only when the officers took him aboard the warship did the hatch cut off his laughter. I watched the warship ascend and remembered the trace of divinity the system had just absorbed. Perhaps not everything Lu Xian said was madness. This matter wasn't over. Lin Fan was only a false holy son, and Lu Xian was merely one piece hidden within the academy. The person who could connect prominent families, city defenses, and the cult had still never truly revealed himself. The beast tide, array failure, life or death arena, and Lin Fan's mutation had seemed to erupt at the same time, but behind them was something like a chain fastened long ago. Tonight, I had only shattered several links exposed at the surface. The other end of that chain remained hidden somewhere deeper. I would find it, then rip it out by the roots. B-Boss. Wang Hao finally recovered from his shock. He ran to my side, pointed toward the eastern district, and stammered, that wall just now, and that thing with wings. What kind of skills were those? Basic operations. I patted him on the shoulder. Stop shouting. My head hurts. Everyone in the plaza was staring at me, and even the live stream cameras remained on. I was about to use the chaos to leave when Xiaoning Shuang approached. She asked neither about the skills nor Lin Fan. She simply raised a hand and straightened the collar, disturbed by my energy. Her cool fingertips brushed my neck, and my body stiffened involuntarily. Thanks for the protective talisman today. I cleared my throat, even though it never triggered. It's best if you never need it. She withdrew her hand, a trace of red flashing across the tips of her ears. Her voice was quiet, but I could hear that she had truly feared something would happen to me. 3 days later, while Jiangsheng was still discussing the beast tide that night, a gigantic hovering warship tore through the clouds and stopped above the city. Across its hull, an eagle emblem spread its wings beneath the sunlight. War Academy reception ship. The hatch opened, and a short-haired female instructor in a red combat suit looked down at the ground. Her gaze rapidly locked onto me just as I left home to buy breakfast. Suyong. Amplifiers carried her voice across the nearby districts. War Academy has come to receive you. The next stage of your journey begins now. A temporary military exclusion zone in Jiangxing's eastern suburbs. War Academy's Eagle hovered 300 feet overhead. Its vast hull blocked the sun and made those who had come to see me off appear especially small. Wang Hao clutched my arm and sobbed until he could barely breathe. Boss, what am I supposed to do after you leave? Pull carry me through dungeons. Pull lend me homework to copy. When my dad beats me, there won't even be anyone to bring me medicine. Let go. I can't bear to part with you. I kicked him away. I'm going to school, not my funeral. Wang Hao tried to lunge back, but I stepped around him and approached Xiaoning Shuang. She had changed into a black combat suit and tied her silver hair in a ponytail. She had said nothing, simply watching me in silence. I'm leaving, I said. Yes. After those 2 short sentences, neither of us moved. In the end, she stepped forward and straightened my collar. When you reach War Academy, don't carry everything alone the way you did in Jiangxing. Her fingertips were cool, and her voice was softer than usual. Wait for me. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether she meant I should wait for her to enter War Academy or wait for some other answer. The warship's electronic notification chose that moment to sound. Freshman Suyong, please board within 30 seconds. Failure to comply will be regarded as voluntary forfeiture of your place. I could only swallow the question and wave to them. I'm off. A tractor beam descended, and white light covered my vision. The ground rapidly shrank below. Wang Hao kept waving vigorously, while Xiaoning Shuang stood where she was and looked up at me. Before the hatch closed, I saw her lift her right hand and lightly touch her own collar, as though confirming that her words had reached me. When I opened my eyes again, I stood inside the warship's metal hall. It was more spacious than I had imagined. Nearly 100 young men and women stood throughout the room, and not one had a weak aura. Since War Academy's reception ship had come to collect them personally, they were clearly among the finest newcomers from their respective regions. They maintained distance from one another, but their badges, equipment, and positions had already quietly drawn circles. The warship had not even departed, yet the first round of faction selection had begun. I belonged to none of those circles and had no intention of temporarily joining one. My appearance immediately drew quite a few gazes. Is the last one aboard Suyong? The one from Jiangxing? I heard he only has an F-rank talent. That video of him defending the city alone looked impressive, but who knows whether he used some external item? Someone who entered War Academy through luck won't last long. They did not speak loudly, but they made no effort to hide their words from me. I couldn't be bothered to explain. I found a seat in a corner and opened the virtual database before it. I entered one word into the search bar. Abyss. Abyss, general term for high-risk extra-dimensional planes. Multiple abyssal worlds are known to exist. Their world laws differ significantly from those of Blue Star. Law, the underlying rules that govern the operation of a world. Throne rank experts can begin to touch and command the power of laws. The database also listed numerous abyssal invasions. Every expansion of a planar rift was accompanied by fallen cities and the deaths of large numbers of awakened. Calling War Academy a fortress was not promotional language. It truly bore the long-term responsibility of sealing rifts and training soldiers for the front lines. Compared with the disasters recorded here, the beast tide in Jiangchang counted as only a minor probe. I had just opened the information when a figure blocked the screen. I looked up. The young man before me was tall and wore a silver combat suit bearing the emblem of the Qin family from the imperial capital. He raised his chin as though desperate to look at people through his nostrils. Are you Suyong? What do you want? My name is Qin Feng. He deliberately raised his voice. I'm merely reminding you not to bring tricks from a backwater like Jiangxing into War Academy. What matters here is talent and true strength, not crooked methods used to attract attention. Your so-called defense of a city means nothing to me. Where's your evidence? I asked. Qin Feng hadn't expected me to question him. What evidence? If you say I used an external item, produce it. If you say the city wall was fake, explain the defense footage. You have nothing, yet you came here to block my way. I tapped the Qin family emblem on his chest. Does an imperial capital family educate its children to determine truth by volume? Everyone around us looked over, clearly waiting to see my reaction. I waited 2 seconds. Are you finished? Qin Feng frowned. If you're finished, move. You're blocking the database. His face immediately darkened. You're asking to die. The aura of a B-rank peak erupted. Crimson flames enveloped his fist as it flew straight toward my face. Silence. A cold female voice resounded throughout the hall. The red-clad instructor who received me that morning had appeared at the front at some point. She did not move. Her pressure alone stopped Qin Feng's fist in midair. Qin Feng immediately withdrew. Instructor Qitong. Everyone else fell silent as well. Qitong surveyed the entire hall, her gaze pausing between Qin Feng and me. War Academy does not nurture cowards, nor does it forbid competition. Therefore, your first lesson begins now. Until the warship reaches the main academy, all forms of exchange are permitted. The loser will receive a lower initial rating and forfeit priority when selecting instructors and resources. Permitting exchange does not mean permitting murder, Qitong added. The warship will record every attack. If anyone crosses the line, the academy will make them regret boarding alive. The moment she said that, several people who had secretly begun gathering their skills immediately dispersed the energy. The atmosphere inside the hall changed instantly. The newcomers who had merely observed one another now held caution and ambition in their eyes. Qin Feng turned back, flexed his fists, and smiled again. Did you hear that? Your luck has run out. I leaned back against my seat and closed my eyes. Qitong had said all forms of exchange were permitted, so at last I could rest with full justification. As for Qin Feng, he wasn't worth standing up for. That reaction clearly enraged him completely. Flames surged inside the hall and rapidly formed the shape of a tiger. I'll teach you the rules of War Academy. Qin Feng used all his strength and punched toward my temple. The flaming tiger opened its jaws and roared as the safety barriers around the seats in its path lit one after another. He wanted more than to teach me a lesson. He intended to cripple me right at the edge of what the rules permitted. I remained reclined against my seat without opening my eyes. Qin Feng's fist, wrapped in crimson flames, drew closer and closer to my temple. A full power attack from a B-rank peak ignited the air with its pressure before the fist arrived. The surrounding people retreated, while the high temperature turned the alloy floor red. I did not open my eyes. I merely felt a little warm. When the fist came within the final centimeter, my body slid backward the slightest distance along the seat back. Infinite slide step. The chief instructor's combat experience had not yet appeared, so this evasion depended entirely on the system and my own judgment of the trajectory. I did not dodge sideways because Qin Feng had already prepared a follow-up. Instead, I retreated less than 3 centimeters along the tangent of his punch, moving just beyond the point of greatest force. Boom. The flaming fist brushed past the tip of my nose and slammed heavily into the alloy wall behind me. The entire warship shook, and a half-foot-deep fist mark appeared on the wall, glowing red around its edges. He dodged it. By such a tiny margin. Cries of alarm rose from all around. Qin Feng had struck with full force and hit nothing, so his momentum sent him stumbling forward. Just as he prepared to turn, I opened my eyes and raised my right hand. I lightly flicked my index finger. A white mote of light floated lazily toward him. Qin Feng immediately tensed, flames gathering over both fists again. But the light landed on the back of his shoulder without exploding or causing any harm. It merely removed a speck of dust from his silver combat suit. An F-rank lifestyle skill. Clean. That outfit must be expensive. I lowered my hand. It'd be a shame to get it dirty. The reminder made his expression even uglier. Qin Feng had used all his strength to smash me into the wall, while I cared only about the dust on his shoulder. The hall was silent for an instant. Then someone failed to suppress a laugh. The first to laugh was a short-haired girl near the hatch. The moment she covered her mouth, several people beside her turned away together, their shoulders shaking more violently than the next. The warship's recording looped overhead. Qin Feng's flaming punch made the wall glow red, while that tiny mote of cleansing light landed precisely on his shoulder. The two clips hovered side by side. The stronger his attack looked, the more glaring, clean became. He threw a punch with everything he had, and the other guy dusted off his shoulder in response. That hurts worse than getting slapped. More and more laughter appeared. Qin Feng's face changed from red to blue-green, and even his shoulders trembled. He had attacked me with a B-rank peak killing move. I answered with a harmless clean. Who had won and who had lost required no explanation. I'll kill you. His power erupted again, this time mixed with a bloodline fluctuation. The pressure was greater than before. Enough. Qitong's voice was not loud, yet it cut through the hall like a blade. She stepped between us. With a single look at Qin Feng, she forcibly suppressed the surging flames back into his body. Qin Feng's face went deathly pale, and he no longer dared attack. War Academy encourages competition, not brainless slaughter. Qitong looked at all the newcomers. Qin Feng initiated the provocation and used a lethal attack first. Behavioral assessment, foolish. Su Yang responded defensively and ended the conflict at minimal cost. Behavioral assessment, excellent. She paused and directly announced the result. Qin Feng, your initial rating is lowered by 1 level. Su Yang, your initial rating is raised by 1 level. Qitong lifted a hand and summoned the warship's recording. Su Yang never proactively inflicted material harm. Every one of Qin Feng's attacks targeted a lethal point on the head. The ratings and penalties are based on behavior, not my personal favoritism. Anyone who still objects may submit the complete recording to the Academy's inspectorate. Qitong even marked the landing point of every one of Qin Feng's killing moves in red and my movement trajectory in white. Every red line pointed toward my temple, throat, or heart, while the white line never moved more than 3 centimeters from my seat. With the facts presented this clearly, speaking for Qin Feng would no longer be a question of position, but a problem with one's eyesight. Qin Feng opened his mouth. With the image hanging overhead, he could not find a single word in response. The laughter in the hall disappeared. The initial rating determined instructors, cultivation resources, and even dormitory level. Qin Feng had wanted to establish authority by trampling on me, but in the blink of an eye, he had given away 1 level of his most important rating. His body swayed, and the gaze he directed at me nearly burst into flame. I ignored him and leaned back in my seat. When Qin Feng activated his bloodline, its energy felt familiar. Although it differed from the darkness around Lin Fan, it seemed to originate from the same class of source. The god-devouring cult, divinity, and the bloodline of the imperial capital's Qin family. Perhaps these matters were connected. The only difference was that Lin Fan's power resembled rotting sewage, while Qin Feng's bloodline was cleaner and more stable. That cleanliness made the similarity even more concerning. If their roots were the same, the Qin family might long ago have found a way to control the corruption. While I was thinking, Qitong spoke again. It seems someone has already understood War Academy's rules ahead of time. Your initial rating determines whether you'll eat meat, drink broth, or receive nothing but scraps after enrollment. The exchange just now was only an appetizer. She swept a cold gaze across the crowd. The newcomers who had been eager moments earlier all behaved themselves after meeting her eyes. Upon reaching the Academy's main campus, you will immediately take the final rating test. The objective is simple. The corner of Qitong's mouth lifted slightly. Survive. After Qin Feng's demotion, no one in the hall actively caused me trouble again. Those contemptuous gazes became wary. Some kept looking my way, while others quietly increased the distance between us, afraid they might become the next person publicly executed by Clean. I closed my eyes, entered the system, and assessed my current status. Name, Su Yang. Realm, Peak Awakened. System rating, excellent. Initial rating increased by 1 level. Recorded skills, Fireball, F. Leap, F. Harden, F. Healing, C. Slide Step, F. Smoke Bomb, F. Earth Wall, F. Wind Blade, D. Clean, F. I still didn't know exactly how many resources the rating could provide, but since War Academy used it as both reward and punishment, its value could not be low. A faint sensation of weightlessness suddenly appeared. The warship's exterior armor retracted to both sides, revealing transparent windows. Sunlight instantly filled the hall. Look outside. I opened my eyes and turned toward the window. Above a boundless sea of clouds, an enormous silver-white city floated 30,000 feet in the sky. Towers pierced the clouds, while flowing energy conduits connected the buildings. Hover vehicles traveled back and forth at different altitudes. At the city's center, an energy core resembling an artificial sun operated steadily and sent light into every district. A silver waterfall even descended from the city's edge. Before reaching the cloud sea, its water became mist and was reabsorbed by a force field below. The closer we came, the clearer it became that the city did more than simply float. Gigantic cannon barrels and energy arrays covered its underside, while ranks of warships waited beneath the residential ring. The entire academy could transform from a city into a war machine at any moment. For a time, I stared in wonder. Creating a section of city wall with a macro skill wasn't difficult. But keeping a city this enormous suspended for years required levitation, anti-gravity, and energy matrices on an entirely different technological level. Welcome to the highest bastion of human civilization and the sacred land of every awakened, War Academy. At the front of the hall, rare pride appeared on Qidong's face. What you see now is only the Academy's outer residential ring. You will study here over the next few years, provided you survive. She raised a hand and pointed at the energy core in the city's center. That is the credit exchange center. At War Academy, Federation currency is meaningless, and family background cannot purchase privilege. Cultivation arts, weapons, pills, training rooms, and private instruction from instructors can all be obtained only with credits. Without credits, you can't even afford a basic nutritional meal. Remember, credits are your life. A freshman from a prominent family asked, "How do we earn credits?" Your rating determines your initial credits. Qidong's gaze swept over everyone. Later credits can be earned through missions, tournaments, or by taking them from fellow students. The Academy permits competition, but every transfer of credits must leave a challenge record. Qitong glanced at those eager to move. Taking credits does not mean staging a street brawl. Anyone who treats the rules as a loophole will have the enforcement division take their enrollment first. The recently softened atmosphere grew tense again. Many people subconsciously moved one step away from those beside them. Now, the final rating test begins. The metal floor suddenly split apart. Independent platforms rose from below and stopped precisely beneath each freshman's feet. Test venue: Simulated Abyss Number 1 Ecosphere. Test objective: survive for 7 days. Passing condition: remain alive until the test ends. Qidong smiled. Simulated Abyss Number 1 has a standard mortality rate of 10%. Of the 100 of you, 10 will ordinarily remain there forever. Good luck. Some immediately checked their equipment, while others exchanged looks with familiar companions. I confirmed my storage space, skill macros, and mental condition. Since Qitong had emphasized the mortality rate, no instructor would save people at the final second. The support beneath my feet suddenly vanished. Every platform plunged into darkness at once. Before descending, I noticed several children of prominent families from the imperial and magic capitals exchange looks. The devices on their wrists flashed simultaneously, as though completing some form of information synchronization. It seemed someone had obtained information about the test site in advance. They had still been wary of one another moments earlier, yet now swiftly drew together. One exchange of glances had clearly divided solitary competitors from temporary allies. The weightlessness lasted more than 10 seconds. My body passed through a cold energy membrane, then landed heavily. Black mud rose over my ankles. Twisted plants grew everywhere, constantly spewing purple toxic mist from flowers and leaves. Leaden clouds sealed the sky overhead, blocking all sunlight. The smells of rotting vegetation and sulfur rushed into my nose together. Warning: high concentration of mental corrosion miasma detected. This environment will continuously corrode mental power, reduce thinking speed, and may cause hallucinations. Host is advised to leave immediately. I looked around. No other freshmen were in sight. A poisonous swamp starred at a solo spawn point. The configuration truly was brutal. I crouched and rubbed a little black mud between my fingers. It contained not only toxins, but tiny crystalline grains that could interfere with energy perception. The Academy had clearly blocked even the path to finding companions in advance. Not far away, a gigantic bubble suddenly swelled in the black mud. An enormous shadow slowly surfaced, and 2 lantern-sized crimson eyes pierced the toxic fog and locked onto my position. The swamp churned continuously, and the creature hidden beneath finally revealed half its head. A swamp lurker, C-rank ferocious beast. Its eyes were terrifyingly large, but its vision was nearly non-existent. It primarily located prey through vibrations in the mud and water. The Encyclopedia of 10,000 Beasts even specifically noted, tough, coarse meat with no culinary value. I tapped one toe against the mud surface. Infinite slide step. My body silently moved dozens of feet sideways and left not even a ripple when I landed. The swamp lurker lost its target, turned several circles, then slowly sank into the mud again. It had not truly left. It buried itself beneath my previous position and waited for another vibration. I moved along the raised roots nearby and guided the sound of my footsteps to the opposite side. The swamp erupted, but the enormous fong-filled mouth bit only rotten wood. The system warning continued. Mental corrosion miasma is continuously eroding host. I tried taking a deep breath. The miasma entered my body but brought no negative effect beyond a faint coolness. The absolute command system acted like an invisible barrier and isolated the mental corrosion. However, others might not be able to do the same. I opened the Encyclopedia of 10,000 Beasts, Beginner Edition, obtained from a god-devouring cultist, and soon found a symbiotic plant. Clearwater angelica can neutralize many toxins and filter the air. It normally grows around the roots of purple mist demon flowers. A purple mist demon flower actively sprayed paralyzing pollen. Before approaching, I sealed the flower head with water ball, then had a wind blade cut around the outer edge of its roots to avoid damaging the Clearwater angelica's crucial filtration veins. A patch of purple flowers happened to grow nearby. I used water ball to wash the toxic mud from the leaves, then manipulated dozens of wind blades for precise cutting. Several seconds later, I had formed a natural gas mask with a clean fragrance that fitted over the mouth and nose. Breathing was solved. Next came shelter. I did not intend to stand in rotten mud for 7 days. Earth wall rose from beneath the swamp and pushed the black mud aside. I controlled the soil layer and continued downward, swiftly excavating a pit 16 feet wide and 30 feet deep. Then I reinforced the walls and floor with hardened. More than 100 fireballs hovered inside and dried every trace of moisture evenly. In less than a minute, a sturdy, dry underground shelter that still held residual warmth was complete. I also copied the tracks left by nearby beasts and stamped them around the entrance, disguising the shelter as a swamp lurker's long-established nest. Even if someone passed through the miasma and reached this place, those gigantic claw marks would make them first consider whether they could leave alive. I had done more than dig a hole. The entrance used 2 switchbacks to prevent the miasma from pouring straight inside. Every vent opened downwind and was covered with Clearwater angelica leaves. I had also left drainage channels along the wall and stacked 3 hardened earthen plates overhead, enough to withstand a C-rank beast stomp. The soil retained residual heat from the fireballs, keeping the floor at the perfect temperature for resting. I jumped inside and sealed the top with soil, leaving only several hidden vents. Outside, miasma filled the air and beasts lay in ambush. Inside, it was warm and quiet, with clean air. I took a bag of potato chips from my storage space. Crunch. If I had a bottle of ice-cold cola as well, this test would be perfect. Halfway through the chips, dragging footsteps sounded overhead. They drew closer and finally stopped beside a vent. Someone lay on the ground, gasping desperately. Is there a classmate down there? Help. I'm Zhao Jia of the Imperial Capital's Zhao family. Save me, and I'll reward you generously. I had not wanted to invite trouble, but with so little information about the test site, a living person delivered to my door made a perfect intelligence source. I snapped my fingers. A crack opened overhead. A hardened earthen rope extended outside, wrapped around the person's waist, and dragged him into the shelter. Thump! Zhao Jia fell onto the floor. His combat suit had been corroded into rags, and purple-black spots covered his exposed skin. When he saw the clean, level shelter, his mouth hung open for a long time. I first tossed him half a Clearwater angelica leaf, then used healing once to suppress the toxin. After the white light descended, the purple-black spots rapidly faded. His ragged breathing finally stabilized, yet instead of thanking me immediately, he examined the shelter and my storage equipment. Thank you. Are you that Su Yang from the warship? Tell me what's happening outside first. Zhao Jia did not answer. His gaze moved from the surrounding walls to my face, then finally settled on my storage equipment. Surprise quickly became calculation, and his right hand quietly slipped behind his back. Where are the other freshmen? I asked again. The teleportation points are random. He answered aloud, but continued approaching. I encountered only 2 people. The miasma already eliminated them. As he spoke, the index finger behind his back bent 3 times in succession. Each time, the energy fluctuation inside his sleeve grew stronger. Zhao Jia thought the underground space was too cramped for me to evade a point-blank wind blade. But he had not noticed that Hardin had repeatedly reinforced the walls, and the exit remained under my control. His statement wasn't entirely false, but the detector on his wrist still showed 3 life signals, meaning at least someone else was nearby. He would rather conceal information and first decide whether he could kill me and seize the shelter for himself. Classmate, thank you. Truly. He struggled to his feet and approached me step by step. To repay you for saving my life, I've decided to. A cyan wind blade instantly formed over his palm. Send you on your way. The wind blade stabbed straight toward my heart. Its cyan light illuminated the greed on his face. The weakness he had shown before attacking had disappeared, clearly proving that even his inability to stand had been half an act. He had wanted to trick me into treating and sheltering him, then take all my supplies when I relaxed. I remained seated. I put the final potato chip into my mouth, removed the Clearwater Angelica mask, and took a deep breath of the purple miasma outside. Zhao Jie's wind blade stopped less than an inch from my chest. The viciousness on his face froze. Do you know why I can breathe the miasma you've been fighting so desperately? I looked at him. Because it does absolutely nothing to me. Miasma drifted through the gap in the entrance and past my mouth and nose, but the system kept it away from my mind. I did not even hold my breath. Zhao Jie, however, needed that half Clearwater Angelica leaf merely to stand. If I took it back, he would collapse again within minutes without my lifting a finger. A swamp lurker still waited outside for vibrations. If I withdrew the earthen layer, then even if he escaped the shelter, he could choose only whether to die to the miasma, black mud, or beast. He believed the wind blade gave him control of the situation. In reality, from the instant I dragged him into the shelter, he had never possessed the initiative. Zhao Jie's hand shook violently around the wind blade. He had already understood that I could not be an ordinary F-rank awakened. Who exactly are you? I stood, approached him, and pinched the wind blade between two fingers. Crack. The blade condensed from a D-rank wind talent shattered beneath my light squeeze. Zhao Jie retreated several steps and fell flat onto his backside. I was wrong. He immediately begged for mercy. The miasma affected my mind. I didn't mean to do that. I belong to the Imperial Capital's Zhao family. Whatever compensation you want, I can give it to you. I saved you, and you tried to kill me. I didn't mean it doesn't erase that debt. I crouched in front of him. However, I won't kill you for now. Zhao Jie abruptly raised his head. From now until the test ends, you'll work for me as a temp. Clean, gather intelligence, and serve as a mobile warehouse. First, hand over the detector on your wrist. Then draw a complete map of everything you know. Conceal something once, and you lose one meal. Try attacking me again, and I'll send you back into the miasma. Zhao Jie immediately removed the detector and even handed over his identity chip with it. Before life and death, the pride of the Imperial Capital's Zhao family vanished quickly. Any objections? None. Absolutely none. He nodded so quickly that he nearly created an afterimage. Only when I later watched the test recordings did I learn that the central tower in the city in the sky had been observing us at that time. Inside the monitoring hall, hundreds of light screens separately displayed every freshman's location and condition. The data columns beside the screens tracked not only kill counts, but also real-time energy consumption, injuries, resource efficiency, and route risk. Simply killing a C-rank beast awarded fixed points. Completing the same objective with fewer resources improved one's hidden evaluation. This was what War Academy truly wanted to see. After leaving their family's protection, who could turn limited conditions into a path to survival. Some students hunted C-rank beasts continuously. Others relied on plant talents to establish strongholds. Qin Feng and several heirs of prominent families had already met up in advance and were following an internal map directly toward the ancient ghost tree. Qin Feng's team had a clear division of roles: reconnaissance, arrays, healing, and ranged attacks. Not one was missing. As soon as the map's bait drew out the ancient ghost tree, they used countering equipment prepared in advance to complete the kill. Their 350 points looked impressive, but their route resembled someone copying answers from a key. Only my surveillance feed was pitch black. A layer of earth completely sealed the shelter. The screen showed only one green dot representing my life signal, motionless for 3 hours. Several instructors therefore concluded that I was hiding underground to avoid the test. Qitong made no conclusion and merely ordered them to keep watching the life signal. She also asked a technician to mark the air movement above the shelter. Every time the miasma approached a vent, the Clearwater Angelica filtered it. That inconspicuous change proved I was not simply hiding underground without preparation. The first point ranking then refreshed. First place, Qin Feng. Points, 350. Second place, Wang Tong. Points, 320. Third place, Zhou Hao. Points, 315. 98th place, Zhao Jie. Points, 0. 99th place, Su Yang. Points 0. 100th place, Sun Miao, eliminated. Elimination did not mean automatic rescue. On screen, Sun Miao's name was marked red only after his life signal went out. The 10% mortality rate had not been an empty threat from the first day. Beneath the toxic swamp, I had just finished my potato chips. Temp, get up. Time for work. Zhao Jia, curled in the corner, immediately scrambled to his feet. I took him back to the surface and tossed him a prepared Clearwater Angelica leaf. Cover your mouth and nose. Stay close. Where are we going? I pointed toward the swamp's core, where the miasma was thickest. To the buffet. The deeper we went, the stronger the miasma's corrosive power became. Warning. Life force is suffering moderate corrosion. Warning. Mental power is suffering severe corrosion. The mental toxin could not penetrate, but the life corrosion began, leaving purple patterns on my skin. I directly activated healing. 1 ray, 10, then 100 rays of holy light descended over me. The instant corrosion caused any damage. It was completely healed. The poison in the core harmed more than skin. Every 30 feet forward, my respiratory tract, blood, and internal organs suffered corrosion simultaneously. I split, healing, into multiple pathways. One portion maintained my lungs, another purified my blood, and the remainder locked down my life force. Zhao Jia's Clearwater Angelica could block only the outer miasma. He had to follow the low-toxin route I left behind. If his step deviated at all, the edge of his mask rapidly blackened. Zhao Jia followed behind and became quieter with every step. When we reached the core, he finally understood what I meant by a buffet. More than a dozen gigantic beasts lay sprawled across the mud. In normal condition, all were C rank or higher. But after prolonged exposure to the core miasma, they had been weakened to the edge of death. Other freshmen could not enter, but I could withstand the environmental damage with infinite healing. This wasn't a forbidden zone. It was a hunting ground prepared for me. Watch carefully. I raised my right hand. Within 1 second, more than 1,000 fireballs formed overhead, then converged into a scorching torrent. Fireball Gatling gun. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions covered the entire core. The beasts suppressed by the miasma could not resist and were swallowed by fire one after another. The first volley stripped away rotten outer armor. The second concentrated on exposed abdomens. The third sealed off their path toward the lower toxin region. The firepower looked chaotic, but every fireball had an independent target. C-rank swamp lurker killed. Points plus 50. C-rank rotting giant crocodile killed. Points plus 60. C-rank killed. Notifications flooded the screen. My position on the point ranking also began to jump. 90th place, Su Yang. Points, 110. 73rd place, Su Yang. Points, 260. 51st place, Su Yang. Points, 430. 32nd place, Su Yang. Points, 680. 15th place, Su Yang. Points, 950. In less than 5 minutes, I had risen from second to last into the top 15. The monitoring staff finally adjusted the detection angle and allowed the external cameras to capture the core region. In the recording after the test, I saw myself using high-frequency healing to neutralize the poison while harvesting beasts with waves of fireballs. Zhao Jia followed behind carrying the spoils. No one in the monitoring hall spoke. The instructors who had declared me a coward minutes earlier retrieved the past 3 hours of records and finally discovered that the motionless green had not been avoiding the test. It had been building a shelter beneath the toxic swamp, creating filtration equipment, then waiting for the environment to weaken the beasts in the core. From the moment I entered the test site, every step had prepared for this 5-minute explosion of points. After a long time, a white-haired instructor finally pointed excitedly at the screen. Vast quantities of low-rank skills, a complete energy cycle, and practically no interval between casts. Could this be the infinite school lost for centuries? When I later obtained the recordings, I saw the monitoring center argue about the infinite school for a long time. Some believed the infinite school required atomic-level energy control and had been proven a dead end 3 centuries ago, making it impossible for an awakened like me to master. Others felt my performance could no longer be explained through ordinary talents. Qitong finally interrupted the debate. Whether or not he belongs to the infinite school is irrelevant. What matters is that he's harvesting the greatest number of points at the lowest cost. Every beast he selected had been weakened by the miasma. He has never clashed head-on with a target at full strength. That is also tactics. A technician immediately reported, Qin Feng's team is approaching Su Yang's core region. They've activated signal blocking and may be preparing to clear the area. Every instructor's attention instantly returned to the screen. Meanwhile, in the swamp core, I had already seen 5 encircling light points on Zhao Jie's detector. Boss, it's Qin Feng. Zhao Jie still held the poison sack he had just dug from a rotting giant crocodile's corpse, and his face had gone pale. They must have real-time coordinates. All 5 are elites from prominent families. We need to leave. Why leave? I wiped my fingers clean, looked at the beasts cleared from the surrounding area, then at the vast swamp beneath my feet. Clashing head-on with Qin Feng's team on ordinary terrain would waste some time. But this was a toxic swamp. I could reshape the ground, heal continuously, and knew how to use every material around us. This is my home field now. I marked 5 entry routes on Zhao Jie's detector, then had the system generate a maze blueprint based on the terrain. The soil beneath the swamp was too soft to bear weight, but perfect for temporarily altering its structure. They had the advantages in rank and equipment. I controlled the entire ground beneath them. More importantly, they knew only my coordinates. They did not know that every inch of soil beneath their feet had been renumbered. Which wall rose, which path closed, and which pit sprayed poison were each controlled by a separate thread of mental power. The maze did not need to be stronger than them. It needed only to ensure that the 5 could never apply their power together. I divided the beast poison sacks, membranes, and explosive flame sparrow feathers we had just collected and gave them to Zhao Jie. Arrange them the way I taught you. Once you're finished, hide in the shelter and don't come out, no matter what you hear. Zhao Jie did not dare ask questions. He gathered the materials and vanished into the miasma. I reached the center of the core region and held both hands over the ground. Earth wall and harden activated simultaneously along predefined paths. The earth began to tremble faintly. The outer layer was seemingly ordinary hard ground, but pits of varying depths had been excavated beneath it. The middle layer held earthen walls that could rise and fall, with sound channels and observation slits embedded inside. The deepest layer contained a safe path usable only by Zhao Jie and me. Beast poison sacks were compressed into mud bombs, while membranes served as launchers. Explosive flame sparrow feathers connected to miniature fireballs would automatically detonate when they approached an energy reaction. Several minutes later, Qin Feng entered the core region with his 4 teammates. All wore excellent equipment with their internal cycle breathing systems already active. The scout stared at the coordinates and pointed toward my position. The signal hasn't moved. He's inside. A man who only knows how to hide in a hole dares take second place in points? Qin Feng sneered. Find him, take every point, then break his limbs and send him out. He ordered them to activate the signal blocker. From that moment, they believed the monitoring center could not see the area, allowing them to blame any theft or severe injuries inflicted on a classmate on the swamp's beasts. But the blocker could stop external detection, not the mental perception I had buried in the earth. The instant all 5 entered the modified region, the ground vanished beneath the leading team member. Hard earth instantly became soft swamp and swallowed him to the waist. Swamp trap. Watch your feet. The array master had barely spoken when a highly compressed mud bomb shot from the side and struck his face, sealing his eyes, mouth, and nose. Qin Feng erupted in flame to illuminate the surroundings, and his expression changed. Earthen walls several yards tall had already risen. They crossed in every direction, dividing the core region into a gigantic maze. Cheap tricks. Qin Feng punched apart the earthen wall directly ahead. Another wall stood behind it. He continued punching and shattered several layers, but the path ahead did not change. Every time his flames blasted through a wall, the falling clumps of mud dropped into prepared channels and became material for the next barrier. Qin Feng spent real energy, while I repeatedly cast earth wall on the same batch of soil. When the team was forced apart, a cooing sound came from the maze's depths. Dozens of flying birds burning with orange-red flames attacked from different directions. Explosive flame sparrows. Defend. Boom, boom, boom. Shields lit one after another, and the explosions forced several people back against earthen walls. Those weren't real flame sparrows, but remote-controlled bombs I had assembled from beast poison sacks, feathers, and fireball. Each inflicted ordinary damage, but they compensated with sheer numbers and vicious angles. They had just stopped the first wave when the ground shook again. The female perception specialist tried to lock onto me, but heard sound channels copying footsteps in more than a dozen directions. The array master tried marking fixed coordinates, only for the walls beneath his feet to shift the entire corridor sideways. Old walls sank underground, and new ones rose beside them. Corridors, exits, and footholds all changed in real time. The maze moves. The array master finally wiped the mud from his face. Its structure keeps changing. There's no way to solve it. Qin completely lost patience and blasted the surroundings madly with fire. Every layer of earthen wall he shattered was replaced by another. His strength drained rapidly, yet he could not even determine my position. Suyang, get out here. Using the sound channels embedded within the walls, I sent my voice into every corner of the maze. Stop shouting. You're disturbing my rest. As punishment, the game is entering Phase 2. Every wall simultaneously sprayed a liquid blended from beast fat and poison sac mucus. Then the ground slowly tilted. Qin and his 4 teammates lost their footing. They collided and rolled together down the slick corridor. Stop. What's ahead? The answer soon appeared. At the corridor's end was an enormous mud pit Zhao Jie had dug according to my instructions. It contained liquid from rotting beast remains, and the stench could penetrate internal cycle breathing systems. Splash, splash. Like a row of bowling pins, the 5 rolled into the mud pit one after another. Qin grabbed a wall corner at the final moment, but the other 4 struck his legs as they passed and dragged him in with them. Mystic crystal equipment, expensive robes, and internal cycle masks were all covered in mucus. No amount of defense could stop the smell. Their screams passed through the layers of earth. I leaned beside the shelter entrance and nodded with satisfaction. The first version of my mobile maze was operating normally. As for those trapped inside, they clearly had not yet adapted to my rules. When the 7 days were up, white teleportation light descended into the poisonous swamp. Zhao Jie and I. He was clutching an armful of loot and wearing the expression of a man questioning his entire existence, became weightless at the same time. When our feet touched solid ground again, we were back in the starting hall of the city in the sky. Nearly 10% fewer people stood here than when we had set out. A medical area had already been set up along the edge of the hall. Some people collapsed the instant they teleported back. One person had lost an arm, and several stretchers were completely covered with white sheets. Of the 10 fatalities Qitong had predicted before we departed, the final count was almost exactly right. Most of the surviving freshmen were injured, their faces still marked by the exhaustion of a narrow escape. Zhao Jie and I, in clean clothes, immediately drew a great deal of discussion. That F-rank actually survived? Looks like he must have hidden for all 7 days. Zhao Jie's face flushed when he heard them, and he tried to speak up for me. I gave him a look, and he immediately closed his mouth. It saved me trouble if they wanted to think that way. Qin Feng's team was teleported back soon afterward. All 5 of them were covered in foul-smelling slime, as though they had just been fished out of a rotting mud pit. When Qin Feng saw me, the hatred in his eyes almost congealed into something solid. I gave him a nod. It seemed the second stage of the moving maze had given him quite an experience. Silence. Qitong appeared on the raised platform. The 7-day final rating test is over. Congratulations on remaining alive for now. But survival does not mean you passed. The Academy will assess you comprehensively across multiple dimensions, including points, survival skills, tactical application, and environmental adaptability. Your final rating will determine every resource available to you over the coming year. Your number of kills is not the sole criterion. No matter how many enemies one person kills, if those points were bought with teammates' lives, the rating will not be high. Likewise, someone with few points may still catch the instructor panel's eye by finding a way to survive in a hopeless situation. Qitong raised a hand and unfolded the scoring matrix. Points accounted for only 40%. The other 60% came from survival, judgment, cooperation, resource management, and improvisation. Every category rating would enter the student's permanent record and determine which training zones they could enter and what level of missions they could accept over the next year. This was not a competition that cared only about placement. It was the Academy putting a price on every freshman. The main screen lit up, and the leaderboard appeared. The names at the top were hidden for the moment, but the first place score was clearly displayed, 2,350 points. More than 2,000 points. I didn't even earn 200 in 7 days. Qin Feng straightened when he saw the number, plainly convinced first place belonged to him. Qitong began by reading the list of those who had failed. Sun Miao, 15 points. Eliminated in the 3rd hour. Final rating, fail. Expelled. Sun Miao's name turned gray, and his academic access was revoked on the spot. The other low-scoring freshmen immediately tensed. War Academy would not lower any of its standards merely because they had been called geniuses back home. A freshman beside him opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He and Sun Miao came from the same city. Before departure, local media had even called Sun Miao the greatest talent in a century. Now that title could not buy him so much as a chance to retake the test. Wang Ming, 195 points. Final rating, C. Li Yu, 380 points. Skilled at using the environment. Final rating, B. Name after name went by until, at last, it was Qin Feng's turn. Qin Feng. Initial rating, A. Test score, 2,350 points. First place. Cries of surprise swept through the hall. Qin Feng had only just begun to smile when Qitong's next words crushed it. However, he maliciously exploited intelligence from his family to obtain a map and monster distribution data in advance. During the test, he also attempted to encircle and eliminate other candidates. By ruling of the instructor panel, his final rating is reduced to A-. Qin Feng's smile froze. I refuse to accept that. I earned the highest score with my own strength. What right do you have to lower my rating? Qitong looked at him coldly. Your result is that you lost. Who did I lose to? Qitong did not answer. Instead, she turned to me. Suyong. Countless gazes fell on me at once. Initial rating, F. Test score, 1,860 points. Second place. A wave of irrepressible discussion broke out. But Qin Feng acted as though he had caught a lifeline. Second place is still second place. All he knows how to do is hide in a hole. He doesn't even dare fight anyone head-on. Suyong used basic skills to reshape an entire area, demonstrating exceptionally strong tactical creativity, environmental utilization, and resource conversion efficiency. Qitong cut him off without hesitation. He achieved the highest point efficiency at the lowest cost, and he completely incapacitated an elite team whose members all held initial A ratings. She glanced at Qin Feng. By special authorization of the Academy's Supreme Council, Su Yang's final rating is S rank. He is tied with special admission student Xiaoning Shuang, who did not participate in this test. On the screen, my name vaulted straight past A and A+ into the golden zone at the very top. One benefit after another unfurled, 100,000 starting credits, eligibility for the Tower of Heroes, and the right to an independent mentor. Any one of them exceeded the total resources an ordinary freshman would receive over 4 years. The hall erupted completely. Xiaoning Shuang had come to War Academy too? The news surprised me a little. So when she told me to wait for her in Jiang City, it had not been a casual attempt to comfort me. I refused to accept this. Qin Feng's roar rose above the crowd. An F rank gets an S rank through schemes? He doesn't even have the courage to fight me face to face. War isn't decided solely by whose fist is harder. Qitong snapped her fingers, and the image on the main screen changed. A complete recording of the moving maze began to play. Mud sealing their faces, remote-controlled flame sparrows bombing them, passageways transforming in real time, and finally all 5 of them tumbling together into the stinking quagmire. Not one detail was missing. The recording also displayed both sides' expenditures. Qin Feng's team had used 17 pieces of disposable equipment and 3 recovery potions, and depleted more than 80% of their total source energy. I had merely invoked the same few basic skills over and over. The resources I had actually expended were almost zero. This had not been a lucky stumble into a trap. I had established an advantage in resources and information before I even entered the poisonous swamp. Once the first laugh broke out, the entire hall quickly lost control. Qin Feng's face went from white to purple. He looked as if he wanted to burrow straight into the floor. Qitong shut off the recording. Do you see clearly now? Your mind is also part of your strength. Your refusal to accept the result proves only that you haven't even understood how you lost. On a real battlefield, no one points out where the traps are. After an enemy exploits intelligence and the environment to kill you, you won't come back to life just because you were stronger in a direct confrontation. She stopped looking at Qin Feng and turned to me. An S-rank rating grants you 100,000 starting credits and eligibility to live in the Tower of Heroes in the core district. In addition, the Academy's chief mentor has asked to see you by name. Come with me. At the words, chief mentor, everyone who had been laughing moments earlier fell silent. I followed Qitong toward the depths of the hall. The 100,000 credits had already arrived in my account. As for the chief mentor specifically asking for me, I hoped he did not intend to attach some troublesome condition to that reward. Still, anyone capable of silencing the entire hall in an instant would not be bringing an ordinary problem. I followed Qitong through an alloy corridor. Discussion continued behind us, with Qin Feng's heavy breathing particularly conspicuous. I did not look back. There was no point in pressing the issue with someone who had just been publicly humiliated. Qitong suddenly spoke. Stop looking at me as if you're evaluating a temp worker. I immediately looked away. This instructor's perception was more acute than I had expected. At the end of the corridor, an enormous silver tower pierced the clouds. Ancient energy patterns flowed across its surface. As I drew closer, even my mind became noticeably clearer. The Tower of Heroes, Qitong explained. This is both the heart of the Academy and the final resting place of the Federation's heroes. Only S-rank students throughout history and powerful individuals who have rendered extraordinary service to the Federation are eligible to live here. Those inside enjoy the highest priority for resources, and the wills of the heroic spirits who came before can help temper your mental strength. There were no guards on either side of the tower doors, only a wall of names. Hundreds of names ran from bottom to top. Some had dimmed, while others continued to shine. Qidong told me that a glowing name meant its bearer was still serving on the front lines. Most of those that had gone dark had died in battle. Living in the Tower of Heroes had never been only a privilege. It was also a reminder. A premium dormitory with a built-in mental cultivation effect. The treatment for an S rank really was good. We took the levitating elevator straight to the top floor. When the doors opened, I found no command center as I had imagined, but a simple tea room. An old wooden table, several meditation cushions, and a pot of steaming tea. A one-armed old man sat by the window. His hair was gray, his face covered in wrinkles, and an empty sleeve hung beside his wheelchair. He even looked somewhat frail. But when he turned his head, my heart abruptly clenched. His eyes looked clouded, yet when his gaze settled on me, it seemed capable of piercing flesh and mind to see my deepest secrets. The system interface displayed no assessment of his level. My mental perception could not reach his limits either. It was like dropping a thread into a bottomless sea without raising so much as a ripple. Instructor. Qitong gave a solemn salute. The old man nodded. Qitong immediately left the tea room, leaving the two of us alone. Sit. His voice was gentle, and he even poured me a cup of tea himself. Did you enjoy yourself in the swamp? My hand paused as I lifted the tea. This student was merely doing his best to survive. The old man laughed. Throwing the Qin family's boy into a mud pit is certainly an uncommon method of survival. The maze's raising and lowering logic was good, but your use of materials was still crude. You rebuilt the earth walls in the southeast corner 3 unnecessary times, and wasted at least 20% of your mental control. The old man casually identified several of the recording's finest details. Only then did I become certain that he had not merely watched for amusement. He had broken down and analyzed every change in my skills. It seemed he had seen everything that happened in the testing ground. Relax. I'm not here to hold the maze against you, nor do I intend to force you to reveal your secrets. The old man studied me for a moment. Then his tone abruptly sharpened. Your mental strength is immense, far beyond an awakened of the same realm. But your method of controlling it is far too crude. You're like a baby holding a divine axe capable of splitting heaven. You can crush someone to death with it, yet you know only how to swing it by instinct. He raised a hand, and the tea rose from the rim of the cup. A drop stretched into a line in midair, divided into hundreds of perfectly equal droplets, then returned to the cup without losing a single one. The old man tapped a fingertip again. The outermost droplet instantly boiled, while another froze into an ice crystal. All the other droplets remained unchanged. The hot and cold transformations took place right next to each other without the slightest interference. For the first time, I saw with my own eyes just how fine true control could be. There had been no obvious energy fluctuation throughout the entire process. The same amount of power can flood a room when it runs out of control. Once understood, it can also wash the dirt from every speck of dust. I did not argue. This was the first time anyone had pinpointed my problem so precisely. I relied on the system to achieve zero cooldown, then overwhelm targets with a vast number of skills. Whenever quantity could solve a problem, I had almost never seriously studied how a single measure of power ought to land with precision. Let me ask you a question. The old man's expression turned serious. What is the essence of a skill? I thought for a moment. A tool? Something that helps an awakened invoke energy to accomplish a particular purpose. Yes and no. He did not give me the answer outright. War Academy won't teach you only a handful of specific skills. You can learn those yourself as soon as you obtain the skill books. What this place truly teaches is understanding. Understanding the power you wield, and understanding the world upon which that power acts. The old man looked at me and spoke one deliberate word at a time. Your talent gave you a starting point far beyond the ordinary. But if your understanding cannot keep pace with your power, you will ultimately become its slave. Today, you can overwhelm your peers with 10,000 low-level skills. When you face an enemy capable of directly rewriting the laws in the future, will quantity still be enough? I could not answer. Those words left me silent for a long time. Below the tower stands the myriad law's steel. The old man pointed out the window. Go sit before it for 3 days. Come see me again when you've figured out the essence of a skill. I rose and gave him a solemn bow. I understand. This time, it was not for credits or S-rank privileges. I truly needed an answer. The elevator doors closed behind me. The chief mentor later told me that after I left, he stood alone before the window for a long time. Low-level skills that required no incantation, no medium, and could be cast instantly in vast numbers reminded him of a forbidden legend that existed only in the mythical age. What he truly wanted to confirm at the time was not how many skills I possessed. It was whether the infinite trait, long since dismissed as a fantasy, had truly reappeared in this world. And the answer was already making its way from the Tower of Heroes to the myriad law's steel. Below the Tower of Heroes, the myriad law's steel stood 100 meters tall. The entire steel was pitch black, its surface smooth as a mirror, yet reflecting no light. Standing before it, I felt as though even my consciousness might be drawn inside. I found a clean spot and sat cross-legged. What is the essence of a skill? The question the chief mentor had left me surfaced once more. I closed my eyes and extended my mental power toward the steel. Boom. A flood of information so immense it was almost unbearable crashed into my mind. Flame, flowing water, earth, raging wind. Tens of thousands of skill concepts unfolded at once. I saw the earliest humans drilling wood to make fire and understanding heat for the first time. I saw the first awakened use mental power to stir the fire element. I also saw countless predecessors refine the structure again and again until that complex process was fixed into the most basic fireball used today. And that was only one skill. Yet the myriad law's steel contained the evolutionary imprints of virtually every skill. I even saw the same mass of fire released in entirely different ways in different eras. Some people stabilized its structure with an incantation a full minute long. Some inscribed it into a magic array. Others sacrificed power in exchange for instant casting. The fireball now in common use was the result of countless compromises. The volume of information instantly surpassed my limit, and I severed my perception at once. One moment later, and the torrent might have shattered my mind. System, filter the information. Host, please issue your command. Block irrelevant evolutionary records. Retain only energy structures and the foundational models for leveraging laws. Command confirmed. Filtering and optimizing. The chaos in my mind rapidly disappeared. The most fundamental energy runes emerged one after another, like the underlying code from which every skill was constructed. I immersed myself in contemplation once more. Meanwhile, more and more students passed through the area around the myriad law's steel. Is that the F-rank freshman who received an S rank this year? I heard he beat Qin Feng by exploiting a loophole in the testing ground. Someone like him thinks he deserves to contemplate the myriad law's steel? A tall second-year student walked up in front of me. Hey kid, I hear you like playing games with people. I did not open my eyes. He lost face at being ignored, picked up a pebble, and flicked it at my forehead. The instant the pebble drew near, a transparent ripple spread from the ground before the myriad law's steel. Snap! The pebble turned to powder. The veteran student who had attacked clutched his finger and staggered back 2 steps in pain. The myriad law's steel is protected by laws. Fighting is prohibited before it. A cold voice came from outside the crowd. I opened my eyes a sliver. The newcomer looked 70% like Qin Feng, but his aura was far stronger. The surrounding students addressed him as Senior Qin Tian. Qin Feng's biological elder brother, a celebrated second-year student with an A-rank talent and a mid-stage transcendent. Qin Tian stared at me. Hiding behind the rules certainly is safe. But you'll have to come out eventually. I'll repay my brother's humiliation to you 100-fold. This isn't Jiang City, and it isn't the freshman testing ground. The moment you leave the steel's protection, I'll show you that the gulf between realms can't be erased by a few cheap tricks. Qin Tian tossed a challenge application at my feet. The stake field was still blank. Plainly, he did not merely want to vent his anger for his brother. He was also waiting for me to reveal my S-rank rewards. He did not leave. Instead, he had his people sit down nearby, making it clear that he intended to wait until I finished my contemplation. More students stayed behind to watch the show. I closed my eyes again. If they wanted to wait, they could wait. Once the system filtered the information, I finally saw the common structure shared by all skills. Skills did not create energy out of nothing. Mental power was the fulcrum, while the fixed skill model was the lever. An awakened used the two to move the laws of heaven and earth, manifesting forces such as fire, wind, and earth. Incantations, hand seals, and magic arrays merely helped that lever find a more accurate, stable point at which to apply force. But the absolute command system skipped those cumbersome steps. What it gave me was not merely zero cost, but the chance to use the lever an unlimited number of times. Others sharpened one sword for 10 years, then could strike only once. Even if all I held was the most ordinary iron sword, I could swing it trillions of times in a single second. But the number of swings was only quantity. Making every sword strike land on the same note of a law, that was control. The instant I understood, my mental sea surged violently. The mental power that had once spread like the water of a lake began collapsing toward the center and compressing, its density rising continuously. Then it split from a single core into countless fine threads. The pain of that collapse felt as though my entire consciousness were being wrung tight. I did not stop. Following the structures of laws I had just seen, I guided every wisp of escaping power back into the core. The area of my mental sea shrank, yet its capacity grew stronger. The sounds of the outside world abruptly became clear. I could distinguish every person's breathing and sense the currents of different elements in the air. A nearly transparent thread of mental power extended from between my brows, wrapped around a leaf that had just fallen nearby, and gently returned it to its branch. Mental power threading. Someone in the crowd cried out in shock. That's a realm only a peak transcendent array master might attain. I opened my eyes. If my mental power had once been a flood capable only of drowning its target, now every individual drop could receive a command of its own. I rose, brushed the dust from my clothes, and swept my gaze over Qin Tian and the lackeys behind him. They were still sitting there, but their expressions had changed long ago. I ignored them and walked directly toward the Tower of Heroes. The chief mentor was still waiting for my answer. I had taken only a few steps when silver light split the clouds above the academy. A private starship with elegant lines descended slowly. A silver-haired figure stood at its prow, looking down toward the Tower of Heroes. My steps faltered. I knew that person. Even through the clouds, I could never mistake that silver hair. Xiaoning Shuang had arrived, earlier than she had promised. I returned to the top floor of the Tower of Heroes. The chief mentor was still sitting by the window, as though he had never moved. Figured it out? I have. I sat down across from him. A skill isn't simply a tool. It's more like a key, or a lever. Mental power forms the fulcrum, while the skill model applies leverage to the power of the laws between heaven and earth. The final strength depends not only on how powerful the fulcrum is, but also on whether the user understands the lever. No matter how basic fireball structure may be, it connects to the real law of fire. If a person can only cast it according to the model, it will forever remain an F-rank skill. But if that person understands every node, they can alter its size, trajectory, and moment of detonation, even mesh different skills together. I raised one finger. A thread of mental power swept up the steam from the tea and assembled it into the structure of a miniature fireball over the table, then dispersed it before it truly ignited. A skill's rank records its standard model, not the ultimate boundary of its power. The tea room fell silent. The old man studied me for a long time. At last, a smile appeared on his face. Very good. In the past century, you're the first freshman to figure out this question in less than a day. With the system filtering the information, I had actually taken even less time. But the system was also part of my ability. There was no need to explain it specifically. The old man maneuvered his wheelchair closer and patted my shoulder with his one hand. The path you're walking is highly unusual. The Academy's conventional curriculum will be of limited help to you. Feeding you knowledge by rote might even restrict your imagination, and imagination happens to be your strongest weapon. So, I am going to give you a gift. He placed two fingers together and touched the spot between my brows. There was no explosion of energy and no dazzling light. A vast body of information poured directly into my mental sea. It was not a cultivation method, but combat experience. Countless life and death clashes became scenes of light and shadow, all playing out simultaneously within my consciousness. How to predict an enemy's movements. How to evade an attack with the smallest possible motion. How to seize an opening that lasted less than 0.1 seconds. How to make every measure of strength land in the most lethal place. In the first memory, a beast's claw came from the left. My instinct was to retreat, but the old man's choice all those years ago had been to step half a pace forward, letting the tips of the claws sweep past behind his shoulder as he cut into the vicious beast's chest. In the second, an enemy's curtain of law light covered the entire battlefield. He did not try to fight the curtain. Instead, he found the momentary gap before its energy loop completed, then passed through its sole weak point. The same movement was dissected repeatedly within my consciousness. Gaze, breathing, center of gravity, muscular exertion, every detail became experience I could read. I even saw the one-armed old man in his youth, moving through a tide of beasts and killing its leader amid an army of thousands. I saw him face a throne-rank powerhouse and evade an attack of laws capable of tearing space apart merely by shifting half a step to one side. This was not knowledge one could memorize. It was instinct honed atop mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I did not know how much time passed before he withdrew his fingers. His face was paler than before. These are some of my insights from battle. How much you absorb will depend on you. Do not treat them as the answer, the old man warned. If you copy my decisions wholesale, you'll only become a second version of me. You must make mistake after mistake in the training ground until your body can give you choices that belong to you. I stood and bowed deeply. This gift filled the exact gap where I was weakest, real combat experience. It was more precious than a piece of top-tier equipment. Starting today, the high-dimensional training ground will be permanently open to you. The old man continued. It can simulate any combat environment and any enemy. It is the ideal place for you to truly make the experience you've just received your own. However, privilege comes at a price. On the last day of every month, I will personally assign you an S-rank mission. Fail to complete it, and your access to the training ground will be revoked automatically. The mission may involve hunting, exploration, or rescue. It may even require you to survive without using a particular category of skill. An S-rank designation means the objective exceeds your current abilities. It does not mean I will send you to die for nothing. Every mission will address your most obvious weakness that month. Are you willing to accept? I am. Without challenge, experience would forever remain someone else's. Besides, S-rank missions usually came with S-rank rewards. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Go. Your life at the academy has only just begun. By the time I walked out of the Tower of Heroes, dusk was approaching. Qin Tian and the others were gone, but the silver-white starship from earlier was hovering above the plaza. A tractor beam descended to the ground. Xia Ningxuang emerged from the light. She had not followed the ordinary testing process for admission. The access badge on her chest already bore an S-rank insignia, meaning that the special admission eligibility provided by the Xia family had passed the academy's review. Several veteran students nearby recognized her badge and were about to approach her, but stopped the moment they met her gaze. She wore a pure white combat suit, her silver hair shining in the sunset. Conversations across the plaza quickly died out as numerous students turned to look at her. Xia Ningxuang ignored those gazes. Her eyes swept over the crowd and finally landed on me with perfect accuracy. Our eyes met, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. I smiled too. Didn't you tell me to wait for you? I said when she drew close. You're earlier than I expected. The paperwork at home delayed me by 3 days, she replied. Fortunately, I haven't missed too much. She glanced at the myriad laws steel, then at the top floor of the Tower of Heroes. Clearly, she had already heard that I received an S-rank rating and was summoned by the chief mentor. She really had come. Xia Ningxuang was walking toward me when a group of people suddenly charged out from the other side and blocked the path between us. Qin Tian, who had returned after leaving, stood at the front. Su Yong. The 7 or 8 lackeys behind him spread out, rapidly forming an encirclement. The myriad laws steel and the Tower of Heroes can't protect you forever. Now it's time to settle the debt you owe my brother. Qin Feng started the provocation, and the instructor decided his rating. I said, what debt are you planning to settle? You humiliated him in public and damaged his conviction in his path. Qin Tian said coldly. Not just anyone can trample the Qin family's honor. Xia Ningxuang stopped beside me, her brows drawing together slightly. I glanced at the sky. I had planned to eat first. It seemed that meal would have to wait a little longer. The people Qin Tian had brought blocked every direction. They were all veteran second-year students, and even the weakest aura among them belonged to a transcendent. Qin Tian himself was a mid-stage transcendent, a full major realm above a freshman who had only just enrolled. More and more students gathered nearby, but no one dared approach. Just as I was about to speak, Xia Ningxuang took a step forward first. Crack! Frost spread rapidly beneath her feet, freezing the ground around Qin Tian and his people in an instant. Fine snowflakes fell out of thin air, and the temperature in the plaza plunged. Several of Qin Tian's lackeys circulated their energy, but their expressions changed at the same time. The cold had already invaded their meridians through the soles of their feet. One veteran student tried to lift his foot, only to find the sole of his shoe frozen solidly to the ice. Another had barely gathered a flame when frost climbed his arm along the energy shell, forcing him to disperse the skill on the spot. Xiaoning Shuang had taken only one step, yet 7 or 8 transcendents no longer dared draw closer. Xiaoning Shuang raised her eyes, her voice colder than ice. "You dare touch my man?" The plaza fell silent at first. Then discussion exploded with a roar. I turned my head and looked at her too. Those words carried far more weight than the wait for me. She had spoken beside the lake in Jiang City. Qin Tian's face turned ugly, but he did not attack immediately. "Xiaoning Shuang, I respect that you're a member of the Xia family. I have no wish to make an enemy of you. This is a private grievance between Su Yang and me. He humiliated my brother. It is only right that I come demand an explanation." Qin Feng attacked first. Xiaoning Shuang answered with only those 4 words. "The academy already punished him. Punishment is the academy's business. The Qin family has yet to collect what it is owed." Qin Tian's words were forceful, but his gaze remained fixed on her palm. An S-rank ice talent was capable of fighting above its realm, and he was not confident that he could gain the upper hand before the enforcement team arrived. "You'd better stay out of this." Xiaoning Shuang did not argue with him. Ice crystals gathered in her palm and quickly transformed into a sword radiating a bone-chilling aura. Her attitude could not have been clearer. Private fighting within the academy is a serious crime. Qin Tian plainly dreaded that ice sword, and his tone shifted. The academy does, however, allow disputes to be settled through challenges. He looked past Xiaoning Shuang at me. "Su Yang, if you still dare call yourself a man, stop hiding behind a woman. I stake my credits and my entire resource allotment for the coming month and issue you a resource challenge." The crowd erupted again. A resource challenge was the Academy's formal channel for settling private disputes. As long as the difference in realm between the 2 parties did not exceed 1 major tier, the person challenged could not refuse in principle. The Academy's central intelligence supervised the entire match, and no third party was permitted to intervene. The victor could lawfully claim the stake. The loser forfeited the corresponding resources, and no family could attempt to reclaim them afterward. Once both parties confirmed the challenge application, the Central Intelligence would immediately freeze the stakes. Unilaterally breaking the agreement would not only cost the offender those resources, but also leave a permanent record of bad faith. Afterward, they could not even join an academy mission team. By deliberately issuing the application in public, Qin Tian intended to seal off my escape along with my reputation. That was what Qin Tian truly wanted. He could not cripple me directly in the plaza, but he could use the rules to take the S-rank privileges I had just received. Qin Tian was a mid-stage transcendent. I was still at the peak of the awakened realm. The gap sat exactly at the outer limit permitted by the rules. "Don't accept," Xiaoning Shuang said immediately. I placed a hand on the arm with which she held the sword. "Relax." She studied me. Only after confirming I was not acting impulsively did the ice sword in her palm slowly dissipate. I took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. "I'll accept the challenge." Qin Tian smiled. "But 1 month's credits and resources are too small a stake. What do you want to wager?" I held up one finger. "If we're going to play, let's make it bigger. I'll stake every privilege attached to my S-rank rating for the next 4 years. My right to live in the Tower of Heroes, permanent access to the high-dimensional training ground, my monthly S-rank resource allotment, and the attention the chief mentor has given me." Xiaoning Shuang turned to me. "Do you know how much those things are worth?" "I do. And you still dare bet it all. If I can't win, I won't be able to hold on to them anyway." I looked at Qin Tian. "Since he wants to wager, I'll make him lose so badly this one time that he never dares come back." With each item I named, the surrounding voices grew quieter. When I finished, nothing remained in the entire plaza but the sound of suppressed breathing. The privileges attached to an S-rank rating were not mere resources, but a road that could lead straight to the Federation's mightiest elites. Qin Tian stared at me, his breathing noticeably heavier. "You mean that?" "Of course." I looked at him. "I've already staked everything I own. Now it's your turn. Qin Tian, do you dare stake everything you have?" At that moment, the challenge countdown hovering over the plaza stopped flashing. Everyone waited for Qin Tian to answer. Qin Tian's face rapidly flushed red. I had staked every S-rank privilege I would receive over the next 4 years. What could he possibly offer that was equal in value? His A-rank resource allotment, his status as the Qin family's second young master, and all his personal credits combined still would not be enough. That's nothing but specious reasoning. The stakes in a wager should naturally be equal in value. I pointed at the lackeys behind him. If one person can't put up enough, he can call in others. You, Qin Feng, and everyone who came with you. Anyone who thinks I don't deserve an S rank and wants to see me lose can pool the privileges they'll receive over the next 4 years. All of you can wager together. I'll take you on a loan. The Academy's Central Intelligence will review the bet, and no one will be able to welsh on it. If you lose, the resources will be transferred directly into my name. If I lose, my S-rank privileges will be revoked on the spot. I opened my access page and displayed every item eligible to be pledged. Golden entries appeared one after another above the plaza. Even the lackeys behind Qin Tian stared with wide eyes. The crowd went completely wild. Qin Tian had planned to overwhelm me with the advantage of his realm, but now I had dragged the wager before everyone. If he backed down, he might as well throw away his reputation as a celebrated second-year student. Fine. In his extreme anger, he began to laugh. I accept this resource challenge, staking my personal academy privileges and those the Qin family can mobilize. Qin Tian submitted the application on the spot. His personal credits for years of future resource allotments and the additional training privileges provided by the Qin family were locked by the Central Intelligence. A challenge countdown immediately appeared above our heads. Challenge time, 3 days from now, 9 a.m. Venue, Central Arena of Life and Death. Both parties confirmed. Wager established. The Academy's Central Intelligence is our witness. 3 days from now, I'll see you at the Arena of Life and Death. Leaving those words behind, he pushed through the crowd with his lackeys. I turned to Xiaoning Shuang. Thanks for what you did just now. Come on, dinner's on me. We can celebrate the enormous fortune that's about to hit my account in advance. Her brows were still drawn together, but she did not refuse. It was only a few hundred meters from the Tower of Heroes to the dining hall, yet we drew countless stares the entire way. At the same time, the Academy Forum exploded. F-rank freshman Su Yang wagers all his S-rank privileges to challenge second-year Qin Tian. The post became the #1 trending topic in 3 minutes. Video from the scene, profiles of both our realms, and a list of the stakes were all uploaded. The vast majority of replies said I had lost my mind. A peak awakened challenging a mid-stage transcendent was not only crossing a major realm. The opponent also possessed an A-rank metal talent. Winning through tactics during the Abyss test did not mean I would have an advantage in a head-on confrontation. Some people analyzed my evasions aboard the warship frame by frame and concluded that Qin Feng had merely underestimated me. Others cataloged every environmental advantage in the poisonous swamp maze and reached a verdict. Away from ground I could reshape, I had no chance whatsoever in a direct fight. The few replies that spoke in my defense were crushed beneath hundreds or thousands of mocking responses the instant they appeared. The Academy soon opened official wagering with credits. Su Yang to win, 50 to 1. Qin Tian to win, 1.01 to 1. Those odds amounted to a public declaration that my chances of winning were almost zero. Nearly everyone on the forum bet on Qin Tian. Some wagered their living expenses. Others put up every credit they had earned from missions that month, thanking me for handing them an opportunity to make a guaranteed 1% return. The live betting pool quickly passed 500,000, then 800,000, then 1 million. The credits on Qin Tian's side kept increasing, while the space below my name remained blank for a long time. Every refresh of the data widened the gulf between the two sides. In less than 10 minutes, more than 6,000 accounts had bet on Qin Tian to win. Only 7 had backed me, and that included the wager Wang Hao scraped together out of his living expenses. The forum even opened a side bet on how many seconds Su Yang can last. The most popular choice was under 10 seconds. Almost no one bet on more than 30. The more lopsided the odds became, the lower the house rated me, and the more credits I would take from this collective disdain after I won. Qin Tian himself also released a statement. I have no desire to make things difficult for a junior. But since Su Yang initiated this provocation, it is my responsibility to teach him War Academy's most basic iron law. Talent and level are the foundation of everything. In the dining hall, I scrolled through the forum as I finished my 3rd bowl of red braised pork. Sitting across from me, Xiaoning Shuang's expression grew colder and colder. The odds have reached this point, and you aren't worried at all? Worry won't change the outcome. I put down my chopsticks and opened the betting interface. But it can make me miss an opportunity to get rich. I bet all 10,000 credits in my account that were currently free for me to use. Wager, Su Yang to win. Odds, 50 to 1. Submission successful. A 50-fold return. I turned the screen for her to see. Passing up an opportunity like this would be truly irrational. Xia Ningxuang studied me for a few seconds, then opened her own account. Student Xia Ningxuang has placed a bet on Su Yang to win. Amount: 100,000 credits. My eyelid twitched. She really was rich, and she really did have the nerve to bet it. Qin Tian is narrow-minded. He won't let you enter the arena without trouble, Xia Ningxuang said as she closed the interface. Watch out for dirty tricks outside the match. You bet 100,000. Aren't you afraid I'll lose your starting resources along with mine? I've watched every recording of you in Jiang City and during the Abyss test, she answered. The moments when you're most dangerous are never the ones when you look most desperate. Lin Fan thought wind blades had surrounded you. Qin Feng thought you were trapped in the poisonous swamp. She tapped 2 battle screenshots with her fingertip. Every time they believed their victory was certain, they had already stepped into the next stage you prepared in advance. Qin Tian believes he has victory in his grasp right now. That is his true opening. I'll deal with whatever comes. I stood and stretched lazily. After I win, I'll treat you to the most expensive meal in the city. Where are you going? To sharpen my blade. I started toward the high-dimensional training ground, so I can butcher a pig in 3 days. Behind me, Xia Ningxuang did not leave at once. In front of me, she opened a call and ordered the person on the other end to investigate what Qin Tian had recently purchased on the black market. Focus on berserking potions, disposable defensive artifacts, and any items the Qin family has requisitioned through military channels in the past 3 months. After the person on the other end confirmed the order, she sent me her emergency contact access. If you discover anything unusual before the match, tell me immediately. Evidently, she did not believe this would be a challenge fought solely inside the arena either. The high-dimensional training ground was located 1,000 meters beneath the main campus. I swiped my student card, and the heavy alloy doors slid apart. No equipment stood behind them, only a pure white space without a visible boundary. Welcome, S-Rank Access Holder Su Yangda. First visit detected. Activate Beginner's Guidance. Skip it. Enter Custom Mode. Please configure the training environment, enemy type, and strength. I did not generate an enemy immediately. Environment: light breeze. Wisps of air current immediately formed within the pure white space. I closed my eyes, and my mental power became countless fine threads spreading outward. Sight and hearing receded to secondary roles. The path of every current, each minuscule deviation after a collision, even temperature differences of 0.01 degrees. All of it traveled directly into my consciousness through the mental threads. It was an almost 3-dimensional model of everything around me. I instructed the training ground to gradually increase the wind from force 1 to force 10. The more chaotic the air became, the more information the mental threads returned. At first, hundreds of paths crowded together and gave me a headache. After several rounds of adaptation, I could already process different directions in separate layers and focus only on the parts that would actually contact my body. Next, I shut off my vision and added randomly flying dust particles to the space. The position, force, and rebound direction of every speck that struck a mental thread became clear coordinates in my consciousness. That meant I could obtain a complete model of the battlefield even if smoke robbed me of sight. Qin Tian specialized in high-speed close combat. This perception that did not rely on my eyes could perfectly seal off any opportunity for him to launch a surprise attack through dust clouds and afterimages. Once I had familiarized myself with the changes, I generated a stationary F-rank target 100 meters away. A mental thread connected to the target. Fireball. I tried to conduct the fire element along the mental thread and make it form directly on the target's surface. The violent energy instantly burned through the mental thread, while the target remained untouched. I tested wind blade and water ball as well, with exactly the same result. As soon as the earth element from Harden entered the thread, the connection collapsed under an imbalance of weight. Even the gentlest healing made the mental thread swell rapidly and lose its original precision. After 17 consecutive failures, I recorded their common feature. The problem was not the elemental attribute. When a complete skill took shape, it automatically drew in the surrounding energy, and the fine thread could not withstand that instantaneous expansion. A mental thread was sufficiently precise, but it was not an energy channel capable of carrying a skill. If I could not transmit a complete skill through it, could I use it to weave one? I dismantled a fireball into more than 100 parts, using mental threads as guides to condense a miniature fireball the size of a grain of rice in front of my palm. The first lasted only half a second before going out. The second lost control of its temperature and burned through the connection. It was not until the 13th attempt that I compressed the ignition node, energy shell, and stabilization loop into the same grain-sized space. On the 7th failure, the miniature fireball even exploded prematurely at my fingertip. The burn had only just appeared when healing repaired it. The 11th structure was already stable, but could not leave my palm. By changing only one variable with each failure, I finally isolated the problems layer by layer. Its power against a single target was almost negligible, but it proved that skill models could be broken down even further. Success. A second. A third. More than 100 miniature fireballs hovered before my eyes. I then manipulated mental threads to weave and coil among them, linking them into a 2-meter chain of flame. I did not merely join them end to end. Instead, I made the shell of each fireball serve as the stabilization node for the next. When the first received an impact, the force would travel backward along the chain. If one point broke, both sides could continue operating independently. Energy no longer leaked out in a violent surge, yet the entire chain retained the explosive force of every fireball. At a thought from me, the chain streaked across 100 meters like a fiery serpent, arriving before the target in an instant. Scatter. More than 100 fireballs disassembled simultaneously and engulfed the target from every direction. Boom, boom, boom. Target damage, 100%. Attack pattern, multipoint, wide area, instantaneous burst. Overall assessment, far exceeds the upper power limit of an F-rank skilled. I stared at the vanished target and finally saw the true ability that mental power threading had given me. Before, I could only invoke the finished products already written in skill books. Now I could dismantle and reassemble skills, rewriting them according to my own logic. Fireballs could form chains, nets, walls, or a Gatling gun. Wind blades could be woven into a continuous storm. Earth walls could change shape in real time like building blocks. More importantly, different skills could be nested inside one another. Fireballs could provide explosions, slide step models could provide course corrections, healing could preserve the structure, and harden could add impact resistance to the energy shell. The explosive flame sparrow I created before had been an unconscious fusion. Now I finally understood why it had succeeded, and I could reproduce the entire process. This was not merely spellcasting. This was skill programming. Only after the training session ended did I learn from the chief mentor that this experiment triggered the training ground's highest level data alert. Unanalyzable training data detected. Student, Suyong. Access, S-ranked. Training content, reassembly of the underlying energy structure of the F-rank skill fireball. Reassembly success rate, 100%. Mental manipulation precision, 975% beyond theoretical threshold. Analysis result. This operation has entered the domain of law interference. Data classification, alpha top secret. No organization may read, copy, or transmit this data without dual authorization from the chief mentor and the student. The training ground's central intelligence also tried to match this attack to an existing skill number. 3 consecutive searches returned no corresponding model. It could only report the entire process as an unknown phenomenon of laws. The training data was sent directly to the top floor of the Tower of Heroes. The chief mentor watched the weaving of the chain of flame frame by frame, then gave it another name. Mental power as the needle, the elements of heaven and earth as thread. This was no ordinary skill reassembly. It was the embryonic form of something recorded only in the mythical age, law creation. After finding the direction for skill programming, I immediately began my next experiment. To deal with Qin Tian, Fireball Gatling already offered enough attack power. What I truly lacked was a system that could defend and counterattack automatically. It could not merely be a hard shell wrapped around my body. It had to judge danger for itself. System, dismantle the F-rank skill harden. The energy structure of harden split into countless foundational runes. I extracted its core hardness, module, and condensed it into an earth yellow point of light smaller than a speck of dust before me. Copy. 1 speck became 10,000. Next, I dismantled the C-rank healing and extracted its life repair module. Then I dismantled Windblade and extracted its sharp cutting module. The 3 modules could not simply overlap. Harden had to take shape before an impact. Windblade had to wait until the attack made contact, then form along the opposite trajectory. Healing was to activate only after actual damage appeared. Get 1 step in the sequence wrong, and the Windblade would cut me first. Let the judgment lag by an instant, and healing would be too late to repair a vital area. 3 kinds of miniature modules, earth yellow, emerald, and cyan, floated around me. The hardware was ready. Next, I had to write the operating logic. Trillions of mental threads extended from between my brows, each connecting to an individual module. Then, using my body as the template, I began weaving them layer by layer. Harden on the outer layer, responsible for blocking attacks. Wind blades in the middle layer, responsible for immediate counterattacks. Healing on the inner layer, responsible for repairing any injuries that slipped through the defenses. Every inch of skin and every possible angle of attack had to be connected to the network. I first established a trunk centered on my torso, then connected my limbs and head as independent zones. Each zone possessed its own impact perception while obeying the same priorities. Lethal attacks before ordinary attacks, head and neck before limbs, defense always before counterattack. The system removed the cost and mental power, but it could not bear the burden of concentration during the creative process for me. By the time I connected the final groups of modules, my forehead was covered in sweat, and a faint stabbing pain had appeared in my consciousness. The last mental thread closed the circuit. A suit of energy armor invisible to the naked eye covered my entire body. Generate an F-rank energy machine gun. Continuous fire. A machine gun immediately appeared in front of me inside the training ground. Rat-a-tat. Energy bullets poured out like torrential rain. I stood without moving. As the bullets approached my body, palm-sized shields of hardened light automatically appeared at the corresponding locations. Clink, clank, clatter. Every attack was deflected with precision. Not one bullet touched my clothes. I commanded the machine gun to move from the front to my side, then abruptly rise overhead. The shields did not cover my entire body in advance. Each appeared only in front of the patch of skin a bullet was about to strike and vanished the moment it finished blocking. That way, they neither hindered my movement nor wasted power maintaining unnecessary areas. Defense passed. I activated the counterattack logic. The instant each bullet was deflected, a miniature cyan wind blade formed and shot back along the attack's original path. The counterattack did not fire blindly. After the Tranquility Stone recorded the trajectory, it calculated the muzzle's position, allowing the wind blade to avoid the next bullet and cut directly into the energy supply and rotating axle. After a burst of dense slicing sounds, the alloy machine gun became fragments scattered across the floor. Throughout the entire process, I had not raised so much as a finger. Automatic detection, automatic defense, automatic counterattack, and automatic healing on the inner layer. It was exactly the armor I wanted. But after it had run for barely more than 10 seconds, a powerful weakness surged through my mind. My mental power was draining rapidly. I dispelled the armor at once. That single round of testing had already consumed nearly 30% of my total mental strength. At this rate, the complete system could last only 10 minutes. I re-examined the network and quickly found the problem. Every skill module remained continuously on standby. Without a central processing core to coordinate them, it was equivalent to running tens of thousands of programs at the same time. Of course, I could not bring the consumption down. Even when there was no attack, tens of thousands of sensory nodes repeatedly reported that I was safe. The real drain on my mind was not defense, but this endless stream of pointless communication. I needed a CPU. When my hand found the Tranquility Stone in my pocket, the answer appeared too. It was an auxiliary item the Academy gave freshmen to stabilize the mind and filter stray thoughts. From the perspective of skill programming, it was a ready-made mental regulator and information filter. I connected the Tranquility Stone to the center of the armor. Every mental thread connected to it first, and it then dispatched the appropriate zones. When an attack struck, only the defense and counterattack modules at the impact point would activate. All other zones would remain dormant. Once the new structure closed its circuit, the armor immediately ran with effortless lightness. The Tranquility Stone filtered repetitive information. The vast majority of modules normally remained silent. Only when danger crossed a threshold would they wake the adjacent nodes. A localized attack required no more than several dozen modules and did not have to alert the entire network. Mental consumption fell by more than 90%. In its current state, it could last at least half an hour. Name: Autonomous Armor version 1.0. The system saved the structure. My trump card was complete. All it lacked was a true stress test. I walked to the control panel and entered the simulation parameters. Opponent template: War Academy second year student Chin Tiand. Realm: Mid-stage Transcendent. Skills: A-rank Talent, Metal Sharpening Chi, C-rank Combat Art, Metal Rending Claw, D-rank Movement Art, Gale Step. Light gathered before me. A data construct identical to Chin Tian in appearance and aura opened its eyes. Even the arrogance in his expression had been reproduced perfectly. The simulated Chin Tian skipped the pleasantries. The moment the battle began, he used Gale's step to cut in from the right, sending metal-sharpening chi toward my ribs. Autonomous armor lit up a shield before I even became conscious of the attack, followed by a wind blade that skimmed his wrist on its return strike. First exchange, successful defense. But the simulation immediately changed tactics. Metal-rending claw attacked 7 points in succession, forcing the armor to wake several zones at once. Only then did the real stress test begin. I activated Autonomous Armor version 1.0 and raised a hand toward him. Come on, let me see in advance how much I can make off you in 3 days. The first simulated battle officially began. From that moment on, the armor would judge every danger for me. When I left the high-dimensional training ground, it felt as if one layer of my mind had been hollowed out. Continuously dismantling and reassembling skills was more exhausting than simply releasing a trillion fireballs. The system could eliminate mental power expenditure, but it could not think for me. I leaned against the alloy door for a while. When I looked up, I saw Xiaoning Shuang. She stood in the setting sunlight in white martial attire, plainly waiting for me. I had barely walked over when a familiar roar came from the distance. Yang! Wang Hao charged over at a speed wholly at odds with his build and wrapped me in a crushing embrace. I finally found you. The minute I got here, I heard you challenged a second-year veteran. You nearly scared me to death. The reception ship had barely landed when I saw your name on the forum. Page after page of posts, and every last one was betting on how many seconds you'd last. As he spoke, Wang Hao squeezed my arm hard, as though confirming that the person who wagered all his privileges on the forum really was me. Let go first. I patted his back. Keep squeezing, and the challenge will have to become a memorial service. Wang Hao hastily stepped back and looked me over several times. Only after confirming I still had all my limbs did he break into a grin. Let me introduce you. I pointed to him. Wang Hao, my childhood friend, and a walking Great Wall. Then I pointed to Xiaoning Shuang. Xiaoning Shuang, S rank, and currently both my creditor and my #1 investor. Wang Hao's chubby face immediately flushed. HLO Senior Xia. Xiaoning Shuang gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Wang Hao then opened the betting page with a mysterious air. In addition to my own 10,000 credits and Xiaoning Shuang's 100,000, another bet had appeared in my pool. Better, Wang Hao. Amount, 500 credits. That was every starting resource allotted to a D-rank freshman. You bet all of it. Everyone says you've lost your mind. I think there's something wrong with their eyes. Wang Hao scratched his head. When have you ever done something you weren't sure of? All these years we've known each other. The academy only gave me these 500. I'd planned to save them for a skill, but the odds are 50 to 1. He patted his belly. If we lose, worst case I skip a few meals this month. If something really happens to you, keeping the credits would be pointless anyway. I offered no polite words. I merely raised my fist and tapped it lightly against his chest. I would make sure those 500 credits earned him a return far beyond his expectations. We found an outdoor seating area beneath the Tower of Heroes and sat down. Yang, you're a celebrity in Jiang City now. The moment Wang Hao was settled, the words poured out of him. Your solo S-rank assessment has even made it into the college exam prep materials. The title is On the Path of an F-rank Talent's Counterattack. My temple throbbed as I listened. The curriculum editors worked far too quickly. How is Schwer? Don't worry. She's under the highest level of protection for a hero's family. The Martial Artists Alliance has people guarding her around the clock, and she's receiving every medical resource available. The City Lord has personally visited her several times. She already received the last dose of gene stabilizer, and her readings are better than before. The doctors said that as long as the later doses continue, she won't deteriorate in the short term. That was what I most needed to confirm. The City Lord's visits and the treatment afforded to a hero were merely outward trappings. Only knowing my sister's condition had stabilized could truly put me at ease. She asked me to give you a message. Wang Hao pinched his voice to imitate my sister. Stupid brother, you're not allowed to flirt around out there. Study hard, or I'll break your legs when you get home. I could not help laughing. My sister was safe. The last of my worries had finally been set aside. But after he finished talking about Jiang City, the smile faded from Wang Hao's face. The veteran students here are such bullies. I received a D rating, so they put me in the worst dormitory and gave me the lowest resource tier. A couple days ago, some second-year students came collecting protection fees. I wouldn't pay, so they cornered me. Wang Hao rolled up his sleeve. There was no obvious wound on his arm, but a ring of blue-black bruising remained on the inside. His attackers knew the academy prohibited vicious injuries, so they deliberately struck places covered by armor and tried to force him to sign a credit transfer request. I didn't sign, he said. Even if I had to take a beating, I couldn't hand over the resources I just received. He did not continue, but I already understood. Wang Hao had strong defenses, but his nature was not combative. Those people might not have been able to injure him, but there would have been no shortage of humiliation and exclusion. Do you remember their names? I do. Then that's enough. Winning this challenge would not be solely about beating Qin Tian. I would also make the people of War Academy understand that before touching someone close to me, they had better consider whether they could bear the consequences. At that moment, Xian Yingshuang passed me her Central Intelligence Terminal. An encrypted file was displayed on the screen. In-depth analysis of Qin Tian's personal abilities, background, and hidden measures. It was more than 100 pages long. The table of contents categorized every public battle Qin Tian had fought over the past 3 years, his injury records, equipment replacements, potion purchases, and the Qin family's internal martial arts. At the end were danger ratings for different scenarios. This was not online information hastily cobbled together. This is every piece of intelligence the Xia family's network gathered in the past 24 hours. She looked at me seriously. Qin Tian has 3 hidden trump cards. Every one of them can threaten a high-stage transcendent. After you finish reading, tell me again. Exactly how confident are you in this challenge? I took the terminal and rapidly read through the report. Qin Tian. Age, 19. Realm, mid-stage transcendent. A-rank talent, metal sharpening chi. Converts energy into highly penetrative golden chi that can cover the body or a weapon. Mastered skills, C-rank combat art metal rending claw, D-rank movement art gale step, D-rank defensive art golden bell shield. The report listed not only his publicly known abilities, but also tracked the Qin family's network of connections and black market transactions. Purchased 3 berserking potions 3 months ago. Effect: increases combat power by 50% for 5 minutes. Side effect: enters an absolute weakened state for 17.3 seconds when the potion expires. His hidden measures were also dissected one by one. Among them, Golden Needle Acupoint Strike could sacrifice the source of his metal sharpening chi to instantly paralyze an opponent's nerves. His second trump card was the Arcane Crystal Dragon Armor. The armor normally stored Earth element and could automatically reinforce a localized defense when struck, perfectly compensating for the metal sharpening chi's complete focus on offense at the expense of defense. The third was a soul-stabilizing artifact of unknown origin. The Xia family learned only that the Qin family had recently requisitioned related materials. Its exact effect remained unknown. When I reached the last page, Qin Tian's strongest trump card finally appeared. Ultimate trump card, Mountain Crushing Cannon. A secret technique never taught outside the Qin family. Sacrifices defense and speed to compress all metal sharpening chi in the body into a single point on the right fist, completing an explosive attack. Power rating, Quasi-B ranked. Weakness, requires 3 seconds to charge. User cannot move during this period, and all bodily defenses fall to their lowest level. After I finished reading, I could not help laughing. Wang Hao wrung his hands anxiously. That's a Quasi-B rank attack. One punch can flatten an armored vehicle. And you're laughing? Because victory is certain. I closed the file and looked at him. You have an earth defensive talent. In your experience, what problem does metal sharpening chi have? Wang Hao thought seriously for a while. Its penetration is strong, so blocking it head-on definitely won't work. But that kind of energy pursues sharpness alone. It has poor resilience and isn't good at handling wide-area, high-frequency attacks. Wang Hao picked up a stylus and drew a sharp cone on the tactical board. It compresses force into a tiny point, so of course it's great at piercing a wall. But if force hits from 10 directions at once, the energy has to keep turning. The more frequently it shifts, the less advantage its sharpness gives it. A defense specialist saw attacks more clearly than someone looking only at numbers. It's like a dagger that's extremely sharp, but still fears having a basin of sand thrown in its face. Well said. I drew 2 human figures on the virtual tactical board. Under normal circumstances, how should I fight him? Use movement to kite him and stall until he reveals an opening. Qin Tian will think the same thing. From the position representing me, I drew a straight red line toward Qin Tian, which is why I won't kite him. I'll launch an all-out assault from the very first second. Wang Hao's mouth fell open. Xian Yingshuang looked at me as well. I'll chase him with 1,000 fireballs per second, make earth pits under every place he steps, and fill his vision with smoke and flashes of light. In the first phase, I won't try to break his armor. I'll only force the arcane crystal dragon armor's automatic defenses to constantly shift position. In the second, I'll cut off his movement routes and force him to use the berserking potion early. Once 5 minutes are up, he'll enter a 17.3-second weakened state. Even if he doesn't wait for the potion to expire, his only remaining card with a chance to turn the tables will be the mountain-crushing cannon. No matter how sharp his metal-sharpening chi is, it can't cut through every attack at once. His plans will fail, and he'll lose control of his emotions. I tapped the information on the berserking potion and mountain-crushing cannon. A gambler driven into a corner will stake his last chip. Xiaoning Shuang already understood. You want to force him to use the mountain-crushing cannon? Not force. I shook my head. I'll deliberately show him an opening and make him believe it's his only chance to kill me in a single blow. He'll voluntarily stand still and spend 3 seconds charging his own countdown to death. Xiaoning Shuang asked, "What if he doesn't choose what you expect and simply stalls?" That's even easier. I pointed to the berserking potion's countdown. Autonomous armor consumes less than he does. If he stalls past 5 minutes, he'll fall on his own. The plan isn't to bet that he'll inevitably use the mountain-crushing cannon. It's to make every choice available to him lead to defeat. Even if the soul-stabilizing artifact's effect differed from our intelligence, autonomous armor would switch to pure physical suppression first. Intelligence could improve my odds of victory, but it would not become the sole fulcrum of my entire strategy. The seating area fell silent. This plan was not a matter of taking my chances in the moment. The frequency of my attacks, Qin Tian's temper, the duration of the berserking state, and even which final card he would choose, everything had been calculated. I would also have the high-dimensional training ground generate 3 Qin Tian models based on the report: conservative defense, berserking at the start, and immediately charging his ultimate move. I would fight each model separately so that one surprise in the real match could not make the entire plan collapse. Wang Hao raised another question. What if he's hiding a 4th trump card? Then it depends which category it belongs to. I divided the tactical board into attack, defense, and control. If it strengthens his attacks, the guardian barrier takes over. If it enhances his defense, high-frequency firepower keeps grinding it down. If it's a control skill, the tranquility stone and autonomous armor sever the external interference. I don't need to know the name of his trump card in advance. I only need to prepare the logic for handling any trump card in advance. I understand. The worry between Xia Ningxuang's brows finally faded. She reopened the betting interface and added another enormous number of credits under Su Yang to win. Even I was surprised when I saw the number. She put away the terminal, the faintest smile touching her lips. My investments never lose money. Don't disappoint me in 3 days. Wang Hao hurried back to the forum to argue with people on my behalf, while Xia Ningxuang went to continue investigating the Qin family's movements. I returned to the S-rank dormitory alone. The total wagers on the challenge had already surpassed 3 million credits, and the Academy forum crashed 3 times in half an hour. Freshmen, veteran students, and even a handful of instructors had joined the betting. The livelier things became outside, the more I needed quiet. I disabled the forum alerts and reviewed my final 3 simulated battles one by one. Against a conservative Qin Tian, autonomous armor needed 4 minutes and 12 seconds to break through. If he used a berserking potion at the start, the first 20 seconds would be the most dangerous. If he used the mountain-crushing cannon immediately, he would simply present me with its 3-second opening sooner. I could win along all 3 paths, but a real battle would not copy the model perfectly. After showering, I changed into loose clothes and sat on a cultivation cushion, preparing to bring my mind into its optimal state. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was soft and proper. A senior in the martial uniform of a top-ranked student stood outside. He handed me a sealed metal bottle that emitted a faint fragrance. By order of the chief mentor, I am delivering 1 bottle of mind-clearing potion. I recognized the medicine. A grade 3 mind-clearing potion, refined from dozens of rare mental herbs. For 1 hour after consumption, mental power became highly focused and the speed of thought increased by more than 30%. It could not be found on the open market at any price. Please thank the mentor for me. The mentor said that the Academy will never allow any genius to go overlooked. Before leaving, the senior added, show them the power of a freshman tomorrow. Holding the cool bottle in my hand, I felt a little warmth in my heart. Only later, when I reviewed the Academy's surveillance records, did I learn that the Qin family had been raising the stakes at the same time. Qin Tian met Qin Song in his private cultivation room. Qin Song was the more powerful elder brother of their generation and one of the leading third-year students. His realm had already reached peak transcendent. After hearing Qin Tian describe my abilities, he took out a jade pendant covered in runes. A soul-stabilizing talisman. a single-use item capable of blocking one lethal mental attack below the throne rank. Su Yang's movement is strange. He may also cultivate a secret mental art. Take this in case of an emergency. The surveillance records also showed that Qin Song demanded Qin Tian change the armor he would use in the match and had someone inspect the venue's monitoring interfaces. The latter failed to access the core system, but the attempt was enough to prove that they had never planned to wager on a fair fight. The Academy's central intelligence severed the abnormal interface connection within 17 seconds, and the technician at the scene left an identity image. The Qin family failed to alter the match record, but exposed that they wanted to exploit even the rules themselves. Qin Tian accepted the jade pendant and assured Qin Song that he would finish the fight quickly. This kind of outside assistance was clearly the sort of dirty trick Xian Ningxuang had warned me about. Unfortunately for them, the soul-stabilizing talisman guarded against mental attacks. What I had truly prepared had nothing to do with those. Late that night, I drank the mind-clearing potion. Cool medicinal energy flowed into my consciousness, and my mental sea rapidly became clear. I seized the opportunity to optimize autonomous armor again, removing redundant modules and adjusting the scheduling priority of every mental thread. The transitions among harden, counterattack, and healing became smoother. I made the Tranquility Stone simulate loss of vision, disordered perception, and simultaneous multipoint impacts. I established independent protective logic for each abnormality. Whenever the central core could not make a judgment, the armor would prioritize maintaining the head, neck, and heart while temporarily disabling every counterattack. Everything was ready. I emptied my mind and entered meditation. At the very instant my mind became most tranquil, an icy palpitation abruptly pierced my soul. It was a resonance from deep within my bloodline. My sister. A blurry image flashed through my consciousness. At the center of boundless darkness, a pair of enormous, indifferent eyes slowly opened. The gaze held no emotion. It regarded every life in the world as dust. It seemed to notice me. Vast malice crossed an incomprehensible distance, pressing down along the bloodline connection between my sister and me. An extremely fine gray-gold line of light also flashed in the darkness, identical to the point of divinity the system absorbed after Lin Fan's death. This surveillance was no accident. It seemed to be tracing that strand of power backward to find me. My eyes flew open. My forehead was already covered in cold sweat. The dormitory remained quiet. The moonlight outside the window had not changed. But that gaze had definitely not been an illusion. When Lin Fan died, the system absorbed a trace of divinity. Lu Xian had also said that the death of a false holy son would awaken a greater existence. Now something truly terrifying had fixed its eyes on my sister, and on me. The god-devouring cult. My fingers tightened, every trace of ease vanishing from my eyes. Qin Tian was only the small problem in front of me. A true enemy had already seen me. That true enemy was hidden somewhere farther away, in a place of deeper darkness. By early the next morning, the central dueling arena was already full. Noise rolled continuously through the ring of seats, holding 100,000 spectators. The Academy's senior leadership and instructors from every division were also present in the VIP gallery. An ordinary resource challenge had never drawn anything on this scale. A betting pool worth 3 million credits had pulled the entire Academy into the event. The enormous screens in the center of the venue continuously refreshed our information. Real-time energy curves and equipment lists also hovered above the stands. Every time Qin Tian's name lit up, the roar rose another level. When my image appeared, it was greeted by a mixture of boos and shouts demanding that the match begin. No one here regarded me as the victor. They merely wanted to witness how a freshman who had just received an S rank would come crashing down. Qin Tian, mid-stage transcendent. A rank metal talent. Support, 99.8%. Su Yang, peak awakened. F rank talent. Support, 0.2%. Even after the odds were locked, people kept placing last-minute bets on Qin Tian. In my betting pool, there were only me, Xia Ningxuang, Wang Hao, and a very small number of anonymous accounts. When the Eastern Passage opened, the cheers abruptly rose. Qin Tian entered under the escort of his guards. He wore dark gold armor made from the scales of a C-rank arcane crystal earth dragon, with energy runes carved into every plate. The Qin family had clearly given him another layer of protection. Source energy amplifiers were mounted on the armor's shoulders, and a disposable defensive crystal core was embedded in its chest. The armor automatically adjusted its center of gravity with every step Qin Tian took. His heavy footfalls struck the alloy floor as though displaying his power in advance. Arcane Crystal Dragon Armor. It's worth at least 30 million. The Qin family really intends to crush Su Yang this time. Can he last 10 seconds? When the western passage opened, I walked onto the grounds alone. No armor and no weapon. I wore only the gray training clothes issued by the academy. It was not that I had no equipment. Autonomous armor had already folded into invisible modules resting against the surface of my skin, and the Tranquility Stone was hidden over my chest. The training clothes on the outside were merely the wrong answer I deliberately left for Qin Tian to see. The entire crowd fell silent for an instant, followed by an eruption of laughter. He came to a duel in training clothes? Is he here for morning exercise? I swept a glance over the stands. Wang Hao was sitting in a corner, anxiously slapping his thigh. Xia Ningxuang was right beside him in white martial attire, her silver hair simply tied back and her gaze fixed on me from beginning to end. Chief Minter Bai Qi was also at the front of the VIP gallery, with Lei Ying and the deans of the various divisions seated beside him. Everyone who needed to be here had come. The gaze that had crossed my bloodline last night still weighed on my mind. I had no interest in dragging things out with Qin Tian. Suyong. Qin Tian stood opposite me, patterns lighting across his dark gold armor with every breath. Today, I will make you pay for your arrogance. You say that every time we meet. I looked at him. Are the Qin family's lines hereditary too? Someone in the stands laughed aloud. Qin Tian's face immediately flushed red. Both sides prepare. The referee instructor stepped between us in time and read out the challenge rules and both parties' stakes. Registered equipment and potions are permitted. Outside assistance is prohibited. Attacking an unconscious opponent is prohibited. The match will end immediately when one party concedes, loses consciousness, or becomes incapable of fighting. Do both parties confirm? Confirmed, Qin Tian answered. Confirmed. After both sides confirmed, Qin Tian took a small crystal bottle from his clothing. It contained only a single drop of scarlet liquid. Berserk Dragon Blood. Someone in the stands recognized it. A prohibited C-rank drug. The drug could unleash a person's potential for a short time and cause strength and speed to skyrocket. The price was an extended period of weakness once the effect wore off. Qin Tian drank it before the match even began. The referee frowned and checked the registration information. Berserk Dragon Blood was indeed on the approved list. As long as Qin Tian was willing to bear the side effects, the rules could not stop him. He would rather stake his body at the start than give me time to observe and make preparations. Roar. Blood-colored patterns surfaced along his skin as his muscles swelled rapidly. His mid-stage transcendent aura climbed again, approaching high stage. Duel begin. Boom. The specially reinforced alloy floor cracked on the spot. Rock armor covered Qin Tian's entire body, while blood-colored flames of qi coiled around him. He charged like a runaway heavy tank. His speed and strength were both 50% higher than his normal state in the report. Autonomous Armor-S sensory modules had already converted the charge into data. Greater force from the right foot, center of impact locked onto my sternum, and the outer layer of rock armor covered in metal sharpening qi. Qin Tian was not merely trying to ram me. He was also preparing to pierce my defenses with metal-rending claw at the moment of contact. Both my hands remained in my pockets. I did not dodge. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. At the instant the impact arrived, Autonomous Armor version 1.0 activated on its own. Boom. Qin Tian slammed into me head-on. The alloy arena floor caved in beneath us, and the shockwave swept across the entire venue. I did not step back. At the instant the attack struck my chest, hundreds of hardened modules overlapped with precision. An earth-yellow shield of light appeared for only a moment and completely dispersed the force of the impact. The shattered modules immediately went dark, and new ones automatically moved into place. The next second, cyan wind blades rebounded from the point of impact and sliced across the arcane crystal dragon armor, spraying sheets of sparks. The recoil knocked Qin Tian back 2 steps. He was visibly stunned. He lowered his head and looked at his breastplate. The wind blades had failed to truly cut through the arcane crystal scales, but they left the first white mark across their surface. In that collision, he had stacked 3 layers of enhancement from Berserk Dragon Blood and the armor. The impact should have sent even a C-rank defender flying. Yet I stood as if welded to the arena, without so much as a bruise where the force had struck. Refusing to believe it, he immediately lunged again. Fists, elbows, and knees struck in succession. Metal sharpening qi covered every attack, targeting my throat, heart, and joints. Qin Tian activated Gale Step as well. His figure circled behind me, and metal-rending claw went straight for my spine. The armor did not rotate an entire shield. Instead, the moment his 3 fingertips were about to make contact, it separately generated 3 hardened nodes, diverting the concentrated penetrating force in different directions. The claw struck nothing. Counterattacking wind blades spiraled up his arm, forcing him to withdraw his hand immediately. Autonomous armor was faster than he was. No matter where an attack landed, a high-density defense formed at the corresponding location. Wind blades counterattacked in the opposite direction, while the inner layers healing instantly repaired the small amount of damage that penetrated. The central scheduling load for the entire system remained steady at 5%. I never issued a single active defensive command. The Tranquility Stone read the thread, mental threads transmitted its coordinates, and foundational modules responded. Qin Tian was not facing my reaction speed. He was facing an automated program that existed solely to fight. 1 minute later, Qin Tian retreated of his own accord. He was covered in sweat, his chest heaving. Tiny cut marks already covered the arcane crystal dragon armor. I remained where I had started, my clothes intact, and even my hair undisturbed. Below the arena, Wang Hao excitedly pounded the railing. It blocks on its own and even fights back. Is that armor? Or is it alive? Xiaoning Shuang later told me that she saw the scene more clearly than anyone else at the time. To the audience, it was merely a complete layer of energy armor. But under her S-rank elemental perception, it consisted of tens of thousands of miniature hardened, guardian barrier, and healing modules forming, vanishing, and reassembling at millisecond speed. It was not a fixed defense, but a dynamic matrix that changed forever in response to each attack. I understand now. Qin Tian raised his head, finally casting aside his contempt. Ordinary physical attacks can't break that turtle shell of yours. It has a name. I corrected him. Autonomous Armor version 1.0. It doesn't matter what it's called. Qin Tian pulled back to open the distance and clenched both fists before his chest. All the chi flames produced by berserk dragon blood converged on his right arm, and the arena began to shake. Next, I'll smash you and that pile of trash to pieces. Light flashed in my eyes. Finally, go ahead. I raised a hand in invitation. Qin Tian roared as earth-yellow energy compressed frantically into his right fist. Mountain-crushing cannon. Cries of shock swept through the stands. A quasi-B-rank combat art. It can seriously injure even a peak C-rank vicious beast. Why isn't Su Yang dodging? In the VIP gallery, however, the chief mentor was not looking at Qin Tian. His gaze remained locked on my autonomous armor. The next instant, he braced his hands on the arms of his wheelchair and rose with a tremble. All the nearby instructors cried out in shock. The chief's legs were gravely injured by the laws of a monarch-rank being. He hasn't stood in 30 years. What did he see? The old man did not respond. He merely stared at the energy modules continuously forming and vanishing, tears even welling in his eyes. Countless basic commands woven into logic, calculating in real time and reconstructing dynamically, until they ultimately generate new operational rules. The chief mentor's outstretched hand trembled without pause. It was not Qin Tian's mountain-crushing cannon that made him stand, but the sight in reality of a system described in ancient texts by only a single sentence. Not a talent, not equipment, and not an ordinary skill. His voice carried throughout the VIP gallery. This is what the ancient texts recorded, divine programming. For the first time, that name rang out before the entire academy. Qin Tian began to charge his attack. The mountain-crushing cannon possessed power sufficient to reach quasi-B rank, but required 3 seconds to compress all the source energy in his body. During that period, he could not move, and his defenses would fall to their lowest point. Qin Tian clearly knew about those 3 problems. He directed all the arcane crystal dragon armor's stored energy to the front, then formed his metal-sharpening chi into a semicircle, attempting to force me onto the defensive with the pressure that rose continuously during those 3 seconds. Against an ordinary opponent, the increasingly heavy energy field alone would have been enough to slow their movements. This was the opening I had been waiting for. Second, autonomous armor changed modes. Large numbers of protection and healing modules went dark. More than 100 wind blades as thin as cicada wings lit around my body. 2 flame sparrows made of explosive fire spread their wings above my shoulders. The Tranquility Stone marked each of the mountain-crushing cannon's energy nodes in red. The right shoulder, elbow, and center of the fist formed its compression channel. A deviation in any one of them would prevent the 3-second charge from completing stably. The best defense was to end the battle before the opponent finished charging. I activated Infinite Slide Step. My figure instantly vanished from where I stood. then split into countless afterimages moving around Qin Tian at high speed. The first step cut to the left and avoided the pressure from the front. The second circled behind him, forcing the arcane crystal dragon armor to relocate its energy. The third returned to his right front, leaving the defenses that had just moved no time to reassemble. I was not simply pursuing speed. I was making his automatic armor exhaust itself, turning from one direction to another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind blades sliced toward the arcane crystal dragon armor from every direction. The two explosive flame sparrows avoided its thickest plates and struck with precision at the most unstable energy nodes in both his arms. Boom. Flame and metal sharpening chi exploded simultaneously. Qin Tian's expression changed sharply. He had to divert a great deal of attention to reinforcing his armor, and the constantly rising light of the mountain-crushing cannon immediately dimmed. Block them. He divided his metal sharpening chi into more than a dozen fine threads and tried to cut apart the wind blades one by one. The golden threads were indeed sharp. Every wind blade they touched was severed. But the instant one shattered, 10 more came in behind it. The defensive crystal core in the arcane crystal dragon armor's chest flashed continuously, its reserve visibly draining. Individually, low-level skills were not powerful. But when 1,000 attacks struck different places at once, no matter how sharp the blade, it could not stop an entire storm. Second, the offensive changed again. Dozens of chains of flame reached out simultaneously from the ground, midair, and blind spots behind Qin Tian, binding his limbs, waist, and abdomen. Only 8 were true restraints. The rest were interference structures assembled from miniature fireballs. Qin Tian could not distinguish real from false and had to commit the same amount of power to every chain. Every time he broke free, the mountain-crushing cannon in his hand lost a portion of its stability. Sizzle. The arcane crystal dragon armor rapidly heated, and its joints began to glow red. Qin Tian tore one chain apart, and 3 new ones immediately took its place. Pinned in place, he had become a complete sitting duck. No one in the stands was laughing anymore. 3 seconds should have been too short for any reaction, yet in a high-speed battle, I had divided them into 3 complete phases. Qin Tian's strongest combat art had not even been released, but all its weaknesses had already been magnified one by one. The mountain-crushing cannon in his hand grew increasingly unstable. If he abandoned the charge, he would have to face the endless barrage head-on. If he continued, he could not gather enough power for that final second. This was the dead end I had prepared for him. Second, humiliation, resentment, and fear finally crushed Qin Tian's reason. Suyong. He released a beast-like howl. Die with me. The referee immediately shouted. Qin Tian, stop charging. The match has not been decided. He could no longer hear it. Berserk dragon blood amplified his anger, while abyssal demonic chi continued to agitate him from within his energy. Reason rapidly faded from his eyes, leaving only an obsession with dragging me into the explosion. He neither continued completing the mountain-crushing cannon nor dispersed its energy. Instead, he violently compressed the extremely unstable mass of power into his own chest. He was going to self-destruct. No. The chief mentor vanished from the VIP gallery. At the same time, Xia Ningxuang activated Icebound Throne, sending cold surging toward the arena. Her ice spread all the way from the stands to the protective barrier. She intended to seal another layer around the rampaging energy. Wang Hao directly raised an earth shield and stood in front of several freshmen beside him. Chaos in the stands lasted only an instant before white light swallowed everyone. But the energy had already gone out of control. White light erupted from Qin Tian's chest. Boom. The protective barrier flashed wildly, and the alloy floor began to melt. Destructive energy spread outward, shaking the entire dueling arena. Autonomous armor immediately restored every protection module and enclosed me completely. The Tranquility Stone issued its highest level alert. The self-destruction had no fixed attack direction, so the armor could only disable counterattacks and dedicate every mental thread to defense and healing. The first shock shattered the outer layer of harden. The second wave of heat penetrated the energy shields. On the third, abyssal aura began corroding the healing modules. I did not retreat. Behind me was the weakest section of the protective array. If I allowed the explosion to continue spreading, the students in the front rows would be swept into it. The explosion lasted several breaths before gradually subsiding. The chief mentor landed at the edge of the arena. He was about to enter the heart of the blast when his steps suddenly stopped. He raised a hand and caught a wisp of black chi escaping from the smoke. The excitement on his face instantly turned cold. Abyssal demonic chi. The wisp writhed in the old man's palm and tried to burrow into his skin. He sealed it into a black crystal grain with the power of laws and handed it to the investigating instructor who had rushed over. An ordinary berserking drug would never produce something like this. Those 3 words traveled across the entire venue through the amplification array. The expressions of every Qin family member in the VIP gallery changed at once. What Qin Tian had taken was plainly more than berserk dragon blood. Another hand was hidden behind this resource challenge. The energy created by Qin Tian's self-destruction crashed into me head-on. Autonomous armor completed its reassembly in an instant. Every attack module shut down. Countless translucent hexagonal shields formed in front of me, interlocking layer upon layer into a complete force field. The first layer absorbed the direct impact. The second redirected the force toward both sides at an angle. The third distributed the remaining power evenly throughout the entire shield wall. The edges of the hexagons locked together so that whenever one point came under pressure, the 6 surrounding faces shared its burden simultaneously. Mental threads connected every layer of the barrier to an independent circuit. When pressure on the center exceeded the threshold, outer barriers would proactively turn and transfer their unused capacity inward. When a node neared its breaking point, it would disconnect in advance to prevent the collapse from spreading throughout the wall. This was not 10,000 shields piled together. It was 10,000 shields forming a single whole capable of breathing and repairing itself. Every one of them was merely an F-rank guardian barrier. One could stop only an ordinary bullet. But what if 10,000 overlapped at once? Boom. The sphere of energy struck the shield wall. The first layer shattered. The second cracked immediately afterward, then 100 layers, then 1,000. Dense sounds of breaking merged into one continuous roar. The entire dueling arena shook, and even the spectators beyond the protective array were blown off balance by the impact. But the shield wall was never pierced. 1 layer broke, and 2 replaced it. The Tranquility Stone continuously calculated the strength of the self-destruction, concentrating newly generated barriers in the most dangerous central area. When the strain along the edges fell, those modules immediately went dark and rejoined the center. The number of barriers was not fixed at 10,000. Amid breaking and rebirth, they always maintained sufficient thickness. Under absolute command, Guardian Barrier had 0 delay and 0 cost. But the energy released by Qin Tian's self-destruction could not last forever. Several breaths later, the white light dispersed. A molten crater more than 10 meters across remained in the center of the arena, with red-hot iron still flowing around its edges. I stood on the other side, completely unharmed. Only the final few layers of the shield wall remained. Not even a new wrinkle marred my training clothes. Qin Tian dropped to his knees and spat out a mouthful of blood. The arcane crystal dragon armor had cracked from within, and the patterns of berserk dragon blood rapidly dimmed. The soul-stabilizing talisman lay against his chest without activating even once before the battle ended. I had never used a mental attack. The final blow he depleted his strength to unleash had failed to push me back even half a step. I dispersed the guardian barriers and walked up to him. There was nothing more to say. My index finger lightly touched his forehead. Thump! Qin Tian's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness completely. The referee froze for several seconds. Only after confirming Qin Tian had lost the ability to fight did he raise his hand. The victor, Su Yang. After a brief silence, the roar of 100,000 people nearly lifted the roof off the venue. Every last one was an F-rank energy reaction. He stopped the self-destruction with F-rank guardian barriers? How many layers did he stack? The main screen displayed the battle statistics. Guardian barriers generated, uncountable. Individual energy reaction, F-rank. Final pressure withstood, exceeded the conventional upper limit of B-rank defense. After the data appeared, the cheers stopped for an instant. Everyone finally understood that what they had just witnessed was not a high-level artifact, but the cheapest F-rank skill pushed to an incomprehensible height. At the same time, settlement of the wagers began. Students who bet on Qin Tian received deduction notices one after another, and a vast chorus of wails rose from the stands. Wang Hao, however, hugged his personal terminal and laughed wildly. At odds of 50 to 1, the 500 credits he wagered became 25,000. For a D-rank freshman who had only just enrolled, it was an unimaginable quantity of resources. Xia Ningxuang also won an enormous number of credits. She did not look at her account. She merely let out a long breath and met my gaze through the crowd. First, she raised a hand to signal that she was unharmed. Then she pointed behind me. The medical team had already charged onto the arena. while the chief mentor ordered the investigation division to seal the bottle Qin Tian had drunk from and the fragments of his armor. A powerful killing intent abruptly appeared at the side of the arena. Qin Tsang stood there, his aura beneath the black combat suit already at peak transcendent. He looked at Qin Tian being carried away, then stared fixedly at me. I merely swept him one glance before looking away. Inside War Academy, he did not dare attack me in front of every instructor. Student Su Yang. The chief mentor's voice came through the speakers. Report to the dean's office immediately. Wang Hao chased me to the exit. Brother Yang, dinner's on me tonight. Save your credits, I reminded him. Equipment and cultivation resources matter more than one meal. There was none of the ease of victory inside the dean's office. The chief mentor pushed an encrypted file toward me. High-risk personnel list for demonic Qi infiltration by the god-devouring cult. Qin Tian's name was among them. We detected abnormal energy in that self-destruction. The old man's voice was grave. It shares the same origin as the abnormal energy source in the deepest region of simulated abyss, number 1. The file listed 3 similar fluctuations. The first appeared 3 days before the test. The second corresponded exactly with Qin Feng's team entering the core of the poisonous swamp. The third was Qin Tian's self-destruction. That meant the connection between the abnormal source and the Qin family was no temporary coincidence. The Qin family, or Qin Tian himself, is very likely connected to the god-devouring cult. Did you call me here to assign a mission? Yes. Your first S-rank mission. Infiltrate simulated abyss number 1 and investigate the abnormal energy source. A conventional team entering the area would provoke a violent reaction. Your power does not belong to the conventional talent system and may be able to evade its perception. The mission permits you to select 2 teammates. The Academy will provide 1 precision teleportation and an emergency extraction beacon. However, the abnormal source interferes with space, so the beacon is not guaranteed to work. Once inside, investigation is your primary objective. If you confirm that you cannot handle the situation, retreat immediately. Do not force a battle merely to prove yourself. The old man gave me the reward. Complete S-rank access, and a secret connected to your abilities. The Academy's archives record a lost prehistoric civilization. They relied on neither talents nor bloodlines, and their way of fighting was exactly like yours. They called this power divine programming. The old man displayed a damaged mural. The figures upon it possessed no bloodline halos and no high-level weapons. They used only countless glowing lines to assemble basic elements into enormous structures. Those lines were almost identical to my threads of mental power. The mural was incomplete, yet the combat structure that remained was clearer than any skill book. It was no coincidence, but a parallel path buried by time. I walked out of the dean's office with the words divine programming still echoing in my mind. I had believed I was the only person to master such a method. I never expected that in a much earlier era, there had already been a group who could directly reassemble skills without relying on talents. Brother Yang. Wang Hao charged over from the other end of the corridor and excitedly displayed his account balance. I'm rich. Dinner absolutely has to be on me tonight. At the same time, my terminal displayed the settlement results. Resource Challenge Victory Rewards distributed. Reward 1. Transfer of 50% of the credits in Qin Tian's personal account. Total, 38,880,000 credits. Reward 2. Qin Tian's personal resource allotment has been stripped and awarded to the victor. Reward 3. Temporary S-rank access opened. War Academy's S-rank resource repository is now available. Nearly 40 million credits. Every resource frozen for the challenge had also been released. Excluding the long-term allotments that could not be directly cashed out, the equipment, potions, and training quotas I could now mobilize already exceeded what many upper-year teams had accumulated in several years. The larger the stakes, the more completely Qin Tian had lost this time. He had lost far more than an arena match. I no longer had to worry about my sister's gene stabilizers and advanced nutritional fluids for the next several years. Xiaoning Shuang walked over as well. What did the mentor want? Nothing much. He praised my extraordinary potential and said he wanted me to marry his daughter. The tips of her ears reddened, and she glared at me. Can't you ever be serious? I did not tell her about the S-rank mission. Until I formally confirmed the abnormal source, the fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. Let's go. I put an arm around Wang Hao's shoulders. First, we'll turn those credits into combat strength. Didn't you say we'd eat tonight? One meal won't use up 25,000 credits. First, let's replace that outfit you use for taking beatings. We can eat with what's left. The moment Wang Hao heard that food was still part of the plan, he immediately followed. Information on all kinds of equipment and potions covered the enormous light screens in the Resource Exchange Center. Having just won so many credits, Wang Hao headed straight for the advanced equipment counter. "Give me a top-spec immovable Wisdom King heavy armor set." The senior attendant behind the counter looked him over and spoke in a leisurely tone. The immovable Wisdom King is peak D-rank equipment. It requires extremely strong earth affinity and control. A freshman who forces himself to use it won't be able to display its power and may even suffer a backlash. Wang Hao displayed his D-rank earth talent and freshman test data. The attendant did not even finish looking before closing the page. Although the counter clearly showed a unit in stock, he manually changed its exchange status to review required. This was no longer professional advice. He was deliberately blocking the transaction. This senior recommends the improved Rock Guardian, a premium C-rank item ideal for building your foundation. A virtual projection appeared. Rock Guardian, improved. Grade, C-ranked. Defense, 280 to 450. Negative traits. Heavy, movement speed minus 15%. Energy drain. Requires constant energy expenditure to maintain visual effects. Exchange price, 880,000 credits. This equipment cost 30% more than the original, yet had more negative effects. The so-called improvement was nothing but a more conspicuous golden exterior. I opened the public database. The original Rock Guardian had a higher minimum defense and no visual effects module that continuously drained energy. The improved version wasted energy on its appearance, yet the counter packaged it as more suitable for freshmen. If Wang Hao bought it today, he would not only overpay by more than 400,000 credits, but lose his defenses sooner in real combat due to the extra drain. The attendant also looked at us the same way Qin Tian's lackeys had. Qin Tian had fallen, but his faction remained. Wang Hao was somewhat tempted. "It does look pretty cool. Don't buy it," I said. The senior attendant immediately sneered. "Keep your feet on the ground. If you don't have the ability, stop coveting things that don't belong to you." Several other attendants nearby laughed along with him. Wang Hao's face immediately flushed red. "What do you mean by that?" A chill also began gathering around Xiaoning Shuang. I stopped them both. "He's right. We really shouldn't have come today." The smugness on the attendant's face grew even more obvious. I did not argue. I turned and left with the other two. "Brother Yang, we're just letting this go?" Wang Hao was still angry after we stepped outside. "We'll come back tomorrow." I opened the access regulations and confirmed the rule that had just been unlocked. Holders of S-rank access possess the highest dispatch priority for any unrestricted academy resource of B rank or below. Let him clean the top-spec immovable Wisdom King, pack it properly, and wait to hand it over to you himself. But didn't he refuse to sell it? He only has ordinary attendant access. I enlarged the S-rank clause. He can decide what to recommend to you. He can't override the highest priority dispatch command. Tomorrow, we won't appeal to his goodwill. We'll let the rules speak for him. And the rules happen to be on my side. So did the operation record he had personally left yesterday. The next day, we returned to the Resource Exchange Center. Yesterday's attendant was leaning inside the counter and drinking tea. The moment he saw us, he raised his voice. "Come to your senses? The Rock Guardian I recommended really is more suitable for a freshman. Since you've made another trip, I can give you 2% off." Students throughout the hall stopped what they were doing, waiting to see the spectacle. I did not approach the counter. Instead, I pressed my student card against a public service terminal. Beep. Golden light swept across the screen. S-rank access authenticated. Welcome, student Suyang. The terminal automatically switched to its highest access interface. Quantities in stock, internal ratings, maintenance records, and cost prices. Information hidden from ordinary students. Opened simultaneously. Every service device in the hall briefly entered priority response mode. The immovable Wisdom King set manually marked, review required. Yesterday now returned to green. The operation log also clearly showed that the attendant before us was the person who changed its status. The entire hall rapidly fell silent. Even the teacup in the attendant's hand stopped in midair. I opened the resource dispatch module visible only to an S-rank user. Under Article 11, Section 3 of the War Academy Resource Management Regulations, holders of S-rank access possess the highest dispatch priority for unrestricted resources of B rank and below. Isn't that right, senior? The attendant's face turned pale. He failed to make a sound. I continued operating the terminal. Requesting dispatch from Storage Center Zone B07. Item G, 3304, Immovable Wisdom King Set. The system first checked Wang Hao's Earth Affinity height and weight, and energy tolerance. Every category met the usage standard. The claim that it would cause a backlash was refuted by the data on the spot. Compatibility, 91.7%. Use recommended. The alloy doors at the rear of the hall opened, and a conveyor belt rolled out. A suit of dark gold heavy armor came to a smooth stop before us. The equipment case unfolded automatically. Its breastplate, shield arms, and leg load-bearing modules lit in sequence. Every seal was intact, and its factory inspection showed perfect readings. It was on a completely different level from the Rock Guardian yesterday that did nothing but shine gold. It was the exact top-spec set Wang Hao had wanted yesterday. Under Article 7 of the Supplementary Regulations for Internal Academy Contribution Point Settlement, an S-rank access holder equipping themselves or a fixed team is entitled to the internally assessed price. The price on the terminal changed accordingly. Public exchange price, 2 million credits. Internally assessed price, 1 million credits. The price was cut directly in half. I looked back at the attendant. Please process the handoff. Fatty, pay the man. Only then did Wang Hao return to his senses. He quickly transferred the credits and stored the immovable Wisdom King in his equipment space. The attendant stood beside us throughout, his face going from white to green. Complete the identity verification, I reminded him. He had no choice but to walk to the terminal and press his attendant card against it. Only after the system recorded the person handling the transfer was the equipment formally bound to Wang Hao. The person who refused to sell yesterday had to complete every procedure with his own hands today. Yesterday, he used the rules to humiliate Wang Hao. Today, in the same place, I used the real rules to crush him into speechlessness. Wait. I reopened my S-rank access. It looks like I can also check attendance work logs and transaction records here. The attendant's body jerked violently. Entries rapidly appeared on the public screen. Rock Guardian, improved sale price, 880,000. Cost, 450,000. Customer, Freshman Lita. C-rank Gale Blade, 12% where sale price, 500,000. Cost, 300,000. Customer, Freshman Zhao. He had abused his authority to inflate prices and sell used equipment as new. Almost all his victims were newly enrolled freshmen. The destinations of the kickbacks were attached to the transaction records. Whenever he sold a piece of improved equipment, a portion of the credits entered the accounts of several upper-year clubs. One of them belonged to Qin Tian's faction. He had not taken a sudden dislike to us. He had always treated freshmen as a source of credits for his faction. That's quite a business you're running. The attendant's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the floor. I tapped Submit to Investigation Division. Report accepted. Access of implicated attendant immediately frozen. Retroactive refunds initiated for related transactions. 2 investigators soon entered through a side door and confiscated his attendant card on the spot. Freshmen watching nearby also opened their historical orders to check whether they had purchased similar equipment. The evidence, logs, and complete transaction records were sent together. I told you to clean the equipment and have it waiting. I left with Wang Hao and Xiaoning Shuang. I always keep my word. Back at the dormitory, I continued examining the fully opened S-rank access. Resource discounts, priority mission selection, and exclusive cultivation rooms were only the basic benefits. I could also view real-time inventory for all items below B rank, reserve rare cultivation zones in advance, and share some discounts with a fixed team. The true value of an S rank was not taking every resource for free, but never being blocked by any intermediary step again. At the very bottom of the access list, a module that had previously been gray was now illuminated. Library of the Origins of Myriad Laws. Entry access. S-ranked. Trace the roots of innumerable skills. Analyze the original models of the world's laws. Warning. Contains highly concentrated information torrents. Users with mental strength below a rank risk a collapse of consciousness. The secret of divine programming might be hidden inside. At last, this door was fully open to me. What lay beyond it was the part that mattered. After returning to the dormitory, I locked the door and opened the Library of the Origins of Myriad Laws. Enter. My vision instantly went dark, as if my consciousness had been pulled out of my body. When my senses returned, I was in a sea of stars. There was neither heaven nor earth here. Countless orbs of different sizes floated in the darkness, connected by fine silver lines into an enormous three-dimensional star chart with no visible boundary. Distant, high-level orbs shone like stars, surrounded by hundreds or thousands of derivative skills. Nearby points of basic light were like dust, yet formed the roots of the entire chart. Whenever a silver line lit up, Information on related skills traveled along its web of connections. I reached out and touched the nearest white orb. Skill, healing dot. Rank, C dot. Origin model, basic construction and guidance of life energy. Parent skills, F rank nourishing light. F rank energy soothing. Child skills, D rank rapid healing. D rank purifying spring. B rank hymn of life. I understood immediately. Every orb represented a skill, while the silver lines recorded inheritance, fusion, and evolution among them. This was a family tree of skills. I traced healing backward to its parents and discovered that nourishing light provided life energy, while energy, soothing, prevented the body from rejecting outside power. The two F-rank models became the core of C-rank healing only when they overlapped in a fixed ratio. Following its children, rapid healing strengthened the speed of repair, while purifying spring added a structure that expelled foreign energy. Many so-called high-level skills were not born from nothing. They merely added new logic to foundational models. The roots of the star chart were filled with the tiniest F-rank points of light. Fireball, Waterball, Windblade, Hardened Leap. Silver lines extended upward from these foundational skills, continuously branching and converging until they evolved into D-, C-, B rank, and even stronger skills. Ordinary people could only use skills. Here, I could see their source code. I sank my consciousness into the Fireball orb and selected Read Model. Golden runes and energy circuits rapidly unfolded. How the fire element was drawn in and compressed, how it ignited at a fixed node, and how it ultimately formed a stable explosive body. Every step was displayed with perfect clarity. Foundational law model flame control, sequence 001 detected. Archive. Archiving progress, 1%, 2%. The system could actually preserve models of laws. If I archived every low-level skill I had mastered, I would no longer have to rely solely on trial and error when programming skills. I could start directly from the underlying structure. I also found the explosive flame sparrow's combination path in the star chart. No direct silver line originally connected Fireball and Leap, but both were linked to the foundational concept of kinetic change. I had accidentally crossed the standard family tree and manually established a new relationship. That was precisely the difference between divine programming and ordinary skill fusion. I turned my gaze to a pale gold orb the size of a human head. Judging by its energy intensity, it was at least an A-rank skill. Read Model. The instant my consciousness touched the orb, 100-fold greater mass of information smashed into my mind. Every fragment of law contained thousands of variations. Before I could see the first layer of structure clearly, all the information that followed pressed down at once. Mental threads snapped one after another beneath the impact, and even the system interface briefly doubled in my vision. There was no clear structure, only violently conflicting fragments of laws. Each cut into my mind like a blade. The world of my consciousness shook violently, and blood red rapidly covered my vision. The absolute command system abruptly lit with golden light and forcibly severed the connection. I was thrown back to my original position, my head aching so badly I could barely think. The library's warning was not for show. With insufficient mental rank, forcibly reading a high-level law model truly could cause one's consciousness to collapse. After resting for a while, I decided to begin with the low-level skills I had already mastered. Just as I prepared to continue archiving them, an isolated region at the center of the star sea caught my attention. Black fog enveloped the area, where dark red orbs were bound in massive chains. A stone marker stood at its entrance. Forbidden Codex. Contains skills listed as the highest taboos by the Martial Artists Alliance. Such skills typically distort laws, sacrifice life, or toy with souls as their price, and are highly likely to cause mental corruption and spiritual mutation. Students are strictly prohibited from investigating, learning, or spreading them. The sealed list included soul grafting, flesh sacrifice, abomination shaping, plague covenant. I did not cross the stone marker. I only observed from outside the sealed zone. Even through the black fog, the dark red orbs pulsed whenever my consciousness drew near, as if actively inviting me to read them. Unlike ordinary skills waiting to be invoked, they seemed to possess a kind of hunger. I traced their silver lines upward. Forbidden skills of different forms and effects ultimately pointed to the same parent source, the abyss. The silver line did not continue upward from there. It pierced through the library's boundary and extended into darkness that could not be observed. This was not the name of a specific skill, but more like an external source to which every corruption model was connected. The demonic chi from Qin Tian's self-destruction, the divinity inside Lin Fan, and the abnormal energy from the S-rank mission were finally connected within this family tree. After my consciousness returned to my body, stabbing pain still pulsed through my temples. No matter how powerful the system was, it still needed a sufficiently strong mind to carry it. Before investigating the abnormal abyssal source, I had to continue improving myself and shore up the weaknesses in my team. I sent a message to our 3-person group. Suyong, Gravity Training Room Number 1. Emergency meeting. Wang Hao on my way. Xiaoning Shuang. 10 minutes later, both had arrived. Brother Yang, what are we doing now? Wang Hao asked as soon as he sat down. Giving the team a version upgrade. I looked at him first. You have a D-rank Earth defensive talent. Your main skills at present are Rock Shield and Earth Spike. Right? My defense is decent, but I'm too clumsy. Because your skills don't form a system. I wrote 3 names on the tactical board. Abandon the half-baked Earth Spike. First exchange for the F-rank Harden, E-rank Tremor Sense, and D-rank Quicksand Armor. Wang Hao looked confused. Why not learn another shield? Harden increases your shield's density. Quicksand Armor disperses force, and Tremor Sense allows you to determine the direction of an attack without relying on sight. I had Wang Hao release an ordinary rock shield first, then concentrate Harden at the point of impact. The entire wall was not blindly thickened, yet its defense nearly doubled. During the first test, he spread Harden across the whole shield. His control collapsed in less than 10 seconds. On the second, I had Tremor Sense mark the center of impact first and reinforced only an area the size of a palm. With the same energy expenditure, its localized capacity tripled. Next, Quicksand circulated along the outer layer. When the simulated punch landed, the quicksand carried the impact toward both sides, and only the remaining force entered the inner rock shield. Each of the 3 layers did one job, and any damaged layer could be replaced independently. You would not have to tear down and rebuild the entire defense. Before, you took a blow with an entire wall. Now you first disperse, then block, and finally repair. Combine all 4 abilities, and you get Earth Turtle Shell 1.0. I wrote down the B-rank Pulse of the Earth as well. Learn this skill after advancing to C rank. It allows your heartbeat to connect to the Earth. As long as both feet are on the ground, you'll continuously draw power to repair your defenses. At that point, you upgrade to 2.0. As long as the enemy can't kill you in one blow, you can keep standing forever. But ultimate defense doesn't mean standing still and letting people hit you. I indicated the final item. Tremor Sense will tell you where the greatest danger lies. Step forward when you need to shield a teammate. When you need to evade a lethal attack, you move. Your duty is to keep the team alive, not prove how many punches you can take. Wang Hao stared at the tactical board, his breathing growing increasingly heavy. Several seemingly ordinary low-level skills had been arranged into a growth path leading straight from D rank to B rank. Brother Yang, you really are my brother. He lunged over to cling to my leg, and I pushed him away with one foot. Then it was Xia Ningxuang's turn. Your problem is more complicated. S-rank, Ice Emperor bloodline, correct? She nodded. The records in the origins of myriad laws show that the ultimate end of the Ice Emperor bloodline isn't creating larger, harder ice. It's absolute zero. Xia Ningxuang stiffened. How do you know that term? So the information was right. I did not explain the library's full capabilities and continued. Absolute zero can bring all things towards stillness, ultimately affecting time, space, and even laws. I drew a falling temperature curve on the tactical board. An ordinary ice talent creates low temperatures by removing heat. Absolute zero is more like directly commanding particles to stop moving. Fire can still offset the former. Once the latter completes its domain, it affects the rules themselves. The key to awakening it is some kind of extreme emotion. Sorrow, anger, or absolute love. The Ice Emperor bloodline uses emotion as coordinates. The closer you come to the coldest point in your memories, the stronger the response from the loss. But you cannot sink into it. Otherwise, the power will treat even you as a target that needs to be brought to stillness. At my final phrase, the tips of her ears visibly reddened. Don't talk nonsense. It was only an example. I withdrew the joke in time. The key is that once the power goes out of control, it will backlash against your body. We need an absolutely safe environment. The high-dimensional training ground has stable space. Once Wang Hao completes his 1.0 combination, he'll be responsible for the perimeter. I'll handle inner control and healing. You need to do only one thing. Close your eyes and search for the most profound, coldest moment in your memories. Touch it. Accept it. Xia Ningxuang was silent for a moment. All right. Inside the training ground, Wang Hao successively cast Rock Shield, Harden, and quicksand armor. Enormous rock shields enclosed the area, while quicksand flowed continuously across their surfaces, already forming a basic force dispersal structure. I had the training ground begin with a D-rank impact test. The rock shield caved inward, then rapidly recovered as hardened reinforced it. For the first time, Wang Hao successfully maintained 3 skills simultaneously. His forehead was covered in sweat, but not one section of the structure collapsed. I spread guardian barriers across the inner layer. Xia Ningxuang walked to the center, sat cross-legged, and slowly closed her eyes. Time passed little by little. Later, she told me the entire process of searching her memories. The instant she touched the scene at their deepest point, her body suddenly trembled. Boom! Bone-piercing cold erupted with her at its center. Xia Ningxuang later told me that in her memories, she saw the night of her 8th birthday. The Xia family estate was festooned with decorations and crowded with guests. Everyone toasted her father with practiced smiles on their faces. But she sat alone in a princess dress before a floor-to-ceiling window, watching the snow. Her mother had remained forever on the other side of a rift during an abyss expedition. Her father was trapped between grief and family responsibilities, and the birthday banquet had become nothing but social obligations. The cake on the table sat from dusk until late at night, without its candles being lit once. Servants tried to approach several times, only to be called away by the banquet steward. 8-year-old Xia Ningxuang neither cried nor made a scene. She merely pressed her palm to the cold glass and watched her reflection overlap with the snowy night. No one accompanied her as she blew out the candles. No one sincerely wished her a happy birthday. The entire estate was filled with festivities, but none of them had anything to do with her. Heavy snow fell soundlessly beyond the window, as though it could freeze the entire world along with her. The loneliness of that moment was the key. Crack! The temperature in the training ground plummeted. Countless ice-blue crystals condensed out of thin air, and a layer of frost spread rapidly outward across the ground. The training ground's temperature reading fell from 10 degrees below zero all the way past the instrument's lower limit. Stranger still, the simulated wind stopped first. Then every speck of dust suspended in the air froze in place, as though someone had pressed pause on the entire space. Wang Hao shuddered, his teeth beginning to chatter. This is way too cold. I did not respond. This power was doing more than lowering the temperature. It was changing the rules of space, bringing all movement within the area toward stillness. Xia Ningxuang had already touched the threshold of absolute zero. The next instant, she groaned softly. The frost did not merely spread outward. It began turning back to erode her body. Patterns of ice crystals climbed from her neck to her cheeks. Frost rapidly formed on the tips of her silver hair, and her life force continued falling. The power was out of control. Her present body was not yet capable of bearing absolute zero. This was not energy depletion. Her bloodline had begun treating her as part of the domain as well. Her heartbeat grew slower, the flow of blood declined, and even the fluctuations of her consciousness approached stillness. Once she stopped completely, even external healing might not be able to awaken her again. Cracks also appeared in Wang Hao's rock shields. Brother Yang, she's about to freeze herself solid. Follow the plan. I immediately issued orders. Use earth energy to wrap around her from below and maintain her body temperature. Don't fight the cold. Move slowly. Wang Hao pressed both hands to the ground. Earth yellow energy extended from the base of the rock shields and formed a gentle protective layer around her. At the same time, I raised my right hand. Warm white points of light illuminated in my palm. The C-rank healing split into countless miniature modules, converging into a rain of light that seeped into the domain formed by absolute zero. Each point of light annihilated upon contact with the cold, neutralizing a tiny portion of its power of loss. I did not forcibly raise the temperature from outside, which would have triggered a direct conflict between hot and cold energy. The healing modules entered her blood and meridians directly, preserving cellular activity, then guided the rampaging cold back toward the core of her talent little by little. If 1 point was not enough, I would use 10,000. If 10,000 were not enough, I would continue generating them. Ice blue and warm white collided without pause, gradually forming a dynamic balance. At last, the patterns of ice crystals stopped spreading across Xia Ningxuang's face, and her breathing slowly stabilized. Keep it going, I reminded Wang Hao. She hasn't awakened yet. Don't remove the ground insulation. Wang Hao clenched his teeth and reinforced the quicksand armor. More than half the outer rock shield had already cracked from the cold, so he filled the fissures with new earth and never once allowed the cold to escape the protected area. Under the protection of the rain of healing light, she regained control of her body. A long time passed before the rampaging cold finally withdrew inside her. The final suspended particle of dust fell to the ground once more, and the training ground's timer resumed ticking from its frozen state. The training ground's temperature rose. Wang Hao dropped onto his backside and gasped for breath. Xia Ningxuang opened her eyes, my reflection clearly visible in her ice-blue pupils. Su Yong, awake! I crouched in front of her and poked her still-cold cheek. Any later, and I would have had to consider mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Her face rapidly reddened, all the way to the tips of her ears. Stop fooling around. She sensed her condition for a moment, and her expression gradually became serious. There's an additional entry behind my talent now. Absolute zero, initial comprehension. Without the two of you, even if the backlash hadn't frozen me today, I could never have completed the transformation safely. She looked at Wang Hao, then turned back to me. Thank you. Later, news arrived from the Xia family. At the exact moment Xia Ningxuang awakened, a hairline crack appeared in the ice-blue jade pendant enshrined at the highest place in the Xia family's ancestral hall in the imperial capital. The white-haired old man guarding the ancestral hall immediately confirmed that Xia Ningxuang's extreme cold bloodline had fully awakened. He then ordered the ice guard dispatched to War Academy. The crack in the jade pendant represented a breakthrough in the bloodline, and the breaking of the protective seal the Xia family had originally placed upon her. To the family, Absolute Zero was their supreme inheritance returned after being lost. They could not possibly allow the heir to continue growing freely outside. They had only one objective: to invite the Xia family's eldest young lady back home. That force was already on its way to War Academy. Xia Ningxuang had only just completed her transformation when a red message appeared on my student terminal. Student Su Yang, report to the mentor's office within 10 minutes. Sender, Chun Xian, one of the chief mentors. Wang Hao leaned over and saw the name. His expression immediately changed. Chun Xian, one of the Academy's 3 giants and a national guardian, rank powerhouse. What does he want with you? Xia Ningxuang pushed herself to her feet. I'll go with you. You can't even walk steadily right now. Are you going to be my hostage? I lightly flicked her forehead. Stabilize Absolute Zero first. When we eventually meet an enemy I can't beat, I'll need to rely on you. She wanted to insist, but her body would not permit it. She could only sit down again. I went to the mentor tower alone. Chun Xian's office was a study furnished in a classical style. The scent of sandalwood mingled with old paper, and the Academy's entire nighttime panorama was visible beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. A gray-robed old man stood with his back to the door, wiping down a long sword. Mentor. Chun Xian turned around. He did not deliberately release any pressure, yet the surrounding air became noticeably heavy, slowing even my breathing. No defensive array shone anywhere in the study. Yet the instant my mental threads crossed the edge of the sofa, they seemed to collide with solidified space and could go no farther. Chun Xian's control over his power was quieter than that of anyone I had seen before the myriad laws steel. Sit. I took a seat on the sofa across from him. I looked relaxed, but my mind remained vigilant. Do you know why I summoned you? I do not. Please enlighten me, mentor. Chun Xian looked at me. You beat Qin Tian very badly in the resource challenge. His skills were inferior. Well said. Chun Xian abruptly slapped the table and laughed aloud. The Qin faction has long relied on its bloodlines and background to preach that talent determines everything. You defeated Qin Tian before the entire Academy with F-rank skills, directly shattering their whole theory. War Academy belongs to the Martial Artists Alliance, not to the great families as their private garden. Your battle gave us considerably more influence in the new round of resource allocation. The Qin family wants to concentrate the best resources among a handful of bloodline clans. We advocate reallocating them according to battlefield performance. By earning an S rank and then winning the resource challenge, you prove that a low-rank talent does not mean someone has no value to cultivate. So this was not an inquisition, but a contest between 2 directions within the Academy. And I had happened to become the most conspicuous piece on the board. You didn't call me here only to praise me, did you, mentor? Of course not. The smile rapidly vanished from Chun Xian's face. The S-rank mission you've received isn't a reward, nor is it a trap. It's a plea for help. He projected the latest intelligence onto the table. The abnormal energy source in simulated Abyss number 1 is not an inanimate object, but an incubating, abyssal egg. Every mature abyssal egg could give birth to an abyssal lord with the potential to reach the throne rank. Chun Xian displayed a scan. The life signal inside the egg grew stronger every day, while its estimated hatching time had shrunk from 1 month to 7 days. Large numbers of controlled vicious beasts had also appeared around it, indicating that someone was actively feeding it flesh and energy. One throne rank was enough to destroy a major fortress city. Why have students handled this? I asked. What about the Academy's national guardians? Chen Xian pointed beneath our feet. War Academy was built here to suppress another, even more terrifying existence underground. Half the power of the city in the sky's energy core is being transmitted downward. What you see is an academy. What truly prevents the 3 national guardians from leaving is the seal underground. We cannot take even one step away. This was not a mission. It was a desperate wager. The senior leadership was pinned in place and could only stake its hopes on a small number of students. Why me? Because you're the variable. Chen Xian looked directly into my eyes. Your way of fighting does not belong to the conventional system and cannot be predicted. Something a conventional investigation team would trigger might not respond to you. But I must warn you. The greatest enemy may not be the abyssal egg. The god-devouring cult is searching for it, and people inside the academy want to use it to rise to the top in a single step. Qin Tian has already proven the existence of a connection between the Qin family and abyssal demonic qi. Many people in the Qin faction are stronger and more insane than he was. Only the participants and a handful of mentors know the mission coordinates. If you encounter someone inside who should not be there, do not ask their identity. Protect yourself first. Chen Xian pushed a black beacon toward me. 3 single-use seals covered its casing. If anyone attempted to read its coordinates remotely, the device would immediately melt down. The academy is not clean inside. Once you depart, do not completely trust even the person who issued your mission. Verify the key for every command first, then decide whether to execute it. Once inside, do not trust anyone easily, including those who claim to represent the academy. When I left the office, Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang were already waiting outside. Is the Qin family trying to cause trouble again? Wang Hao asked before anyone else could speak. I shook my head and told them about the abyssal egg and the mission's danger, omitting only the academy's highest secret underground. It'll have the potential to reach the throne rank once it hatches. I projected Chen Xian's scan into our 3-person channel. A network of energy pathways had already formed around the black egg, each connected to a different region of the abyssal ecosphere. The mission was not simply about smashing an egg. We also had to sever its energy supply and prevent the life inside from awakening early. Wang Hao's face fell at first, but he quickly clenched his fists. Then let's scramble the yolk before it comes out. Xia Ningxuang was calmer. If the senior leadership dares issue the mission, their assessment must show some probability of success. What they truly value is you as the variable. But a probability isn't enough. I opened my account and allocated 1.37 million credits to the team's equipment budget for this mission. First, we turn the money into combat strength. This time, we won't buy what looks good. We'll buy what keeps us alive. I listed our budget priorities. Wang Hao would hold the front line, so defense and energy endurance came first. Xia Ningxuang was responsible for primary damage and needed a medium capable of carrying absolute zero. I would address autonomous armor's adaptation to abyssal energy. We entered the exchange center once more and immediately became the focus of the entire hall. Ignoring the discussion, I selected 2 pieces of equipment. Black Tortoise Custom Heavy Armor, Top Spec, D rank. Includes an energy shield generator. 150,000 credits. Winter's Sigh, A rank staff. Forged from polar frost crystal. Amplifies ice skills and can carry the aura of absolute zero. 350,000 credits. I slapped the voucher for the Black Tortoise Heavy Armor against Wang Hao's chest. The heavy armor did not conflict with the immovable Wisdom King set he had just acquired. The immovable Wisdom King excelled at constructing large stationary fortifications, while the Black Tortoise series was intended for mobile combat. Their core modules could be interchanged, so his size would not hinder him in narrow spaces. You're the team's shield. We can't economize on your defense. It's too expensive. Block a few more attacks for us during the mission, and it'll have paid for itself. Then I handed the ice crystal staff to Xia Ningxuang. Your damage output determines how quickly the team ends a battle. This is a team investment. She looked at the price of 350,000, then finally accepted the staff. The instant her fingers closed around Winter's Sigh, cold spread outward, and the gem at the top of the staff shone with ice blue light. The staff did not simply amplify the cold and allow it to run out of control. Instead, it guided every overflow back into the polar frost crystal. Xia Ningxuang tried releasing an ice blossom. For the first time, The patterns of stillness unique to Absolute Zero appeared along the edges of its petals, yet her body suffered no backlash. Thank you. Kill a few more enemies and earn it back. I also exchanged for Void Energy Crystal, Memory Metal, and a Demonic Energy Conduction Array, spending more than 200,000 credits. The Void Crystal would isolate Abyssal Corruption. Memory Metal could automatically restore the armor's shape after damage. The Demonic Energy Array would filter captured foreign energy before putting it to use. Every material addressed a possible problem in the mission zone. In a private training hall, Wang Hao put on the black tortoise-heavy armor. The thick black plates enclosed him almost completely like a fortress. Holding Winter's Sigh, Xia Ningxuang's control over the ice element was visibly more stable. I converted the rare materials into energy components and connected them to autonomous armor. Executing modular upgrade. Objective: add energy absorption and conversion modules. The materials broke down into streams of light, and countless runes reassembled across the armor's surface. 10 minutes later, dark patterns capable of absorbing light covered the energy layer. Autonomous Armor version 1.2 upgrade complete. New module, Energy Absorption, Passive. Can absorb energy attacks not exceeding 30% of the user's defensive upper limit and convert them into purified energy. I tested it with a simulated abyssal ray in the training ground. The dark patterns swallowed the attack first. The void crystal isolated its corruption, and only unattributed energy was finally returned to the Tranquility Stone. Conversion efficiency reached 23% on the first attempt, already enough to reduce the cost of sustained defense. Energy attacks would not only be blocked, they could now replenish the armor's losses in return. The equipment was complete. Next came team coordination. I imported 3 cooperative macros into their tactical communicators. Number 1. Focus Fire. I mark the target, Ningxuang leads the attack, and Wang Hao handles flank defense and harassment. The communicators did more than play voice commands. My mental link would directly mark the target's coordinates, attack timing, and withdrawal direction in their fields of view. If any one of us was hit, the other 2 would simultaneously see the source of damage. Number 2. Guard. Wang Hao holds the front. I handle healing and control, and Ningxuang suppresses from range. In guard mode, Wang Hao does not pursue. Every step you take is based on the protective radius. Ningxuang's attacks must travel through the safe angles I mark to avoid freezing a teammate with the cold. Number 3. Kite. All 3 of us take turns withdrawing, maintaining continuous fire and dragging the enemy into a battle of attrition. The communicator determines the retreat order in real time. The person in the best condition remains last, while the most severely injured leaves first. Do not act tough, and do not turn back to rescue anyone on your own. The system will recalculate the route. Activate macro number 1. The instant the command was issued, Wang Hao raised his shield and cut toward the simulated target's left flank. Xia Ningxuang lifted Winter's Sigh in perfect sync, and an icicle precisely struck the red point I had marked. First cooperative attempt, successful operation. On the second, I generated 3 simulated targets at the same time. On the third, I disabled our vision and allowed us to move only by tactical markers. Wang Hao initially charged in the wrong direction twice, and one of Xia Ningxuang's icicles scraped the edge of his shield. It was not until the 10th consecutive round that the 3 of us could truly complete our movements in sync the instant a command fell. Only 12 hours remained before the mission began. Back in my dormitory, I reviewed the route again and again. An anonymous email suddenly arrived on my personal terminal. Its attachment was titled Simulated Abyss Number 1, Incomplete. The body contained only one sentence. Don't trust the official route. Stay alive. The email had been relayed through multiple anonymous nodes, and its earliest timestamp actually predated the official release of the S-rank mission. The sender not only knew the mission details, but also had access to an old map of the simulated abyss. I decompressed the attachment. The map was 70% similar to the Academy's version, but showed many more concealed passages. One corner had been circled in red, with 3 words written beside it. Safe house. The Academy's map showed an abandoned swamp there with no structures whatsoever. The anonymous version, however, depicted an underground complex and 2 evacuation routes, as though someone had personally entered and surveyed them. Was it a warning, or an attempt to lure us into a trap? I stared at the map and did not add it to the operational plan for the moment. When the spatial transfer ended, the 3 of us landed beneath a dark purple sky. The air reeked of sulfur and blood, burning even as it entered our lungs. The concentration of abyssal aura was at least 10 times greater than in the outer region, and the circulation of mental power had noticeably slowed. The environmental monitors issued by the Academy displayed one red warning after another. Gravity was 12% higher than on Blue Star, and the air contained black particles that adhered to energy circuits. The instant we landed, the stability of the emergency extraction beacon fell from 100% to 73%. This is the mission's core zone. Wang Hao immediately covered his body in rock armor to resist the cold corrosion. Xia Ningxuang opened her palm. An ice blossom struggled to take shape, but black qi on its surface rapidly consumed the ice crystals. The abyssal suppression is powerful. My ice abilities have been weakened. I surveyed the scorched earth and the range of grotesque rocky mountains in the distance. It was too quiet. System, scan for life signs. High-density hostile units detected. Quantity, 127. Level, peak C rank. Spread out. I shoved both of them away. Dozens of claws immediately stabbed up from the shadows beneath our feet, cutting trenches several meters deep through the places where we had stood. The surrounding shadows began to writhe. There were no trees or structures nearby, so there should not have been so many complete shadows. Yet the black silhouettes seemed to be projected upward from beneath the earth. The vicious beasts had evidently altered the laws of light in this place long ago. Black panthers with no solid bodies and only scarlet eyes seeped out of the ground one after another. Peak C rank vicious beasts, shadow panthers. Xia Ningxuang raised a hand and fired dozens of icicles. But the icicles began weakening after traveling 10 meters and could only stab into the ground. Wang Hao stomped the earth. Rock bulwark. 3 earthen walls rose from the ground. But one dark figure passed directly through a shadow cast by the wall, its claws going straight for his back. I activated slide step and appeared behind Wang Hao in an instant, forming a short blade with hardened to block the claws. Clang. When its attack failed, the shadow panther immediately melted back into the darkness. Watch the front. Leave the shadows to me. I spread a sensory net of mental threads along the 3 rock walls. The shadow panthers could conceal their auras, but could not completely erase the subtle vibrations created when passing through matter. Whenever a section of wall turned cold, I sent a hardened short blade to the exit in advance. More shadow panthers abandoned stealth. Over 100 dark figures lunged at Wang Hao's bulwark at once. Bang, bang, bang. Only a little more than 20 attacked in the first wave, but 40 immediately struck in the second. They rammed the same point in successive groups, leaving Wang Hao no time to repair the cracks. Individuals hidden in the shadows specifically targeted his legs, intending to rob the defensive core of its ability to stand first. Cracks rapidly covered the rock walls. Wang Hao's face reddened under the consecutive impacts. Xia Ningxuang continuously harassed them with walls of ice and icicles, but the combination of abyssal suppression and shadow travel caused most attacks to miss. "They'll wear us to death like this," she shouted. "Warm-up's over." I activated the preset command. Cooperative macro, guard number 1. Execute. Our tactical communicators lit in sync. Following the guidance, Wang Hao poured earth energy into the ground. I used my mental threads to take over the authorized structural programming and amplify his power with precision. Boom. A circular earthen wall 3 meters thick rose from the ground, throwing back every shadow panther in front. Rock spikes rapidly grew across the wall and formed an airtight barrier. At the same time, Xia Ningxuang released ice element according to the macros instructions. 8 ice mirrors formed around her, rotating and firing beams of extreme cold that drove back every approaching shadow panther. The ice mirrors did not try to forcibly freeze the shadows. Instead, their light illuminated 8 directions simultaneously. The instant a shadow panther entered a bright area, its travel speed fell and its body briefly took physical form. Xia Ningxuang seized the opening and fired icicle after icicle with Winter's Sigh, truly injuring a target for the first time. Their strength had not changed. The way it was organized had. "I'll leave the defensive line to you." I walked out of the earthen wall alone. Raising one hand, I crooked a finger at every shadow panther. Unlimited release of the F-rank taunt. Mental fluctuations swept across the battlefield. 127 pairs of red eyes locked onto me at once. The shadow panthers abandoned all other targets and surged toward me in a black flood. "Suyong." Xia Ningxuang's voice came from behind me. I did not try to withstand them head-on. Infinite slide step activated. My body changed direction continuously before the countless claws landed. Every evasion preceded the attack by only an instant, and every footfall found the sole gap among multiple claw shadows. 127 peak C-rank vicious beasts lunged at me without pause, but not one of them truly connected. Every slide step covered only 2 or 3 meters. The shorter the distance, the faster the course correction, and the less time they had to reorganize their encirclement. I left one false landing point after another inside the pack, each seeming just about to be caught, causing the front and rear ranks to repeatedly crash into each other. Wang Hao forgot to manage his expression as he stared. You can still call that slide step? I continued passing through the pack, while my mental threads simultaneously recorded the sequence of their attacks. I soon realized something was wrong. The Shadow Panthers appeared enraged, yet their attacks always maintained a layered order. The front rank forced me to turn, the flanks sealed my landing points, and the rear rotated in to replace them. They were continuously shrinking my space to evade. This was not animal instinct. A truly enraged vicious beast would not voluntarily pull an attack, much less temporarily retreat to give the rear rank a clear angle. Yet, even under the influence of taunt, the Shadow Panthers before me retained some form of compulsory tactical discipline. I looked past the pack toward the summit of a grotesque rocky mountain in the distance. This isn't a beast tide. It's an army under someone's command, which meant at least one commander remained hidden in the darkness. Once I determined that someone was commanding the Shadow Panthers, I stopped circling with them. Guard number 1. Contract the defensive line. Wang Hao's circular earthen wall closed inward, completely protecting him and Xiaoning Shuang. I used infinite taunt to draw all 127 Shadow Panthers into the same area, then sealed the surrounding shadows with guardian barriers. Shadow travel required a destination. Once high-frequency shields of light illuminated every shadow, the beasts lost their strongest means of movement. Several Shadow Panthers tried to create shadows beneath their companions' bodies. I immediately spread fireballs across the ground. Light and heat passed through every gap, leaving nowhere in the entire region with enough darkness to contain their complete bodies. Ningxuang, focus fire. Winter's Sai lit up. Countless icicles descended into the pack along the coordinates I marked. The abyssal environment weakened each individual attack, but it could not stop a continuous bombardment. The icicles did not detonate immediately after striking. Instead, they remained lodged in the beast's joints. Only after more than a dozen had completed their positioning did Xia Ningxuang detonate them together through Winter's Sai, completely disrupting the Shadow Panthers' charging rhythm. At the same time, Wang Hao raised earth spikes to seal every exit. I covered the center with fireballs, while a rain of healing light continuously enveloped all 3 of us. Wang Hao's black, tortoise-heavy armor continuously transmitted impact data. Following the data, I added hardened modules to the weakest locations, while quicksand armor dispersed the remaining force. For the first time on a real battlefield, the 3 of us ran a cooperative macro in full without a single command being interrupted. 10 minutes later, the last Shadow Panther fell. The stench of scorched flesh and blood filled the woods. Wang Hao dropped into the mud, his black tortoise shield covered in claw marks. Brother Yang, you're a monster. Xia Ningxuang was also steadying her breathing. A little mud stained her face, but the hand holding her staff remained steady. Stop staring. Clear the battlefield. I walked to the largest Shadow Panther leader and pressed a finger between its brows. A wisp of icy black chi coiled around it. Mental brand. It carried the corrupted aura unique to the god-devouring cult. The brand structure was consistent with the power on Lu Xian and Lin Fan, but its core was cruder, as though stamped in bulk by a distant mental source. If I found the direction in which its signal returned, I could trace it to the controller. I divided the mental threads into 3 layers. The innermost read the brand. The middle simulated the Shadow Panther's residual mental fluctuations, and the outermost extended backward along the energy circuit. That way, even if the controller checked, they would only believe one vicious beast remained alive inside the pack. As expected, this pack had been manipulated by someone. At the moment I touched the brand, the mental threads I had laid in the surrounding area in advance also sent back feedback. 2 groups were watching us. On high ground 300 meters to the east, Qin Song lay hidden with several members of the Qin faction. They had followed us deep into the mission zone, plainly intending to wait until the pack and our team had wounded each other before acting. Qin Song's student beacon had been disabled, and his companions had no mission registrations. Chun Xian warned me about people who should not be there, and now the first group had delivered themselves straight to me. 500 meters to the south, 3 black-robed people blended into the darkness. The god-devouring cult. I did not expose them. Instead, I deliberately raised my voice. We consumed too much. We can't stay here. We'll go to the safe house marked on the anonymous map to recover. Wang Hao immediately played along. Right, let's get moving. I can barely lift my shield now. Xiao Shuang noticed my tone and asked no questions. She merely nodded. We left the woods. The mental threads I had not withdrawn remained where they were, continuing to send both groups' conversations back to me. Someone beside Qin Song suspected that I did not appear exhausted at all. Qin Song did not care, because the anonymous email had been sent by the Qin family's operational team. They had already laid a trap at the safe house. They soon followed. The three black-robed figures to the south also began moving. Lin Fan's last order was to find the clues the Qin family possesses about the divine fragment, one said. But Lin Fan is already dead. The order has been retained by the cult. The false holy son's body may have been ruined, but the divinity offered to our god will not disappear. Find the fragment, and a new holy son will naturally appear. Our target is the Qin family. Since Su Yang stumbled into this, we'll deal with him along the way. The leader laughed softly. Once they've wounded each other, we'll take both the clue to the divine fragment and the abyssal egg. The three believed they had left no trace. But my mental threads delivered every word to me. The Qin family considered itself the mantis. The god-devouring cult believed itself to be the oriole. Neither side knew that the so-called safe house had never been on my operational route in the first place. The true hunter had already set the trap and was merely waiting for the prey to stick its head inside. I synchronized both groups' positions to Xiaoning Shuang. She did not look back. She only temporarily dimmed the cold radiance of winter's sigh. Wang Hao also put away his heavy shield and continued pretending his energy was exhausted. Divine fragment. I silently committed the name to memory. What we gained from this mission might prove even more complicated than the abyssal egg. At least 3 mutually conflicting plans were hidden in the same forest. We walked 500 meters toward the safe house. Wang Hao deliberately stumbled and panted along the way. I can't go on. I've used up all my earth element. Xia Ningxuang also suppressed her aura, her face pale, as though she were barely holding on. I slowed down, ensuring that my voice would carry into the forest behind us. Hold on a little longer. The safe house is just ahead. We can rest once we get there. In the team channel, I reminded them, good acting. The audience on both sides is in position. Wang Hao immediately laughed. I'm a professional, aren't I? Now we change routes. Won't they notice if we change now? I raised my right hand. Miniature water balls the size of a fingernail formed densely in my palm. They vibrated at high frequency, broke down, then rearranged at fixed angles into a thin mist. The mist enveloped all 3 of us. More than 10,000 miniature water balls refracted light at the same time, splicing our figures into the surrounding forest. The optical disguise adjusted itself in real time as we moved. When the shadow of a tree ahead fell across the mist, the water balls at the rear simultaneously reproduced the corresponding colors. When a foot bent the grass, nearby miniature water balls filled the space with a false image of undisturbed ground. Wang Hao lowered his head and could no longer see his own body. Optical camouflage. A dynamic optical camouflage macro formed by the F-rank water ball and D-rank mental link. I answered through our mental link. Stay close. We're going to claim the real objective. We turned onto a route directly opposite the safe house and passed through the jungle without a sound. On the original route, 3 false signals made of mist, water balls, and small quantities of mental fluctuations remained behind. They continued moving toward the safe house, enough to make distant detectors believe we were still advancing. The Qin family and the god-devouring cult continued waiting near the trap. Even by the time my mental threads passed out of range, no one had discovered that we were gone. 10 minutes later, I stopped beneath a cliff. Vines and moss concealed an enormous cave entrance, while a cold, chaotic aura leaked out through the gaps. The center of the abnormal source detected by my mental threads lay deep inside the cavern. This place feels more dangerous than all those vicious beasts put together, Wang Hao whispered. Xia Ningxuang tightened her grip on Winter's Sigh. Her talent's danger warning caused tiny ice crystals to form around her. Fortune favors the bold. I entered the cave first. The interior was wider than the entrance. The deeper we went, the stronger the chaotic energy became. After nearly 100 meters, the space before us suddenly opened. Marks of artificial excavation remained on the cave walls, but black crystal had swallowed several sections of ruins. This might once have been an observation point established by the Academy, only to be completely occupied by abyssal energy later. An underground cavern the size of a basketball court appeared before us. At its center floated an enormous black egg taller than a person. Dark purple patterns writhed slowly across the shell, which pulsed continuously like a heart. Thump, thump. Every beat sent our blood and chi surging. Black crystals the size of fists covered the cavern, each containing extremely pure energy. Abyssal crystals. Wang Hao had barely begun to smile when his expression froze. Beneath the enormous egg crouched a gigantic lizard covered in black bone armor. A single spiraling horn grew from its head, and 3 scarlet slit-pupiled eyes turned toward the cave entrance at once. Peak B rank. The system skin showed that its bone armor possessed both physical and energy resistance, while the spiraling horn could disrupt mental targeting. Its 3 slit-pupiled eyes separately watched the entrance, the enormous egg, and the surrounding crystals, leaving no complete blind spot in its field of vision. A mutated guardian beast only 1 step away from entering a rank. Wang Hao tightened his grip on the enormous shield. At this level, even all 3 of us together will have a hard time standing against it. Xia Ningxuang said nothing, but the cold radiance on her staff was already concentrated to its limit. I frowned as well. The guardian beast's strength exceeded the mission data. If we attacked now, the battle's fluctuations would also draw over the Qin family and the god-devouring cult from the safe house. High concentration abyssal source energy body detected. Abyssal egg. System has generated an intense devouring command. Devouring the target will complete a major version upgrade of the absolute command system and unlock entirely new access. Warning: target energy is extremely unstable. Guardian beast is exceedingly dangerous. The temptation of a system upgrade lay before me. But the guardian beast never shifted its gaze away from the enormous egg. Sneaking past it to steal the target was impossible. If we fought, we would inevitably alert our pursuers. If we did not, the abyssal egg would continue to mature. Thump, thump, thump. The enormous egg's pulse suddenly accelerated. With every vibration, the surrounding abyssal crystals lit in response, like countless tiny hearts beating in unison. The dark purple patterns illuminated simultaneously. A powerful life aura burst from inside the egg, shaking fragments of stone from the cavern ceiling. The first crack appeared across the eggshell. It was about to hatch. Only a few breaths remained for us to choose.